What's up, everybody? How you doing? What's going on? So tonight is an interesting evening. My plans are not to go past was to not go past 10 o'clock, but I wanted to do 2 hours if I did 2 hours. So now it looks like that we're gonna go ahead and maybe go till 10:30. But I'm really if I'm done by 10, don't be upset with me. I'm just trying to get into some sort of schedule, a little bit better schedule. So what's up? Let's see who's all in here already. Let's go ahead and go through the list, and then we will begin with everything else. Ben will be here after he gets home because he needs a drink. Let's see. Mr. Whiskey Shits, Mr. William Davilar, Sugar Kitty, Cheech Ardolino, happy birthday, sir. John Trombetta, Mike Stahl, Richie Z, Mike Franklin, Bobby from the Bourbon Battalion, Nick Brando. Now I'm expecting, there's Michelle Lynn. So I am expecting for Trev to show up and a couple other people to show up. I'm going to wait for a couple minutes before I do the remembrance part, and then I'm going to work into the celebration part. So I'm waiting on some other people to jump in. Cohen, how you doing? Let's see. Why is this not working here? Live chat. Let's try that. Oh, hey, there you go. That's a little bit better. Yeah, I forgot. Sorry, the ship. If anybody notices, my faces are on all three of them. So let's see. What does Bobby want now? Let's see what's Bobby have down here. Can't do Instagram right now there, Bobby. So let's see if maybe I can see what you're. Make me a wrench. I don't know about that, Bobby. Okay, hold on. Let me. Bobby, Bourbon Battalion. I'm going to be a nice guy and make you officially a moderator. You're now a wrench. Just keep to the rules. Just keep to the rules. Let's see. Anybody else jumping on? If anybody knows, does Trev jump in? Please holler at me that Trev's in here. And also, if ADHD or Bourbon Junkies and those guys show up, please. But I was hoping because there's 14 now. I'd like to get a few more people in here before doing this because it's this one actually the remembrance one kind of means a little something to me. So let's see, but I can tell you a story. So my brother Martin decided to send me. I think some people have heard the story already, but whoever hasn't will be able to hear it. My brother Martin, we live about an hour or so away from each other, and he decided that he wanted to be part of this. He doesn't drink at all. He might show up here if you see him. His name will be It'll be Wagman02 if he jumps on here, or Martin Wagner, whatever he decides to be his name this day. So what he did was he decided to buy me a bottle. He didn't know anything. He just knew I like whiskey. He decided to buy me a bottle to support my channel because he wanted to be because of all the things that have been going on in my life and because of the depression. And I really didn't want to bring him in there because he has a family and he doesn't really need to be listening to my shit. He told me that was bullshit, but he secretly behind the scenes decided to send me a bottle. Well, the thing is that he was sending it from a store that I haven't ordered from in a really long time. And they contacted me because they were having a hard time getting it delivered. So once we backtracked it and found out that it was him, then I was like, okay, well, then I guess I'll go accept the bottle and everything else. We're trying to figure out what was going on. So what he ended up buying me was he had seen, I guess, watched some of my lives on Instagram or whatever and found out that I talk about High West a lot. So he went ahead and bought me a double rye. Okay. Just a regular everyday double rye, not finished and everything else. But it's from my brother, who is supporting my channel. So I was going to use this as a celebratory pop once all the stuff came back on jobs and everything else. And the problem is that, come on, focus, you piece of shit. Some things happened in his part of the family that I've chosen to take the pour tonight in remembrance. Now, that remembrance is of this man right here. If you can see it, I might need to expand it some. Let's see. This is his wife's grandfather, Mr. Robert Embry, Master Sergeant, United States Army, retired. He passed. He was a really cool dude. So he is a Korean War veteran, retired. He passed away last night at 90 years old. So in remembrance of him, I'm going to go ahead and pop the cork. Do a pour. And raise a glass to Master Sergeant, retired United States Army, Robert Embry. Cheers, sir. So that's the first part of the remembrance. The other one is I want to take another drink to the people in Boulder that were killed the other day. Just real quick, kind of like a moment of silence and a raised glass. Lava Man, I mean, I know you live in Denver and stuff like that, but that's still not like it's not close to home. That's so my heart goes out to those families and the people that were injured and other people that were involved. The police officer that lost his life trying to help other people, save other people's lives. And so, again, I raise a glass. Rest in peace. Now, the other mass shootings over the past few days, the truth is that, and I'm sorry to say this, is that I've seen a couple small little details of things that have happened over the past week or so, or everything else, but no real like details. And it wasn't something that. The truth is, I don't have regular TV at all. All my stuff comes off of YouTube, and the only thing that's been on YouTube, just plastering it, is Boulder. So if I missed something, I apologize, and the same to anybody that was involved, and stuff like that. And please, if I missed something, please forgive me for not bringing it up. Cohen, I understand, and it's my fault for not being more informed. It's just I think that the reason that the Colorado thing jumped out was because I lived there for a little while. I have a friend here. I've got Lava Man. The man lives 20 miles away from that area. So, and it was one of the only things that I had actually got information on. I've been kind of almost off the grid, if you want to say it, when it comes to news and everything else. And that's my own fault, and I apologize. So I'm going to go ahead and go one more pour. Like I said, I apologize for not knowing or not being completely informed on everything else going on. And I apologize. And if you choose to go ahead and leave and be upset with me for that, then I understand. I hope that you're not. Like I said, I literally I don't get a newspaper. I don't watch regular TV a lot. So most of my stuff comes either off of YouTube or by word of mouth from my mom or from one of my relatives will call me and say, "Hey, did you hear about this?" So that, like I said, is my own fault, but I hope nobody's upset with me over that. So, and I will still, to the others that have lost their lives to violence, to the people, to the, I can't remember the name of him right off the bat, the New England Patriots player who saved a woman in Arizona earlier today, I guess, or last night, from being sexually assaulted. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for stepping up and putting your own life on the line to do so. Anybody else? Yeah, and anybody that's lost anybody in their life that outside of everything else that's going on in the world, my heart goes out to you. My prayers go out to you. And if you want to bring their name up or anything else, please feel free to put it in the chat. But to this, for this drink, this pour, this is to everybody. This is to everybody, those living, those we've lost. Let's just hope that hope that this year is going to end up being better than it was last year. I don't know how many people can handle another year like last year. So, but I'll do it because you guys are my family and you guys are helping me to get through all this shit. So cheers to all y'all and to those that have fallen. All right. So I need to ask somebody to please join me on here. I need Cheech Artolino to click the link at the top and join me on StreamYard, please. As soon as Cheech comes up, then comes on, then we'll commence with why we're all part of the reason we're all here. So let's see. Come on, Cheech. Get on here. It's a give me a minute. I know it says give me a minute. I'm just gonna mess with you. All right. You don't have to be, it don't have to be a regular studio setup or anything like that. It can be on your phone. It don't matter. But let's see. Trev was going to try to be here. I understand people on the East Coast or whatever don't, some people can't be here or whatever. There's, 17 people here. Scott's down under. I was hoping he'd be up here by now. No, John T, you don't have to sing. You don't have to sing if you don't want to. If we even sing, I don't know if we're going to sing or not. This is just something that I think that you all will get a kick out of. Yeah, Mike Stahl. This is okay. So here, this is what Mike Stahl has to say. See, COVID sucks, politics suck, but the last year has encouraged me. People helping people making sacrifice to others, science kicking ass. We will continue on. There you go, Mike. Thank you. That's good. That's great. Let's see. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you a little story. Okay. Now, there's a person that we all know. We know him from the chat. We know that he is a working musician. But there's a lot of things people don't know. Now, the first thing that after doing some research, I found out was that the birthday boy, Cheech Ardolino, that's not his real name. His real name's not Cheech. Can't freaking believe it. It's a stage name. But, oh, come on, stop doing this. Okay. But, as we get into this a little bit more, some things that people don't know. Did you know that Cheech Ardolino is the only surviving drummer that ever played with Spinal Tap? Now, we had drummers that spontaneously combust, got electrocuted, all kinds of stuff. But Cheech is the only drummer to ever play with Spinal Tap and survive. It's true. I swear. I mean, it's on the internet somewhere. I thought I saw it on the internet. It's got to be true, right? Some other things people don't realize is who Cheech was when he was younger and what he and so I'm going to bring up some pictures that you might not that are going to be really, they're going to kind of throw you off a little bit, because when you see him, you're going to be like, holy crap, I did not know that about Cheech Ardolino. He's somebody that I knew my entire life, but never noticed him. At one point in time, he was a member of the Culture Club, the drummer, right there on the bottom. Nobody knew that he was a drummer for the Culture Club. No one. Now, it might have been for a very short time, substituting on a tour or whatever, but he at least was in one of their videos, because this is the screenshot right from the video. So there he is. There's your birthday boy, Cheech Ardolino, when he was in the 80s, when he was with the Culture Club. So yeah, it's an Instagram deep dive. Yeah, there you go. I like that one. That's hilarious. Lava Man says, the mash bill you doing a Sean Evans Hot Ones Instagram deep dive. Yeah, maybe. Hey, what's up, Ben Demon Hunter? So now I don't want to alarm anybody, but for a short period of time, he wore a ball cap backwards and substituted in for Chad Smith of the Red Hot Chili Peppers. I don't know, maybe it was an arm injury or something like that, but at some point in time, he substituted on tour and dressed as Chad Smith all the way down to the tattoos. And that's what, this is our Cheech Ardolino. This is a guy who's like, tries not let people know, what he's done in his career and stuff like that. But, if you look far enough, you find things like this, or you happen to make up things like this. And then finally, well, I'm sorry, it's not finally. The next thing would be that what people didn't know was that, did you know that Cheech Ardolino, for a very short time, a couple years ago, had to substitute in as the drummer for Baby Metal? And he's right there. Okay, obviously it's a wig because the man's bald, but he got into the character, dressed up as a small female Asian girl, and played drums for Baby Metal. For an all-around performer. No one does what Cheech has done in his career. And nobody even saw this. So then the thing is that the one thing that Cheech is probably most famous for, and if you go back and you look really, really close, is that in 1980, in the movie Flash Gordon, he was Ming the Merciless. So none of us know who Cheech Ardolino really is. We just know that we love him. We also know that he was Ming the fucking Merciless. Excuse my language. Okay, and if you want more proof, all you got to do is, when I bring him on the screen in a few minutes, is I want everybody in the chat in capital letters and freaking exclamation points to wish Cheech a happy birthday. All right. And you will see the chair that he is sitting in is modeled after that neck piece that he wore in the movie Flash Gordon. So without further ado, I'm going to bring in the man, the myth, the legend. You know him as Cheech Ardolino. I know him as Ming the fucking Merciless. Cheech Ardolino.
You're killing me. I'm dying. That's so fucking hilarious. Cheers, buddy. Thanks for the birthday love.
Let's just push that back to there. There you go. Yeah. Cheers, cheers, my friend.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I was so not ready to go live.
Well, you should have been. Well, I mean, there should have been some sort of hint from Jen because I even told her make sure that he's ready to come on.
Yeah, Jen went to bed like 30 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. I said make sure he's watching and make sure that he's ready to come on.
I've been going all day.
Oh yeah, I saw the pictures.
Yeah, it's been the best birthday in years. It's been so much fun today.
How was the trip to St. Augustine?
That was fun. The distillery's pretty cool, very small, very intimate. When you think distillery tour, you're like, oh, I'm going to be there for hours and hours and hours. No, not hours and hours and hours. It's about 30 minutes. The tour is truncated because of COVID. It's like a self-guided tour, but it was still fun to be inside a distillery and see things happening, And then, of course, the tastings afterwards are pretty nice, too.
Well, that's good. It's good to hear, man. Freaking you deserve it. So, yeah, I just this is just something that I decided that, I mean, I was going to wish you happy birthday no matter what, but this is something that I decided, hey, I needed an idea for the stream. And someone reached out to me. She shall be nameless, but her name rhymes with Jen Ardolino. And she reminded me that it was your birthday and that you would really get a kick out if I said happy birthday on my live stream. Yeah. So I'm like, okay. So it was originally her just saying, hey, remember it's Cheech's birthday, whatever. Okay, now I know your guys' anniversary is this weekend also. Mm-hmm. So because you've already you've informed me of that. So my there's a possibility that Cheech doesn't. He's gigging really hard to see this weekend and everything else. I might end up bookending Hot Buddy Rolls, or at least going on. I will be going on ahead of him, but depending on how long Chris decides to go, if it's early enough, I might have to bookend him because Cheech might not be making it Saturday night. But we'll get to that point when it happens. But yeah, so. I was just sitting there going, I go, you know what? I got to do something. This man constantly reaches out to me. This man constantly makes sure that I'm doing okay. Calls me while he's driving to go get his wife a pizza. So I got to do something for the man. So I went through and started doing a little refacing with some pictures and stuff. And there you go. Nobody knew who you were until I showed them all the pictures. Now they know. Oh, Cheech dropped off. Oh, okay. Okay, I guess he we'll go ahead and bring on Lava Man for right now until Cheech shows back up.
What's up?
Hey, what's going on, mister?
Not too much. Yeah, doing all right. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, actually I can.
Yeah, all right, that's cool. Good. Yeah, I wasn't sure about my mic level.
Well, you look okay. Let's put it this way: you look like you have a better setup right now than you had in the.
Oh yeah, I was just on the laptop before. Yeah. Honestly, my phone is probably the best streaming camera I have, which is sad, but yeah.
So the whole idea of this whole thing was to celebrate this man's birthday, and
back
and let people come on and
hey, happy birthday.
Thanks, man.
Let people,
cheers to you.
Yeah, let some people come on and wish him happy birthday and stuff. Then I got notified, hey, some Kentucky Spirit.
Yeah, Warehouse A, yeah.
And then I was notified this afternoon that my sister-in-law's grandfather passed away. So it was something where I told my brother that I was going to do because her grandfather was a very good man, a great man, freaking really cool dude. I love sitting around and when he was when other people wouldn't listen to his stories because I was in the military, I'd sit there for whenever I was around him, I'd always ask him something about, his time in the military, or I'd always sit and listen to whatever he had to say because, wisdom's wisdom, man, freaking, and he was really freaking cool. So I was like, I'm going to do something for him, no matter, even if it's just something that's just a little picture and a freaking raisin of a glass, I was going to do that. So, but
yeah, both of my grandfathers were in World War II, but they both died before I was even 10 years old. So I didn't get to hear any of that. I didn't get any of that stuff from them. Yeah, it's sad. Yeah.
So, and then, so it's like, so I wanted to do that, but my main thing this morning was, it's Cheech's birthday. I'm going to mess with Cheech. And I hope everybody liked my presentation. I hope that, once I save it to YouTube, that for years and years to come, Cheech can go back and get a good laugh out of it. I hope that Jen sees it tomorrow and thinks it was cool. So now officially, Cheech is the same age as me. I'm still technically a few months older, but he's number to number, it's the same. So now I don't feel like the oldest in the group anymore. But I'm going to go ahead and bring on yet somebody else.
I just look the oldest.
Yeah. So, by the way, if nobody saw it the other night, I was offered $200. Cheech was there. I was offered $200 to change the color of this to black.
Wow.
And then John Trombetta jumped in and said, I'll throw another 50 at it. So I was offered this. So if everything goes to plan and Chris remembers that he said it and I can give him the timestamp, that I'm going to go ahead and, okay.
Just for a minute.
Yeah. Cheech is just running like around here. I think he just keeps on locking up. There you go. Are you still there, Cheech?
Yeah. I think I caught something from the Mash and Drum stream. It seemed like they were having connection problems online too. I think it's actually something with StreamYard. I'm getting StreamYard errors everywhere.
So far I've been all right. So it'll get to me eventually. It's probably working from the East Coast, the Eastern seaboard this way, and eventually, in 3 hours it'll hit me. But I'll be gone by then.
Well, I'm going to bring 6 minutes left in my birthday. Yeah. So let's make it 6 minutes. I'll be happy.
Hey, Cheech, did you decide if you're going to build a PC or not?
I have not decided yet. I've actually started streaming just from my iPad, and it seems to work better than the conglomeration of equipment I had set up. Yeah. It seems a little easier, but I would like to have a little bit higher resolution camera, and I was thinking building a PC specific to streaming might be the way to go. I think you reached out to me and said that you had a graphics card that might be available.
I do, yeah. GTX 1550 Ti. Yeah, it's plenty for doing OBS stuff or whatever. Yeah, and resale value like $50. I mean, it's not even it's nothing special,
right?
But it's enough for what you need. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Like I've been a Mac guy for like the last 20 years. And,
sure, yeah.
I've thought about building PCs just for certain, particular projects. And obviously with the OBS, everything I hear about OBS, it's more geared towards the PC user than the Mac user. Mac users tend to have a little problem with OBS. But StreamYard's working for me right now, so I'm going to stick with that. And like I said, I'm considering building the PC. I'll certainly reach out to you if that's the route I decide.
Yeah, because video cards, you can't find anything right now. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like it's so crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because I had.
It's like whiskey,
Right. Yeah. Worse. It's worse. Way worse than bourbon. Yeah. I can still find bourbon I want to drink. You can't find a video card. Yeah.
Yeah. I ended up actually because I couldn't buy a card when I wanted to get to build a computer.
Mm-hmm.
I ended up buying a laptop. I bought a MSI laptop that had a 2070 in it.
Nice, yeah.
It only cost me it was on sale at I don't know what it was, Micro Center or whatever it was for like $1,100, which was basically what I was going to be putting into a freaking into a build anyway in general. So I was like, you know what? It's a laptop. It's portable. I can move shit from here to there, and it's an i7 10 gen. It's an i7 10 gen with freaking a 2070 Ti in it. Yeah. So I got more than enough. It's a gaming computer. I was like, it's got more than enough with freaking to do this. And all I did was I went and spent a couple $100 on a freaking 43-inch TV, made it a second monitor, and I'm good to go. So Mr. Whiskey Shits is here.
Cheers, Cheech. Happy birthday, buddy.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thanks, bro.
I think there's a couple other people that want to talk to Cheech too. Let's go ahead and bring on
Cheers,
Bobby.
Cheech. Happy birthday, buddy.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Hey, Bob.
And a couple other people that want to talk to Cheech too. Let's go ahead and bring on. Somebody needs to
mute their audio. Yeah, whatever, yeah.
And
Happy birthday,
Cheech too. Let's go
Yeah,
ahead
it's
and
Bobby.
Somebody needs to.
Mute
Thanks,
their
Bobby. Pour a little something.
Yep, it was Bobby.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bobby, you got a window open. Okay, there you go.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Mr. Whiskey Shits, I got that 111 cask. Get that out tomorrow or the next day to you.
Woo, awesome,
You know what?
Yeah.
Guess what? Since it's a celebration, let me go ahead and grab this. I got a package in the mail the other day. It was from Mr. Whiskey Shits. So let me go ahead and actually open it.
John T, I see you down there, buddy.
Hey, Church. Hey, Cheech. How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. Good to see you. Thanks
Fellow
for joining the
old guy.
party. Thank you. I don't feel old. I don't look old.
Oh,
I
he's
don't
got the-
either, unfortunately.
John T's got that pingree.
So,
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
How do we determine what's old?
Well, let's put it this way. Right now, if I was to guess, I'm just going to guess. I'm thinking Adam's probably the youngest. And Bobby, you're actually probably, well, I don't know how old Lava Man is. I never asked him. Like he says, he looks old, which means maybe he's, maybe
I'm
he's
40.
old. Yeah, you're 40?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it would be.
Well, I look good.
So Adam, how?
It's just
Adam,
the gray,
how-
man. It's
how
just the
old are you,
gray.
Adam?
I'm pretty.
Just
Don't
for
get
men.
it twisted. Yeah.
Let's hear the guesses. How old do you guys think I am?
I'm gonna say 29.
I'm gonna say
28,
36. 36.
You're both
on,
under.
jump in.
I'm 38.
Okay, so you're still the youngest, and then Lava Man, then Bobby, then me and Cheech, and I think John, if I'm not mistaken, is 52 or 53. I think he's like a year or two older than me.
Yeah, 53, but I
Yeah.
count backwards after 50, so I'm
Okay,
like
so you're
47 now.
Okay.
Yep.
Mr. Cheech,
What's up,
how
John
old are you?
T? Cheers, buddy.
Cheers.
Cheech, how old are you today?
51.
50. You're not that far. You know what? You're not that far ahead of me.
Look what I got.
That's a nice bottle to open on your birthday for sure.
Yeah, I'm not opening until Saturday, though. Because Saturday's my anniversary.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, okay, well.
Saturday's my anniversary.
So-
20
so
years
if
with the
I'm-
same
if
person,
I'm-
so.
If I'm
You gotta
correct,
share.
it's
Nice.
John T,
Yeah.
the Matt, it's Stan,
Special.
Cheech, and then me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Stanley,
something like
Get it
that.
out already.
So Adam, Mr. Whiskey Shit, sent me a Booker's 2021-01 sample. And he sent me, now, Adriana, if you're here, you see this later, don't get all upset, but he sent me the Knob Creek 12-year.
Oh, yeah.
She ain't gonna be
That's
terribly upset. I just sent her a Knob Creek store pick rye of 115.
Yeah, I saw the picture. She posted the picture of it.
Who's got the ESPN app on?
I've got about 25% of a Knob Creek 9-year store pick left. So good.
Yeah, nice.
Sorry, that was me just getting UFC updates.
What's going on with the UFC? It's in my hometown in my town in a couple of weeks. We might go.
They're just talking about what's his name? I can't remember pronounce his name. Khabib. They're talking about a Misha. Yeah, Misha Tate is coming out of retirement for the fight there in Denver in a couple weeks, and then they're still trying to get Khabib to come back to fight, and he's like, it's not happening. He says, I might train somebody, but I'm done.
Good night, Adriana.
That means the money's not enough. That's
Is Adriana here? So it's like really funny, right? So I literally if anybody knows me, knows that I've been on the hunt for the Knob Creek. Well, this is the Wild Turkey Rare Breed Barrel Proof Rye. Because I've had one and I drank it so fast I couldn't find another. And so I got one in that I just gave away on the mash and drum. Only because I know I have 2 more coming. So if you haven't had a chance to get the Knob Creek Rare Breed barrel proof rye. Let me tell you, I put it toe to toe. Me and a buddy of mine, we put it head to head. This versus the Michter's toasted barrel release and the Michter's barrel proof rye. Man, it was right. It was right there. It's delicious, and it's like I just got it, and I can't even open it because I already gave it away. I literally got it today, and I gave it away today.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
You didn't even take a drink out of it yet and reseal it. No.
No, I don't resell anything, right? You know,
Or no, I mean reseal it after you take a pour out of it.
no, I know I have a couple more.
Rectify it real quick. Just add a little water back in. You fine. You get good.
yeah, titration. Just do some titration.
Listen, I know that if I got something, I would want it to be, you know, you know.
I know I'm the same way.
All the things I have to say that would be like YouTube appropriate, but to me, if I'm going to send something, I ain't going to touch it.
The only open bottle I want is Beagle Rare 2. That's the only open bottle I want.
I've had like, you know,
So
I've
real
won
quick.
a lot of stuff, and Stanley has too. We both have been like really fortunate and like winning like weird stuff out of nowhere.
Yeah, I got that 13-year father and sons from Jason when I won a month or so ago.
I got a 1972 Cream of Kentucky.
Oh.
Yeah, I do have a barrel proof rye and a rare breed rye and a rare breed bourbon. But so Bobby, here's the thing though.
Yeah.
You chose to give away something that you bought specifically did not give away. So therefore, you know, because truthfully, I am anybody out there, I in search of ISO, whatever you want to say, a Wild Turkey 101 rye. Because
I get you that tomorrow.
I can see it. Yeah, I'll let
Because here in California,
It's on the shelf here. Yeah, it's totally on the shelf.
here in California, that 101 Wild Turkey rye, you can't find it. And if you find it, it was $29 when I bought my last bottle. It's been 2 months, and it's been almost a month since I actually finished it, and it's going for $45 to $50 a freaking bottle.
Oh no, $30 here all day, bro. No problem.
Yeah, I just bought one.
Yeah, like no problem. Yeah.
Stanley,
Cool.
I got you.
Yeah. You know, I'm in Ohio. It is not even $30.
Is that a 1 liter or a 750? Because some people have been getting 750s. It's really
No,
weird.
this is
The 1 liter.
This is the 175.
Oh shit.
Hold on, let me look.
That's 1
Oh,
liter.
this is 1 liter. Yeah.
1 liter.
Yeah, unfortunately, they don't make handles of 101 rye, or else I would just go ahead and find a way of buying a couple handles, and that would last me a while. But
Richie, why'd you time out Sugar Kitty?
I've got 7 bottles of Early Times bottled in bond right now, and I buy one every time I go to the store.
All right, let me see what she
literally
wrote.
lava, man. I give that bottle away to people. It's such a great bottle.
Hey,
No, it's
Stanley.
good. It's amazing. Yeah.
Stanley, you ready for a pour?
I haven't opened it up yet. I'm gonna have to fight with it. Fight with the freaking wax real quick. But
All right. Let me know. Let me know when you're ready.
let me get
That wax
this.
is horrible.
Let me get that early times out of my freaking glass.
You try that hot water trick. That's what some people do. Just run under hot water for a minute and it peels
Yeah, I
off more
heard that
easily.
the other day.
Yeah,
I
but
just want to be the dumbass
that's
that gets water in my bourbon. Or my
like the wax on the limited batch 2 rye, cast strength rye. That is it's bad even for Knob Creek wax.
Wait a
It
second.
was like the worst.
That's it.
So
This is
bad.
This is literally impossible. There's no way.
Richie
what?
accidentally timed out Sugar Kitty.
Did you just peel that off clean?
Number one, I peeled it freaking clean. Not one bit of wax broke off.
What?
This must be the new wax they've been talking about.
I did hear. Yeah, I heard they changed the wax recently. Yeah, that's
No,
crazy.
no.
Shit.
That's that Utah drop. We get the good wax out here.
Holy
I need
Wait a
you.
second.
This wax. Does that come off clean?
Oh yeah.
On the Michter's?
Not one. Look at that. That fucking shit's clean
I had
all
to
the way
use a
around.
knife on mine.
How the
Hey,
fuck?
so
did
listen,
that-
real easy, right? Every wax come off clean if you have a cigar torch.
Right. Yeah.
That's true.
That's
You keep
true.
that shit up.
Whew. So, Cheech, did you grab yourself any bottles or anything when you were at St. Augustine today?
I've been to this distillery before, and it was a completely different experience today because of, we don't have a lot of COVID restrictions where we are, but the tour itself was not a tour like it used to be. It used to be a guided tour, and along the tour you would have tastings in each different room. But because of COVID and, social distancing, it was more of a self-guided tour, so it was a lot more stripped down. You still got to go into each of the rooms, and there were still some tastings. They were really pushing their mixers today. They do have great mixers that are 100%, pesticide free. They make them fresh. They don't have a shelf life. There's no preservative in them. So if you're into mixed drinks, we did have a mule that was pretty good today, and I forget what the other one was, but their mixers were stellar, but they weren't doing any tastings of just straight bourbons or straight whiskeys. Unfortunately, it was everything they were doing tastings on was a mixed drink. Now, I've had some of their other offerings, and I don't want to say I'm not impressed with the St. Augustine distillery, but it's actually cheaper for me to go 20 miles away and buy their products at a store than it is to buy them at this distillery. So they kind of have a pretty high markup to get it there. You would think it'd be cheaper, but it's a good 20 or 30% more expensive to purchase.
Well, a lot of states, they have higher prices for the distillery direct stuff because they don't have that second level of distributorship and get the taxes from that. So they're like, oh, well, you're going to sell it directly. It's going to be 20% instead of the normal 10 or whatever,
Right.
All right. Let me I'm going to go ahead and bring on, just before I bring on Bourbon, I'm going to go ahead and tell, so Simon Del Vecchia, Daniel, thanks for joining. If I missed anybody, please speak up. Simon, do me a favor, contact Ken. Tell Ken to get his ass on here.
The Aussies. So the Aussies. I'm big in
Australia. We're going to go ahead and bring on old Bourbon. I guess he's home from driving because he said he was he wanted to get home and get a drink, and now he's got a drink in his hand. So,
just poured.
Ben, good to
cheers, Bourbon.
Yeah, this is a heavy pour rocks glass kind of night.
Yeah.
Wow, that kind of day, huh?
Going into it,
my 15th pour of the day. I'm well in.
Damn it, that's how my day's going. Even freaking whiskey ain't going down right.
Oh.
God damn it. All right.
So, Mr. Whiskey Shits, I got the 12 poured.
Hold up.
Cheers.
Hold up.
Okay.
Oh, you're pouring the 12. Nice.
So, Mr. Top Leave, I take it. So your day didn't go so great. So,
all right, buddy.
Okay, Daniel just asked. This is a good one. Cheers. Damn, that doesn't. Oh, I forgot it's 100 proof. I'm sitting there going, damn, that shit doesn't have freaking any kind of kick to it. I forgot it was tastes good as fuck though.
What did Michelle say?
It's good stuff.
So Daniel says, Stanley, how do we time out a wrench?
You have to demod them. Yeah.
Oh man.
Hey Michelle, that's yours right there.
Oh.
Well, what'd she win from you, or are you guys exchanging?
Oh, you got it.
Who just dropped off? I'm trying to think.
You found it today.
Bobby did.
Bobby, yeah.
Oh, there you go.
One of those
Bobby's back. What is it with you people in Ohio? You people in Ohio freaking just losing it. I also got Mr. Whiskey Shit sent me that bottle of Knob Creek in a sample. I still got to send some stuff back to him. My brother bought me. I mean, these last couple of weeks have actually turned out pretty good. Freaking people sending me stuff out of nowhere. I was contacted by somebody off of my Insta. Well, he's here. He comes in this chat. He's on YouTube too. His name's JD Bourbon Approach.
Bourbon Approach.
Yeah, he contacted me and said asked me if I had any Nassif Family Reserve, and I was like, no. And he goes, well, pick one, 3 or 6. And I'm like, what? I said, well, I guess 6 is the latest, so I'll go ahead and grab 6. And he's like, okay. And so I guess he's sending me a NASA Reserve number 6. So that's really cool. And then on Instagram the other night, the Hood Sommelier and Single Barrel Snob on their show, I was on there for a little bit, and I just told them that I wanted to talk to them about possibly putting some flights together so that I could do it on Instagram and do it with Hood Sommelier on Instagram, and then do a flight with. And they're like, "Oh, what? You don't have any flights? People aren't sending you blinds?" I'm like, "Well, no, because I haven't really asked for them." And he's like, "Anybody here? Where's your address? What's your address? Do they need DM you?" I just told him, I said, "Hey, freaking, my address is on my about section of my YouTube. That way, at least they'll go over to my YouTube channel, and maybe I'll get a couple more people to follow." And so some other people
That's a heck of a tater sticker there, Cheech.
Yeah, I was going to say
what was
something.
that?
I was waiting for Stan.
Oh, that's right. I can't shut the fuck up. I forgot.
Speaking
Well,
of
it's your
which,
channel.
Stanley,
You're allowed not to shut the fuck up.
Oh, that's that
That's
Chattanooga.
That's more that Chattanooga single barrel. Yeah, it's
That's
got tater
Chattanooga
sticker on it.
111?
Hilarious.
Fine.
I had the
I'll see
111
your
earlier.
tater, and I'll tater you up.
All right. Oh yeah, that's a
Hey.
good one.
hey Stanley, I poured you a blind last night, by the way.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, and it's got a theme and everything.
Okay, cool.
Uh-oh.
I appreciate that.
Hey, Cheech, is that the
I
Chattanooga?
I just need
What's that, Bobby?
need to get an envelope to send you your beard oil.
Okay.
Is that the Chattanooga 111?
No, this is a single barrel. I did have the 111 earlier. I love that Chattanooga stuff. It's so good. The
Yeah,
I mean,
199 is stellar.
I think they're probably the best craft distillery going right now. Like that's doing their own stuff and actually like has their own product fully. And I mean, and I'm just waiting on Forbes or the fucking World Spirits competition to fuck it all up for everybody. Like,
Right,
cause,
catch on.
like a lot of people haven't even gotten it yet, and like, because I'm sitting in the bottle of Mr. Whiskey shits because he can't get it where he's at. And and I mean, everybody, like, man, it's so good. It's so good.
Well, I think
went to
that's
10.
crazy. I mean, the thing that's going around is that, you have Chattanooga 111 coming out there and people are like raving over it. And you haven't even hit like the premier mash bill as far as, well, the mash is fine, but the years aren't.
Right.
If they were able to put a non-year statement on it, but they have to, but if they didn't have a non-year statement, it's arguably some really good stuff. But some people might be deterred on the idea that they have to put that year statement on it.
Well, okay, so year statement. The thing is like when it comes to year statements, some whiskeys and some companies need that freaking year, that statement, because I mean, okay, not saying need that statement, but people go away from it when the statement disappears, because then they don't know if they're putting in a 5-year instead of a freaking 8-year. Some of these companies
They don't know how much they're cutting it and with what.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
The thing with the Chattanooga 111 is what your low end bottom is, and that's very deterring to people that are taters. People that are chasing something are not going to look at Chattanooga 111.
All right, so real quick, Sugar Kitty asked me a question. And so it says, the mash bill, what's your favorite vinyl album you don't have? Well, it's really easy. I don't have vinyl albums. The only ones I have are either picture discs or vinyl albums from bands that I've had signed. And they're all like mostly recently, other than my creator albums, which I have like Pleasure. I'm trying to think what the name of the album is. I have like 3 signed creator albums, but other than that, I've never been a big collector of vinyl. When I did have vinyl, that all disappeared. It might still be at my parents' house, like my Kiss albums and stuff. I don't know. It could be in the rafter somewhere. So I really don't have any vinyl albums. I don't even have a record player. I like to collect ones to display. All my stuff is all literally, I've got thousands, like 1,000 plus CDs. I've got crates of them sitting in the living room right now. And a lot of times I don't even break the seals on them. They're all still a lot of them are still in plastic. When I find them, I buy them brand new, and I just keep collection. So I at least have a backup of all the stuff I really like, so that if anything ever happens to my computer and stuff, I still have the music. I can download it and stuff like that. I've got I've got almost 16 terabytes of downloaded music from back in the days. Let's just say back in the days of things like LimeWire and Napster and stuff like that. Oh yes, that is freaking sick. That's the creator.
Pleasure to Kill.
Yeah,
It's a
Pleasure
great
to Kill.
album cover. Such a great album cover.
Yeah, and then
You guys,
you
guys need to get on your vinyl. What is up with you guys? Okay, Stanley, you're older than me. You know there's
okay. So here's the thing.
scratchy
Here's
vinyl.
the thing with vinyl. Guess what? Today's vinyl isn't fucking vinyl. It's not. It's freaking this 188 gram freaking monstrosity that freaking you can actually curl to freaking build muscle and stuff like that.
180 gram.
But they're also, but if you have, I mean, because so I've heard, okay, let's just say I've heard double platinum. Kiss Alive 2 on both 180 gram and the originals. And you can still blatantly tell the difference between 180 gram. I mean, the remasters and all this other shit like that that's been done. It's great, but I still like that scratch pop of freaking the originals when I do listen to
the
them.
original Kiss Alive, side 3 with Christine 16 on it. That's such a great album.
I went to look for it, but I can't find it in this mess of unorganized vinyl behind me. But I have a copy of Iron Maiden's Live After Death, the double LP.
Yeah, the one where Nico plays too fast the whole time, and they're all dying to catch their breath because Nico won't slow the fuck down. I think Nico might have
Frank
back then.
Look, he's got the Frank Sinatra vinyls.
There you go. Old
Dean
school.
Martin.
Dino. I feel like I'm.
If you're gonna play Schooner, if you're gonna drink whiskey, you have to have Schooner music. What do you? Listen,
Oh, crooner music, you mean?
you guys are
Crooners. Bobby slurring everything.
Most of what's in the shelf behind me is from like the late 60s to the mid 80s, and it's all funk, soul, and disco. I bought a collection
I
from
love
this guy.
Soul and disco.
Yeah, man, I bought a collection, and I was living in Atlanta, and it was on Craigslist, and my friend was like, yo, you should go check this out. And it was this woman and her daughter, and it was her late husband's collection, who was a DJ, like a radio DJ for like 30 years. Yeah, and so everything's like, yeah, like everything is in super good condition. It was all like, yeah, and they were like, we don't want to sell this to somebody who's gonna like just like turn around and flip it on eBay. Where I was like, no, there's tons of good stuff in it. No, I need all of this.
So I'm going to show you my favorite thing to play when someone comes into HQ, and it is not meant to be like anything other than just like really good time, old timey music. So if anybody's butthurt,
The Canadian Brass?
I will.
Chuck Mangione?
Literally, I'm spending time to make sure I do not want to like make anybody upset.
You can't offend. If somebody gets offended by music, they need to figure it out.
The music is like straight up.
Burlesque music.
That's an awesome old record. Yeah, no, come on, nobody's gonna be upset by that.
It's just burlesque music.
When you listen to old time burlesque, it is some of the best. Just sitting down, sipping a drink.
All of those records are uncredited jazz greats.
Yeah, they are. They're
that's what it is. Yeah, I mean, it's not some other group of people that were playing this music. It's people but yeah, just on a random record.
It's like a combination of like jazz and blues blended. And I'm a blues jazz guy, and I listen. My play. All you have to do is go on Spotify and find me. You'll find my playlist, and it's blues, jazz, and schooner music. Some people.
One of my favorite things about getting older is like this whole YouTube reaction thing, where people are like just hearing about Stevie Ray Vaughan. They've never seen him before ever, and like I'm like, oh, you don't even know. Like, yeah, you don't even know what's going on right now. Yeah, like it's so funny to watch. Yeah, I'm like, oh man, y'all seriously don't know about any of this? Like, y'all never heard of any of these people? Like,
oh no, I mean,
wow.
I run into people all the time at like music stores and at guitar stores and everything else that are real easily when I bring up something like there was a Buddy Guy signature white polka dotted freaking Fender that was hanging on the wall. It was like $3,500 used. It was like freaking signed by him on the back of the neck, all kinds of shit like that. Wow, yeah. And the guy's like, who the hell's Buddy Guy? And I'm like, oh, what? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, you shouldn't even be allowed in the Guitar Center.
I mean, do you know who?
Like, you don't
I
have to
mean,
be a huge fan, but like you've never heard the name. Like, yeah, come on, man, come on.
you know, people that have never heard of Clapton, people that have never heard, you know,
Oh.
Master of Reality. There you go. Freaking.
That was a
people
Christmas
that-
present for my awesome wife.
Jeff Beck, freaking. I mean, stuff like that. But my favorite one is Johnson, freaking Eric Johnson. Somebody tell me they don't know who it is, and they've never heard the song "Cliffs of Dover," and I'm like,
Get out.
guitar.
You need
I'm
to
like,
get out.
I love guitar. I said, wait a second. So
Like, yeah,
how do you not? I mean, or even not even just Stevie Ray. His brother is a freaking Jimmy Vaughn's a freaking
Jimmy
awesome
Vaughn,
guitarist.
killer, yeah, absolutely.
You know what's funny, Stan, is that like I was out in my storage shed the other day and I was like, I probably need to bring this in. I have the Kiss double platinum.
Yeah, I've had that. That's freaking
Sitting in my
the silver
Yeah,
one with the
silver
freaking
one.
embossed
Sitting in
freaking
my
faces and
storage.
stuff. Yeah.
It's sitting out in the storage because my daughter used to use it as something she put on the wall, but she put it on the wall of her apartment with this in it. They weren't out. And I was like, wait, they're still here, and they've never been touched. They've never been scratched, nothing. And I had an old timey like setup in the HQ, right? The HQ is my bar. And
Yeah.
it's not a little bar. It's pretty significant. But you know, I have the old LPs playing, and we sit around. I have the bourbon barrels, and people's like, "You still play scratchy music?" And I was like, "Oh, it's the best." So,
Yeah, I had double platinum. I had a live too. I had I had most of the Kiss albums all the way up through, I want to say Unmasked, and then
yeah.
after Unmasked and freaking Torpedo Girl made me decide that I wasn't going to buy another Kiss album. Freaking, then it got into the Lick It Up phase, and then I was all in on the '80s. I was all in on the '80s no makeup phase because it was just the songs were perfect for freaking hair metal. I mean,
They really were.
let's put the X and Sex, freaking Revenge,
Tears are falling.
Tears Are Falling. Those were all perfect '80s hair metal band songs
They
that
really
went
are.
right along with everybody else. So that was my era. So that was my favorite era of Kiss. I mean, I love everything about Kiss, but you know, but I'm also, if you told me I had to choose between Kiss and Ace Frehley, I'm going to pick Ace Frehley all the time, and I'll listen. And if I could never listen to another Kiss album, as long as I get to listen to freaking Ace Frehley sing New York Minute and freaking New York Groove and the Frehley's Comet albums, I'm good. I liked Ace Frehley when he was in freaking Kiss. I loved his freaking solo album and from Kiss, and then I liked everything he's done with Frehley's Comet and himself since then. So
one thing I'll say about vinyl in general is just that like I'm an IT professional, like I'm a tech guy, have been like 20 years, but vinyl is the only long-term storage medium that we have for audio that we know lasts 100 years.
Right.
If it's stored properly, yes.
Yeah, I'm saying, that we know will last that long. We know it will. Yeah, and so all this digital, whatever. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, like all this digital stuff. I mean, like Spotify goes away. What happens? Nothing. Like you just don't have that music anymore. Like Apple Music decides to shut down. You just don't have that anymore.
Well, look at freaking Universal Media Group, UMG. They had that fire in Los Angeles, and they lost freaking the masters.
All the masters, yeah, the crazy,
90% of the masters, 90% of their entire catalog is gone.
Okay, so listen, I love music as much as Stan and Cheech and Lava Man. Anybody here, right? What are y'all drinking? Let's get back to some like booze.
Yeah. I am drinking Kentucky Spirit, Warehouse A.
Yeah.
Cheech has already went ahead and flexed his rare breed rye in your face, so he's drinking that.
That Pingree John T. Woo!
Yeah, I have one also, but I'm waiting to.
Is that the Fusion one, Bobby?
This
that you opened?
Yeah, so I opened Fusion Series 3. I cracked it for the first time on my blends day. I went through and did a blend. I did a
Yeah.
I don't know what the proper term is for the nonsense I did tonight. I did a
ridiculous.
I did a George Thoroughbred, right? I did a bourbon and a Scotch and a whiskey. And so I did
watched
a.
that.
Oh,
Now,
that's
I will
that's
say-
Bobby. Bobby, that blend is called a clusterfuck.
that blend is called awesome.
Charles,
I didn't say it might not have been awesome. I'm just saying clusterfuck's a really good name for that.
You're not wrong. In military terms, it's definitely a clusterfuck.
Fubar, yeah.
So I will say though, it definitely was tweaked
got,
from
Ben?
the idea of being a bourbon, right? Because I did a malted whiskey, and the malted whiskey is not technically a bourbon. But if you take that and blend it, pretty damn good.
Cheech is gonna go get a different bottle to flex on freaking Bourbon because Bourbon's sitting there throwing something across the screen nobody was catching. What is it? Is that was for a second there I thought it was Pig Leg
Put
Porker,
up,
but it's
Bourbon.
not. What is it?
That's all bourbon does.
No.
What did
He
what
just
did
sits
you
there
just
and
show?
waits until he can pass crazy bottles in front of the camera.
What did you just show?
What
What
did
did you just show?
What did Bourbon throw up there?
Did I pick? No, that's not what you
Who
showed.
buy?
Show me the.
What you
We
showed
saw
earlier.
we saw that shit last week. What was that you just put in front of the screen?
Don't make me throw
Fuck you,
older
old
shit.
pelican.
I could have sworn it was Pig Leg Porker. No, it's the Smoke Wagon. Oh, son of a bitch.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
smoke.
the fine.
That's a rare. That's rare and limited. That's rare and limited. That's a blue. That's a blue metal. That's a rare. And
Yeah,
limited right
and what it's going for now on secondary is ludicrous.
Well, you
Yeah.
quit showing that shit, Bourbon.
Well, no, but see, the
Good
thing
grab,
is
buddy.
Bourbon's not putting it up on secondary. He's going to drink it. Freaking
I'm either gonna drink it or share it. One or the other.
right.
I
Yeah,
only
no.
have one bottle I got to put on secondary, and that's because it could get me a car. So
Hey, Bourbon, let's be better friends.
Is that capital gains taxes? I don't know how that works. What is that, like appreciating whiskey bottles? What does that count for? I don't know.
So
I
Richie
don't
Z
know.
just
I way overpaid on that bottle, and now it's stupid.
okay. So
It's like-
Richie Z just brought up something real quick. He brought up a name that I've been listening to all week long. I brought him up on my last live last Saturday, I think it was. But I've been listening to Glenn Hughes. I've been listening to Dead Daisies and California Breed all week long, and some old Deep Purple with him and Coverdale, and his short time in Black Sabbath as the bass player, but also as the backup vocalist, just trying to hear his background vocal and everything else. Holy shit, dude! Freaking, I'm all about Glenn Hughes right now. That dude's freaking awesome. And he just turned 69 like a couple weeks ago, I think it was. But so what'd you go grab there, Cheech? Because it seems like every time that screen comes up with just the head icon, you come back with a different bottle.
Well, that was partially to just give my wife a good night kiss.
Oh, okay.
So that's what that was. But
What's up,
of course, I've got other
ADHD?
bottles. Oh, Matt. Good to see Matt Porter.
Yeah, so this week for me, Stanley, was Don Henley and the Eagles is what I've been listening to. Pretty mellow, working, and yeah, so.
Okay, so
Hate the Eagles, man.
I got a question. I got a question for everybody when it comes to some people might not know who. I don't think everybody in here should know who the Eagles are and who Glenn Fry is and who freaking Don Felder,
I don't know.
who Don
I forgot
Felder
about
and
that.
Timothy,
Yeah.
Don Felder, Timothy B. Schmidt, Don Henley, and freaking Joe Walsh. Okay, so Glenn Fry's son now plays Glenn Fry's parts in the Eagles, and they're still planning on doing one last quote unquote one last tour again. From
Hell freezes
from
over again is what they're calling it.
Yeah, hell freezes over again or whatever. Yeah, but
Climate change edition.
if you were to pick
Climate change.
hey, what's up, Matt? Matt, if you want to jump on, Matt, go ahead and jump on. Jump on and wish Cheech a happy birthday. Am I okay? No, there's still everybody's here. So I'm gonna put this out there, and people can get mad at me all they want, but Glenn Fry and Don Henley are not the best freaking part of the Eagles. The best part of the Eagles are Don Felder and freaking
Timothy
Joe
B.
Walsh.
Schmidt.
And Timothy B. Schmidt, too.
Bro.
Well, Timothy B. Schmidt's awesome. What I'm saying is that when you go to what they did outside of the Eagles, solo wise and everything else, and come back, the music that Don Felder continued to do after he left the band, the music that Joe Walsh did before, during, and after he left the band is so much better than anything that Glenn Fry, and I love you, Glenn Fry, Rest in peace. But freaking, and Don Henley ever did. I'm sorry, freaking Joe Walsh is I think that Joe Walsh from
Joe Walsh is the
one
best out of Eagles, yeah, for sure.
was the best. Was the whole
I
Eagles
agree.
man.
Yep. What about
I mean, come on.
Tom Petty? What do you think of Tom Petty?
Tom Petty's freaking awesome. Tom Petty's
I think he's awesome too, man.
Mhm.
Tom Petty's
too bad he passed.
the second worst singer to have one of the greatest groups. The other one is freaking
Yeah.
Bob. The other one's Bob Dylan.
Yeah, exactly.
Bob Dylan is literally the worst singer that's ever been popular. Like, yeah.
Well, think of it this way, right? There's one
I love it, man.
band.
You're onto something there.
Cheech.
Exactly.
Cheech, how you still awake, buddy?
Oh, Cheech is
hitting
the
it hard,
freaking. He's a
man.
machine, dude.
Yeah, I
Cheech is a
never sleep.
machine.
He don't sleep.
I'm a musician. I'm just hitting my stride at this hour.
Plus, it's his birthday. Come on. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
What? Yeah. You going to go
Oh,
sleep
yeah.
early on his birthday?
I know, that's
Oh, my
what I'm saying.
third
He's been
wins.
going all day, dude.
I must
So,
have some Australian blood in me somewhere.
There you go.
No, I was really like James Gang and all other stuff before with Joe Walsh before he joined the Eagles. The solo albums with Rocky Mountain Way and freaking.
I've got some
Life's-
James Gang
Life's been
albums
good.
back here in the shelf behind me. Yeah, got some
Yeah.
James Gang in there for sure. Yeah.
Freaking awesome. Old Forester, dang.
86?
Yeah,
86?
strong,
Wow.
strong flex. Strong flex.
Did any of you guys
Yeah.
see the Mash and Drub earlier today?
Yeah, we
Yeah, I watched both of them.
yeah.
That was
I
the
missed
first
it. I
one
had
with
no
Jackie
idea
was
what
really
was
good.
going
Amazing.
Yeah, that
So
was
cool.
awesome.
That was a cool
Yeah.
thing that happened in the middle of the day. I just got home from the St. Augustine distillery, and I was just about to go out to dinner with my wife and her family. And we just happened. I literally had no idea that Jason was doing that live today. I've been so disconnected since yesterday. And I turned it on, and the very first thing out of his mouth, basically, I mean, he said a couple other words, but he's like, "Let's all wish Cheech Ardolino a happy birthday." I had no idea he was going to do something like that. And then most of that hour plus long stream, it was like birthday love from the whole community, people in chat, Jason. I mean, I was pretty blown away by that.
Hey,
and then,
Yeah,
of course,
but
Jason,
the sad part is they drank that 117 without you not having one in your hand. It's like, oh, hey, here's the cheese, you know. It's
you know, he
like,
said to me
this
the
is
rest of
good
that
stuff,
time,
you
John.
know, and you don't even have it, you know. I mean, come on.
Let's all drink what Cheech doesn't have for his birthday.
Yeah, that's the way it sounded to me, man.
Hold on,
but-
hold on a second, guys.
Yeah,
Hold on.
but
Cheech has something to say real quick about this.
Jason C. hooked up Cheech.
John, I don't know
Oh,
if you
yeah.
heard, but Jason is mailing me the rest of that bottle. I'm getting the
Yeah.
rest of his
Oh, I
sample
heard
of the
that too.
117.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
but he
so-
was drooling
I'm
on
blown
it,
away by
so
that.
he's not giving it
But
to you.
okay, so here's
Yeah.
what's really cool. Here's what's really cool about
He's
it.
not
okay?
giving it to me. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
That was just like for show, I'm thinking. Until you get
No,
it in your hand,
You know what,
I'm
Jason?
thinking,
I
you
know where
know.
he lives.
Yeah, Jason's a stand-up. Jason's definitely a stand-up guy. But
Yeah, I fully
so
expect that Jason
I thought the
will
coolest
do
thing.
that.
I thought the coolest thing was how Jackie Zykan kept on wishing Cheech Ardolino happy birthday, like she knew who Cheech was. And for
Yeah,
Oh, we go way
Cheech
back.
was like, yeah, Cheech was like her best friend and stuff. She kept on bringing up his name. Well, happy birthday to you, Cheech, every time they poured some little bit more birthday
Yeah.
bourbon and shit. That was freaking great.
Yeah.
And then,
Jackie's awesome. That's so cool.
is it just me or did Jackie's Zykan seem like she had kind of almost had like a little bit of a freaking bourbon crush on fucking Jason by the end of that thing?
Oh yeah, yeah. I felt
Holy
that.
crap! She would. I had seen her with other video, I saw their last interview, and I've seen her with the interview with a lot of other people. She just seemed to be so much more comfortable about talking about anything than I've seen her with anybody else. I thought
Which is
that she-
She's probably
surprising.
drinking all day.
Which is surprising because Jason C. didn't even have the V-neck on. He had like a collar shirt and everything.
yeah, I brought that up in the chat, and I was hoping he was going to come on here so I could tell him it was really cool how he was wearing the small collared freaking Dusty Dan freaking whiskey reviews button down instead of the freaking deep V
But you
extra,
know,
extra medium freaking t-shirt.
I think the thing that's important about that, right? They didn't have to say anything at all
No,
on
nothing.
Cheech. So it doesn't matter to what level they said it. It's the idea that they didn't have to say it at all.
And it
And
wasn't
yeah.
it wasn't
Blown
just
away.
them.
They
See, it wasn't just Jason.
still did it. They did it
So-
anyway because, like, so. Cheers to you, Cheech. I mean,
Yeah,
Thanks, Bobby.
you're popular.
Thanks.
Right on, man.
So this morning,
You're a wrench for a reason. Not everybody. Not everybody.
You're a legend, Cheech.
Well, not everybody's a wrench. Right? In the bigger scope of things, right? You have certain people that go out there, and the tube universe and the YouTube channels is actually really small. It's not nearly as big as I think people think it would be. And there's certain people that always show up. They're always there. When you jump on any channel, there's people there. And you have Cheech, you have Richie Z, you have Daniel Houston, you have Ben Demon Hunter. You have this weird group of people
14.
of everything, and they're there.
14.
Yeah.
14.
14. So good.
yeah. So today,
Hey,
just so Cheech, just so you
hey, I
know,
gotta
these are the
ask you
video. What was that, Adam?
Sorry, it's a topic of discussion I gotta ask you guys about something. It's a topic in the chat right now. So on the junkies yesterday, I guess Alec Bradley sent a bullet pick that was a Barton.
It's not a
Did you
Barton.
guys watch the junkie stream?
I
They
did.
were joking that it was Barton. It's not
supposed to be
I
Barton.
don't
four
think it
rows,
was really
right?
a Barton.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Four
so
roses.
I actually just did a pick,
Okay.
I guess 3-4 weeks ago at Bullet. So I can tell you the ins and the outs.
So so Bullet. So from what I understand, not just from last night's stream, but from other people that have brought this up in different other places, there are specific Bullet picks that come from another source other than Four Roses, but they are really, 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 really hard to find. People already have them. There's not something you can just go get off a shelf somewhere. This is something that came from.
Is there?
I don't know what the source is, but it wasn't MGP. It was no. As far as I know, there's no MGP. I heard that there's some Dickel sourced freaking bullet that is like something that happened a while ago that was bought up and nobody has a handle on it. But as far as I know, Four Roses picks Bullet picks are all Four Roses as far as I know. But Ben, like he said, Ben's been there and he's talked to the people. So
this isn't
single
a pick.
barrel.
This is just a single barrel off the shelf. But when I nosed it, it nosed like an MVP. I was like, oh my God. And then I tasted it and I just had in my head Four Roses. So I don't know, man.
Okay, so
It's good though. It's 104 proof. It's tasty.
here's the deal with Bullet. It's very simple. They have an original source, and all their stuff is from one source. They say it's not Four Roses. They have 2 mash bills, a higher rye mash bill and a lower rye mash bill. And they have 5 different yeast strains, a fruitier one, an herbaler one, this one, that. These might sound familiar.
Yeah.
And their store releases, their regular on the shelf releases, are a blend of 2, 4, or 6 of them.
Okay.
And
Yeah, it's
the
good. It's
picks
really good.
are barrel strength, 1 recipe.
So does all the barrel proof come from one distiller, per Ben? So does all the barrel proof come from one distillery, Red
One
Roses?
distillery that is not Four Roses. Just like the 15-year Beam is not from Beam, according to those who have an MDA.
all right, I have a surprise for Cheech. Someone has just joined, and I believe he has something he might want to say to Cheech, or at least to everybody else, because this is the first time he's ever been on one of my streams. And I'm going to bring him on right now. Let's say, everybody say hello to the world's top whiskey taster.
Oh, fucking Matt.
What's that, Matt?
Quarter in the house. What?
All right, who's
The French
Cheech?
best.
Happy birthday,
Son of a
Cheech.
bitch.
Cheech.
You
Son of a
dirty son of a
bitch.
bitch.
Old Charter
Happy birthday,
himself.
dude.
What's up,
Hope you're
Porter?
having a good day.
It's
Well,
been
you're
pretty
up,
excellent, actually.
you're up really, really late there, Matt. Oh, wait, no, sorry. I see some of your lenses that show up at like freaking all weird hours of the day and night.
Dude, that's what I got to do when I'm. It's like
When you get the kids to sleep, right, Matt?
Oh, Matt, no, but see, the thing is anybody that's a patron, which I don't know how many of y'all are that are on the screen right now, but Matt he decided one day that he was going to start doing some lenses. Then all of a sudden, one day I get a notification at like 1 or 2 in the afternoon that there's 12 new lenses from freaking Matt Porter.
That was cool.
And then every day, if I miss a lens, if I miss watching the lens, then it just adds up. To this morning, I missed the last like 3 days, and I had 23 freaking lenses from Matt Porter to watch through.
I've never,
But hey,
ever like spent more time
His
on my
livelihood, man.
than watching Matt. It's like motherfucker, blah blah.
Here we go.
Can't get enough of that.
Hey, so Matt, freaking thank you. I mean, truthfully, thank you for coming on here. That's great. I mean, I know you shout me out and freaking when I show up in the chat and everything else, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that you're taking your time from the thousands of other things that you've got going on to jump on here and wish Cheech a happy birthday and hang out and stuff like that. But you know what? You're part of the reason a lot of us that have channels are doing channels because freaking.
Oh my, hold on a second. I think I know what's going on. Hold on 1 second.
What is he doing now?
Yeah, he's up to something.
Yeah, he's up to something.
No, I'm not. You still hear me?
Couldn't hear
Remember
it the
that.
whole
Yeah,
time.
remember that.
He's got the same
Oh, he's
internet
stuck to the
connection as Wild
window.
Turkey has.
Oh, there.
You know what? You know what makes me happy in this weird, awkward delay? You know what made me happiest? I saw Stanley taking a sip of something. So Stanley doesn't usually talk whiskey at all. He talks like rock and people. And
Yeah.
listen, let's throw some shout out to what you do. You shout out a lot of people.
That's what I'm supposed to do. That's
Yeah,
what,
but
that's what
at
I've
the
chosen to do.
At the same time, the weird thing is that
Cheers.
I see you sipping something. I don't see you ever talking about what you're sipping.
Well, Adam sent me some Knob Creek 12. I had a couple drinks off that. Right now, I decided that I didn't want to get too freaking slammered, so I dropped back down to Old Forester San Francisco Wine Trading Company pick of the 90 proof Old Forester. That's what I'm drinking right now.
Well, I think that one of the things that's important, right? Like I'm interested. I want to know when you're sipping something. What is it that you're sipping, and what do you like? I know that you are always supporting everybody.
That's what brings us all together.
What's your flavor?
I came in, right before Matt got in to one up you on your Fusion with the Disco 2. I got the Disco 2 here.
Yeah.
Pulling that out. Yeah. Bardstown represent. What up?
So before I answer Bobby's question, so to Matt, he's like one of I always say my spirit animal, but he's like one of the people that I freaking really like kind of relate to, because if you've ever seen Matt's collection of bottles and the bottles that he actually has that are actually bottles that people will be like, oh my God, I'll never be able to taste that. They're actually like piled on top of each other inside of a freaking bin that he rummages through to freaking grab shit. And then he has stuff, he has all the stuff right there, has the stuff behind him, but then he has like 400 freaking bottles that are shoved into freaking totes that are just like all over the top of each other, and they don't seem to break when he freaking moves. I knocked a freaking bottle off the freaking. I have a bathroom in this second bedroom. I have a bathroom. There's a counter next to the with the sink and stuff. I knocked a freaking bottle over and shattered it just the other freaking day. Now, was it anything really major? No, it was just a fucking maker's mark. So I'm not really freaking. It doesn't hurt my feelings. But
Which one?
Just a regular ass everyday freaking maker's mark. I was gonna make a kind of a funny video to piss off freaking Trev Wilson, but it didn't happen because I ended up breaking it.
By accident.
Well, I think the thing is that
Or was it on purpose?
there's a bunch of people, right? When you look at like people that have X amount plus, whatever X plus is, well, there's a lot of people have X plus. It doesn't mean that like somewhere out there in the world that like you look at these astronomical numbers. I would have to say that Matt and Cheech and you're yourself, Stan and Ben and John and listen, we all have things that we would look at as like, what's on your everyday shelf? Well, it doesn't cost a lot because there's really good shit that doesn't cost a lot.
Yeah.
And you just isn't a lot. Like I can look, anybody that knows me, I decant like crazy.
Right.
I have
blend decant. Yes.
Yeah.
That's Bobby's
decant like crazy.
Matt's just sitting there freaking going, listen to these motherfuckers.
What in the hell did I get myself into?
But Bobby, you asked me a question.
Well, Matt's got a fish. I got a pelican.
And I want to answer Bobby's question because everybody asks me this question all the time, and I try to avoid it as much as possible. I think my freaking palate is shit. I'm still trying to learn. That's why I've been asking certain people like Jason, and I was going to ask Matt at another point in time that if maybe they could help me to walk through some flights and teach me how to freaking do this shit. But okay, so here's the deal.
Like, no, I got nothing.
So I was a Beam guy. I was a regular Jim Beam white label guy starting off. I bought all the double oaked, all the stuff that's in the Jim Beam line that's Jim Beam labeled. Now I still love that to this day because that's what I started out doing. I still love it to this day. I'll go drink a freaking bonded Jim Beam right now and I'm good with it. But unfortunately, Jason Calori convinced me that Wild Turkey was a freaking way to go. And I started going the Wild Turkey way of Russell's picks and rare breeds.
That is not a bad way to go.
Stuff like that. So I became a turkey fan. I even have the freaking Turkey Strong shirt on right now. But the thing is that I also am a huge fan of Old Forester. I don't have a specific brand or I don't think I have a specific. I think I was lucky enough that because I bought from all kinds of different lines and found what I liked out of each one of the different lines, that I'm lucky enough to not be. The only thing I know I don't like is I'm not a fan of Maker's Mark. I don't particularly care for most of Maker's Mark. If it's a cast strength 46 or a 46, I'm okay with it. Outside of that, I'm not a huge Maker's Mark fan. Period. It's just not my thing.
You don't like the leaders. You don't like the leaders. Yeah. Well,
the thing is, I love Old Elk, and I love Old Elk weeded.
Well, but
I really just don't. And in Wellers, I don't know what the hype. I don't see the hype. I don't see it. Nothing that I've ever tasted from Weller, except for I haven't tasted a full proof yet, so I can't say anything about that. But 107's reserve 12 year, the ones I've tasted, who gives a shit? Why are you going to pay so much for that crap?
Weller Special Reserve is a $30 bottle. Period.
One of the worst things I've ever tasted in my life was Pappy 10, or I'm saying Old Rip 10. That's one of the worst things I've ever tasted, to me at least.
Well,
okay.
You know what the thing is that I think in the tube universe, right? So when you look at the tube universe, it's really small. It's really small, and it's perfectly okay to be whatever it is you like. So it sounds like the weeders don't really do it for you. Maybe a high proof weeder, but outside that, if you say, hey, listen, we're full proof, I don't like as well as Evan Williams Bottle and Bond. I don't think there's people that's going to be butthurt about that, right?
There's something good in every distillery, So, what I try to do is, get the best from each distillery, try them out, and then go there and collect that, All right. So, I'm not really distillery or brand, So.
I will say,
happy birthday, Cheech.
So hold on a second, just real quick. Matt came on here to wish Cheech a happy birthday. Matt, it's your floor. Go ahead and say everything you wanted to say. Anything. I appreciate you coming on here. I'm sorry that I and others have, like you've been sitting down there being really super patient. You came on here for a reason. If the floor is yours, take care. Do what you do.
I don't believe you're done yet.
But this is what Matt does.
This is just a shit show.
Everybody, shh. It's officially Matt's floor. Nobody says anything until Matt gets done with saying what he has to say.
Nope. Not done.
Happy birthday, Cheech.
Thank you, buddy.
That's how
you're the best.
Hey, Freaking Matt.
enough.
Everybody fears Cheech.
Matt, truthfully, Matt, I really do want to do a collab with you someday if you ever get the chance, and you get some time in your schedule. I really would like to, at least at a minimum, just have a conversation between me and you about some stuff. All right?
Sounds
Matt,
good.
I was so expecting you.
I love you, man.
Typical Matt voice. That was so not like your.
Matt.
What? I've got a thing in my ear. I can't tell how loud I'm talking. Is it loud?
No,
No.
not at
You're
all.
perfect.
I was waiting for you to be like, Cheech. Happy birthday.
I had to speak up because Stanley won't stop talking, and if I say something, he's just going to talk over the top of it.
Just talk.
So I should
over
probably just scream it. Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
I'm learning to just jump in on top of smacks. I'm just like, I'm gonna talk because you're just gonna,
Yep.
you're not gonna stop if I'm just gonna talk.
It's cool though. I like
Me too.
to Stanley talk. All right, guys. Have a good night.
Thanks, Matt.
Later,
Love
Matt.
you, buddy.
Yeah.
Good seeing you,
Matt.
Dave.
Yeah.
Thank you for stopping by,
Cheers,
Matt.
Matt.
See, that's the worst thing is that even when I don't say anything, people still say I talk too fucking much. So, and if I do talk too much, hey,
We will
Whoever
talk over
said-
you. We will talk over you. Like that's what I'm learning.
We
Yeah,
will.
I will-
See, that's
I
nice
will-
too.
yes,
That's-
I'm just
This
gonna
guy
start talking
will
over
just
you.
be like, shh.
So, I mean, there's only one other person on this panel that talks as much, if not more, than me, and we don't want to say any names, but his name rhymes with Bourbon Battalion. But
Yeah.
so, but thank you to
can always
whoever
mute
sent me.
people, Stanley.
Thank you to whoever sent me the message in chat telling me to let Matt say what he needed to say because he was sitting there waiting for a break to say what he wanted to say before getting off because it is extremely late where he's at. He does have kids he has to get up and take care of in the morning and stuff. So thank you for doing that.
He was
You know who
being
you
kind.
are.
Well,
So
Now everybody's gonna
And
be
I-
quiet.
and I, and the thing is too is that I appreciate that. That's why.
We're waiting for Stanley.
No, you guys can talk all you fucking want. All right, don't wait for me.
so Stanley, if your brother does show up, his only acceptable screen name is Swag Junior.
No, that's my okay. So here's what's weird. Okay, so I have three brothers. Okay, one lives in New Mexico. I get along with him because he's my brother, but he's not as bad as my sister. So therefore, he's up in the ranks. So I don't get along with my sister. She openly admits it. She sent me a text the other day saying, "I know we don't get along, but I love you anyway," just out of the blue. So I'm like, okay, well at least you realize I don't really care to be around you much. So freaking my other two brothers, which are my two baby brothers, John and Martin, they're like the closest thing to best friends that I have next to my cousin. So I lived with one of them for a really long time. The other one goes to concerts would go to concerts with me all the time and everything else. And the one is actually the one that I shouted out his wife's grandfather earlier at the beginning of this. Martin.
So the screen name works then.
Well, but Martin is also okay. I'm 6'4", right? Martin is 6'6", and he weighs about a half, if less, almost less than half of what I weigh. So he's like this tall, skinny guy. So calling him Junior when he's so much bigger, taller than I am is kind of weird.
No. That's exactly how it should work.
Yeah, but you can take
when
him
you call
out,
when you call some huge dude tiny. It's the same. Yeah. That's how,
exactly.
it's the same. Yeah, that's how it works.
But so that's the thing I love about the community and everything else is that freaking we can talk about stuff like, okay, until Bobby points out the fact that we're not talking about freaking whiskey, we have a great time talking about music. We have a great time talking about a lot of other things.
I just be quiet.
And and the truth is, okay, and this is the last thing I'm going to say. We'll open up the floor to whoever else wants to jump on. It's Cheech's night. Cheech needs to say what he needs to get to. And,
Say that on somebody's channel.
yeah, so which old elk is that? Is it that weeded or is that the store pick?
Yeah, the store pick. Yeah.
Actually, it's weeded.
It's Utah, so it's
pick
not
at 115 proof.
That's
Who's,
solid.
it fr-
I got old oak store picks all day.
who is it? Who's is it? Who's is not a store pick?
Sellback. I got it
Oh,
from Sellback. Yeah.
I say because he lives. John, you live in you live in Idaho or Utah, one of the two. I know it's somewhere.
Well, I live in Washington, but drive
technically
across
Idaho,
a bridge in 5 minutes, I'll be there.
across
in Idaho.
So you live across from Coeur
You buy
d'Alene?
all of your alcohol from Idaho, is what you're saying.
In other words, yes. Because Washington is a joke,
thing
So
that's important
Yeah,
about
23% tax or whatever. That's crazy. Yeah,
yeah,
whatever.
I
it's
drive
nuts,
across there, and I got a Stag Junior batch 15 for $50.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Oh, hey, by the way,
and
Bobby.
it's just like they dropped a whole bunch over there, and I'm like, I go over to scarf it every chance I get,
This
So,
this is for Bobby. I've switched to Wheel Horse Rye.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
wheel horse.
101 Rye. Yeah, it's the latest thing that's come out where like the bourbon and the rye are both 101, and they're supposed to be the wild turkey killer. Sorry to say,
Right.
they're good.
Good luck with that.
They're good, but they ain't that
Right? Yeah.
They're not wild turkey 101, right?
I mean, whoever you are, you don't have those decades of experience.
good. Well, yeah.
Come on, you're not. Yeah, come on. You're gonna
So
kill.
this
You're gonna
is-
kill wild turkey. You're gonna kill wild turkey. Come on.
Yeah, it's not even possible. So
So it's distilled in Kentucky sour mash whiskey. So let's go ahead and figure that one out, where that came from. Kentucky sour mash whiskey, non-chill filtered, and it's bottled by Ocean State Distilleries in Woonsocket, Rhode Island.
What the?
and then it ends up in California. Is that what you're saying?
That is
I got this at Bev. I got
You know
this
what?
at Bevmo. I got this at Bevmo, but I can go buy. You can actually buy it on. There's a lot of freaking sites: Liquor Mart, Benny's. It's all across the. It's Total Wine and More.
Yeah.
They have it in stock in a lot of states and stuff too. So it's not like it's something that's specific to like a California Bevmo fucking pick or something. This is like a real freaking this is something that's real. It's not that freaking Horan's Irish whiskey that Bevmo's the only person that has it type situation.
Well, I think
Yeah, the only thing I get in Washington is Magnus, cigar blend, at Total Wines, because that's the only place you can find it.
Yeah, but John, that's a good drink if you're having a cigar, because that Joseph Magnus is a.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
man, I collect every
great.
one of them. So
Yeah, but to go along with Stanley, when you're looking at whiskey, the Wild Turkey 101 Rye, you're looking at like everybody else that's doing what they say they're doing. Yeah, F off. It's without being kicked out of it. It's not the same.
yeah, I agree. Where are you located, Bobby?
I'm in Ohio.
Oh, you're in Ohio.
No, you got it right the first time. He's in the
Are
hole.
you in Athens or are you in Columbus?
Listen here, California. Don't even go there, Stanley.
I know. So Cheech is located in freaking Ohio. He does not live. He does not live down the street from freaking Jason Calori like freaking Drams and Drums does, or Drums and Drams. I'm sorry, Cameron. But he does live in. He does live in freaking
You're
Ohio.
saying Drums and Drams is in Ohio?
Drums and Drams is literally lives like
he's
within
in
a few
Columbus
miles
area.
of Jason's house.
Yeah,
in Columbus.
So I've been to Jason's house.
Well,
Yeah,
you probably drove by,
Cameron's
his
house is literally within like a 15-minute drive down. He calls it down the street from Jason's house.
So where in the hell is Cheech?
Cheech
He's
is
in Florida.
What?
Cheech is in northern Florida. I'm not gonna. I don't know exactly where because he's
I'll
never
figure
sent me
out-
anything. I don't know what his address is, so I'm not going to give it out.
I'm going to Florida as soon as I'll reach out. So the thing is, like, I live in the part of Ohio that's like really weird.
I've been to a lot of weird places in Ohio.
You said the area. You
finding
live someplace in Ohio that's
Columbus,
weird.
The Pennsylvania area.
So for those of you that are watching, you're about to like go ahead and sob. I live in the non-metro part of Ohio. I live in the only county that doesn't fall in a major metropolitan area. You
You're
can
not
buy
that far from Akron.
I can live in a. You can buy a 4-bedroom, 3-bedroom. What is it? 4-bedroom, 3-bath house, and a half-acre lot for $100.
Where are you in Youngstown?
No, because that's a major metropolitan. I live in.
It's a something.
So
Buddy of mine told me to stay there when I was
Ashland County. So I live in a weird place. I live in Ashland County, which is between Columbus, between Cleveland, between Dayton, and between Akron.
It's
The Bermuda Triangle of Ohio is what you're
On your
saying.
way to South Bend, right?
I thought it was funny when he said that he lived in a weird part of Ohio.
I live in like the only county that does not fall in a major metropolitan area.
Yeah, I know where. I believe me. I looked when I was looking for a job to begin with.
You almost lived in my in one of my bedrooms.
Yeah, I told him that if I had to, if he had a bedroom, I'd rent it from him until I could get out on my own.
I have
because there's a lot of paper plant, a lot of corrugated plants and paper plants within like a few miles of where he lives.
But you can still get Weller all day.
All day.
Yeah, we get no Weller over here.
He has a case of 107 right now, sitting in his freaking sitting right there by. It's around the corner from where he's at right now.
I've not seen a bottle of Weller on a shelf, not in a bar, for 3 years.
Give me that 107.
Listen, Lava Man, you know how to get a hold of me.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying I'm chasing it. I'm just saying it's weird. It's just weird, like the disparity. It's just so crazy.
I literally go out and buy 107 and special reserve just to trade.
Yeah,
that's all.
107 is now one per person in almost every place in Ohio.
Oh no, not here. Not where I'm at.
71.
What about in Colorado? What do you get up there? That's kind of sourced and everything.
Yeah, we get So we get tons of early times bottled in bond. At least it's on the shelf all day, which I'm bunkering because it's great. We have tons of old elk store picks because that is in Colorado. It's in Fort Collins. We get a ton of that. We do really well with like half of the 1792 allocated stuff. So like I will regularly see bottled in bond. I will regularly see foolproof. We'll get a foolproof store pick. I won't see the sweet wheat. I won't see the cast finished. I won't see any of that. But the ones that we get, like they're here regularly. I got a couple bottles of McKenna 10 year not too long ago. We just got Elijah Craig Barrel Proof B520, which I bought as many bottles of as humanly possible. So we do. Yeah, we get we get the High West stuff. We get the Smoke Wagon stuff. It's not too bad. We got Cooper's Craft recently. We got. I'm still waiting on that rare breed rye. We haven't seen that yet, but we do pretty good out here. We do pretty good. It's not bad.
All right. For a second here, let me go ahead and break in. Mr. Arlino, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I see that your eyes are closing and you're probably burning out a little bit. And I would like you, if you want to go ahead and jump off, I completely understand. This whole thing was about your birthday and the celebration of it. So therefore, the floor is yours to say what you need to say. And I just want to tell you ahead of time, I appreciate you. I love you like a brother. I'm glad that I'm a better person for knowing you. And everybody that's on this chat, everybody that's in the Whiskey Tube is better for knowing you and knowing who you are and being able to be in contact with you and have you be in their chat. So the floor is yours, sir.
I have nothing eloquent to say. I just want to say that I'm appreciative of the community as a whole. The fact that I've been able to make connections and contacts with people literally all over the world. I have a tendency to be up very late at night, and when I'm up late at night, it's early in other countries. So I've made it my first appearance as a channel based in Australia, which was pretty funny. But that has been.
You're international.
I am. I'm international. Thank you,
He's huge in Australia.
It's more so that I've met people that I would never have met for any other reason other than we all enjoy whiskey. and we are all willing to put whatever differences aside that we might have based on political leanings or cultural leanings or anything like that. The fact that we can all just come together and just enjoy each other's company based around one thing, which is a spirit we all like to call whiskey. And I think it's an incredible tribute to maybe the difficulties we've all gone through for the last year, but also the amazing ability of technology to bring us all together.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, how much was this needed for people in the past year?
So needed.
And whatever,
I know I was on a plane going to a certain location, so, it's a lot different now. So I'm thinking a meetup in maybe Key West, Cheech, or Key Largo. I mean,
Kentucky.
You can make the decisions, but I'll be there.
Okay, so
Kentucky.
I vote New
okay,
Orleans.
so this is the
New
deal.
Orleans for the
So
food.
this is something I wanted to
New
bring up.
Orleans, I like that.
Okay, so this is something I was going to bring up to Cheech offline, but I'm going to go ahead and bring it up online. So here's the deal: if everything works out, I start my job on April 5th. Somewhere towards the end of the summer, let's say in the July to August area, I'll probably be able to go ahead and take a few days on a weekend to go somewhere. Okay. Now, my choice of where I'm going to go is not say dependent on anybody else. I'm going to make the decision, and if anybody else wants to jump on board, then we'll jump on board. I'll come up with the date, but somehow we need to work it out to where everybody meets up in one of three places. It's either going to be in Texas with freaking hot buttery rolls and those guys. It's going to be in Michigan with freaking Dan, with freaking the guys from Ohio, with the guys from Wisconsin. That's kind of a central. The Midlands kind of like the middle ground between the guys in northern Wisconsin and the guys in Ohio, along with everybody else. And I think that during that part of the year, Michigan might be a better place to be than, say, Southern California or some Florida, depending on the freaking heat and humidity. But the other place is going to be either Louisville or Lexington. And I'll make that decision at some point in time, but I'm thinking that it's going to probably be towards Lexington because of the amount of distilleries that are in the area of Lexington. With 1792, which across the board, most people like something from 1792, or there's not a whole lot of people that hate anything from 1792, but the distilleries that are in that area of Lexington and Bardstown are probably the freaking best place for everybody to be, to where we can all do things on our own or do things together, whatever we want to do. We'll get it worked out. That we got a few months to get something put together, but I do want to put together a meetup at some point somewhere.
I was going there anyway, so.
So I'm thinking.
Obviously, Kentucky would be the first choice.
We're going to Kentucky.
But I would also say, if you just want a central place for people to meet, Denver is that place, man. Cheap flights from literally everywhere. You can get the cheapest flights to Denver that get from all over the country.
That's
So here's the deal with Denver, with Colorado. Okay, I have to do some logistics to figure out Stranahan's and 291 as the two major distilleries that are in the area.
I would say Laws. Yeah, you got to fuck with Laws.
Or 80 Laws. But
and then there's like 30 I could throw a rock and hit right now.
So what I'm saying is, in the Denver area, there's a lot of distilleries, and there's also a lot of breweries, especially in downtown. So there's a lot of things for
and
people
dispensaries.
to do.
I'd
go to the outskirts,
All the time out. I need to let Lobman know this. Natural fillers, it appears this week, are going to be legal in New York.
That's what's up. Yeah, it's gonna happen. Yeah, it's keep happening. Yeah, it's gonna keep
And
happening.
they've come to an agreement.
As per Jerry Garcia.
Ironically, I haven't had a touch of it since college. I have not had a filler since college because.
So let me tell you, Ben.
Yeah.
Go easy, bro. This is not what you had in college, bro. I'm telling you. No, like just even the flour, like
Okay.
much less the extracts and like the crazy, like the shatter and all. Like it is not, it is not 90s weed. We
So
do not
lava-
have 90s weed anymore. It's not the same. It
So
is
lava-
not the same.
Yeah, lava man. Let me tell you. Okay, let me tell Ben
that's
something.
awesome.
My son is 30 years old. Okay, he suffers from anxiety and stuff. His mom suffered. She had actually lesions on her brain where she was actually given prescriptions to smoke natural fillers in
Yes.
Nevada.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
now she got a prescription bottle with freaking natural fillers in it. And guess what? That would last her a month and a half because of the fact that just a freaking one little hit on a little freaking one shooter could hook her up for the entire freaking day, up to 18 hours of being freaking fried.
Yeah.
What the hell
Now
do you guys do to this stuff?
Now this is
No,
just
yeah,
low,
yeah.
this
No,
is
I'm saying,
low, this is like
so
this is like
I'll
low
tell you,
grade.
Yeah,
This
no, I'll
is
tell you
low
about.
grade
I'll tell you
shit.
about. Okay, so the first time I ever smoked like dank weed. Okay, it was in the '90s. Okay, it was somebody that I worked with in my after-school job. She went to a 311 concert in New Orleans and brought back like stuff that looked like out of High Times. You know what I mean? I've never seen like no seeds. Like, you know what I mean? Like this is like 1997, right? So like I'm like, what is that? It's neon colored. I'm like, what is this? And like I don't remember most of the night. I took the SAT for the second time the next morning and got the same score as I got the first time. And I was like, if I hadn't smoked that, I probably would have knocked this shit out. I probably would have gotten like the perfect score on the. But like I don't even remember what happened last night. Like crazy, yeah. And so it's that experience. If you come out to Colorado right now, you're gonna have that experience. That's what you're gonna have if you smoke
Time
stuff.
travel.
And yeah, people go to edibles and all. I mean, no, you have to be real careful. Like
I don't know.
it's-
I don't know.
it
The
is-
last time I was downtown in Denver, we were at Roost Crisp Steakhouse and looking out the freaking window, and they were running around chasing Pokemons, and I'm like, well, maybe this isn't the town for me.
One minute,
Never
John.
been.
One minute, John. Cheech. This whole night basically was set up for you. I hope that you appreciate my little intro of all the bands that you were in through the 80s and stuff like that. I appreciate you. I truthfully love you, brother. I hope that sometime before this weekend, I'm not going to call you on Saturday because it's a very special day. But if you are not going to go out after freaking Chris, just let me know and I might bookend him. If not, I'm sure somebody else is going to, like Trev or somebody will be hammered and freaking wanting to go on live anyway. So
So Stanley, I know you didn't.
Well,
I know you didn't want to. I know you didn't want to dox Cheech, but I'm just gonna come out and say it. His real name is John Bono.
Wait,
Okay.
he is not.
His real name is John Bono.
Do it.
No. Bono
thanks,
is
Lava Man,
Poe.
that's awesome.
He is not Poe.
I thought it was Eddie Van Halen or something.
He
no,
is
No,
not
no.
okay.
No, come on, John Bonham. John Bonham. That's
yeah. So Cheech is freaking. If anybody doesn't know the history of Cheech is more than open enough to tell you that basically he's been in a lot of bands, nothing that was say major per se. Now he could be lying to me because he doesn't want to know his name. I just know that his real name is not Cheech. I do know technically what his real name is, but it could be lying to me. Also, his name not even be Ardolino. His name might be freaking like Joseph or Smith or whatever. Who knows?
Cheech has 8 passports from 6 different countries.
Yeah, but I
Not a one-hit wonder.
can confirm, and I will confirm this live in front of everybody else. He is the only surviving drummer to ever play for Spinal Tap.
Oh,
So
thank you so
freaking-
much.
That is one thing that he.
Oh, that's
has to
actually
his
factual?
credit. Yes, that's a factual thing. He's the only freaking drummer to ever survive playing a live gig with Spinal Tap.
Google.
But
Rock on.
Thank you
man.
so much, Stanley. I appreciate it.
but
I
yes,
appreciate all the love.
So
Pretty awesome.
Cheech murdered how many drummers in Spinal Tap?
Never.
Cheech,
never
I don't know.
me.
I can't prove that Cheech had anything to do with electrocutions, spontaneous combustion, or having their head
Spontaneous.
explode. Having their head
Yeah.
explode because all the amps went to 11. I cannot say that Cheech was involved in that whatsoever. I just know
I blame
through
Marshall.
sources. I
blame
called
Marshall.
Michael St. Hubbins. I contacted Michael St. Hubbins, and he confirmed that Cheech was the only drummer that ever lived playing with
Made
Spinal
it out
Tap.
alive.
That's all I gotta say.
So I think
Why does the
Same
list
way.
say all Spinal Trap drummers deceased?
I think
Hey,
Cheech needs to go up.
You
against-
can't. But the internet is not always right. Okay.
I think,
you know,
we need to
What?
get drum off.
What?
Sometimes,
I base all my decisions on just blindly believing that everything on the internet is actually true.
hey, how much?
How am I going to live my life now? How am I going to live my life now, Sway?
I don't
People
know.
don't
Let's
know-
let Cheech tell us the
Cheech could have
truth.
been who knows? Cheech could have been a secret agent. I don't know this because I don't want to know. Because if he
Oh,
tells me,
he's
gotta
definitely in the
kill me.
CIA. He's definitely in the CIA.
Yeah,
for
if
sure.
he if he tells me, he has to kill me. So I'm not going to ask that question. I just know from talking to specific sources with Spinal Tap that he was the only one that ever survived alive with that band. So, therefore, sir, I will see you later. I love you. Please tomorrow morning.
Cheers, Chief.
I would really appreciate if you
birthday,
got Jen
buddy.
to watch the beginning of the video and see what she thinks about it.
I will absolutely.
And I will talk to you. I will talk to you later. I will not call you on Saturday, but there's a good chance I might give you a call on Sunday to see how your anniversary things went and how you're doing the next day after, whatever
I really
the situation
appreciate it,
is.
Stanley. Thank you so much. You know,
Right.
I do plan on still going live, but not only is it my anniversary Saturday, I've got like a double book gig Saturday, and there's a chance I might not make it home till 3:00 in the morning. So if I go live, it's going to be pretty damn late or early, depending on how you look at it. So I'm still going to schedule it. You'll see my banner go up if I'm going to go live on Saturday.
So for you, what I'm going to tell, okay, the people witness. I want everybody to witness this. I will keep my fucking mouth shut as much as possible. I will say 90% shut. I can't promise anything more than 90%. But since you've got that long gig and because it's going to go late into the night, I will monitor. I will be your Josh. I will freaking monitor the freaking chat, let you know
There you
when
go.
somebody says something that you need to answer. That way you don't have to watch it. You can do
Okay.
what you do. You can bring Ken on. You can bring on whoever you want to bring on one at a time. So let everybody know there's going to be a little bit new format to Cheech. Cheech will let you know on Saturday night how he's going to start doing his format. But I will be his second, or if somebody else can step in for me if I'm not there, to be his second to watch the chat, like Adam or Bourbon or somebody else. We need to figure out who's going to be his Sean or his Josh to help him out.
My Josh.
He's going to be he's got a certain format he wants to go with that we've discussed, and I believe in the format that he wants to do. So therefore, I am his second until I can't be there and somebody's willing to step into my place if I'm not going to be there. So
Thanks, Stanley. I
therefore,
appreciate it.
Cheech, I will see you on Saturday night. And
night,
just
everybody.
contact me and tell me how
You're not
if-
ending this though, right?
Oh no, I'm not going to end this
I'm
right
leaving.
now. I'm
Yeah.
fucking still
Yeah.
talking.
Yeah.
Come
Yeah.
on.
You're always talking, Stanley.
All
I
right.
love you, John.
I love you guys.
John.
Cheers,
I
Cheech.
love you.
Happy birthday, Cheech.
Happy birthday, Cheech. I love you, brother.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Hell yeah.
Happy
So-
birthday, Cheech.
I'm
Pinky's up.
not at liberty to say exactly what his format's going to be, but we've discussed. He kind of threw it out to me a couple days ago, and we're going to go with that. So, if for some reason I can't make it on a Saturday night, I am going to need someone that's going to be able to jump in and back up and watch the chat for him. So, but I'll let that person know. I've already got a person in mind because he does it for me already. He does it for me already, and he's really good at watching the chat. So he knows who he is. So I'll contact you this week. I'll contact you this week before Saturday.
Does it
and let
rhyme
you
with
know.
Mr. Christie Pitts?
Yeah, it could
that's kinda what I'm
it could
thinking.
align. It could freaking rhyme with Mr. Whiskey Shits. Yes. But Adam's really good about watching the chat for me when I can't shut my fucking mouth. So
I don't understand that.
Which is
Stanley.
always, yeah.
Hey, you guys ready to talk about some whiskey?
Yeah.
Well,
so
Bobby
what
is.
are you
Bobby's been
in,
waiting all night for somebody to talk about
Utah?
whiskey.
I don't know about
so
you,
quick-
but I love Jesus and I don't drink, so I don't know about that.
That's what I
Quick,
always heard. In Utah, it's
I
like
just assumed that
it's like
Lava
we
Man-
don't drink here. It's like blah blah blah.
Mississippi. No.
I don't know. But
Before we talk
Right
about
on.
whiskey,
Let's
Lava
score.
Man with that 39-year-old beard looks like Jesus.
40-year-old, and it's all of my family goes gray by 35.
I was trying to-
okay, so if you want to see Lava Man without a gray beard, just click on his icon.
Send me some just for men.
Just click on his icon. His icon for
My icon is old. My icon is very old.
if you go on his if you look him up on Instagram, just click on his icon. You will see him with a darker beard that's way shorter,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's a very old icon.
and he does look like he's way younger than 40 at the time.
So Lava Man, let's be real, right? I have this weird thing with my genealogy.
Mm-hmm.
My mother nor my father were ever gray.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm 10 years above you.
Yeah.
And someone asked, do I color? And I was like, no.
Yeah.
Do you put something in? I was like, no.
Mm-hmm.
So my mom and dad, my dad passed at 85 and my mom passed at her age and nobody was. So I have this weird genealogy where people would be like, why aren't you gray? And I was like, well, hey, no.
Yeah. And literally 35. My entire mom's side of my family, like everybody, gray by 35.
I have a best friend that is my age and he is as white as a ghost.
Mm-hmm.
I have a whole bunch of people like that, Bobby, that, it's like everybody's like totally gray, except for our family, and it's like, hey, you look normal. Just look at Stanley, he's only 51, and holy shit, man. Stanley, how old are you? Like 80 or something like that?
But take it easy there, buddy. All right?
Oh, whoops, sorry.
I get
Inside
compliments
voice.
from people in stores. I get compliments from young ladies in stores all the time that when they card me, because they have to, that when they see 51, they're like, oh, you look way younger than 51.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, the middle finger that I had, if nobody's noticed at all, there's somebody that's on the screen flexing his bottle, and I know what that bottle is, and that's the person that I'm freaking flipping off. So I'm not flipping off Lava Man, Bourbon Battalion, Bourbon, or John T. So that leaves one
shit,
other
who's
person.
left?
Whatever. You know what? Whatever. Fuck you, Swags. Fuck you,
I was
Swags.
trying
Whatever. That's fine.
to talk about it, but you guys won't shut up. So this is a bottle I actually sent to Mike Stahl also. So it's a Rendezvous Rye finished in Fume Blanc for 1 year.
Fume Blanc. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit.
It is fantastic. It's better than the Midwinter Night's Dram Act 8 that I have.
So is that the one you were trying to get up the distillery and grab?
Yeah.
The last couple of weeks or whatever, you missed your boat.
Yeah, I was trying to get 4 bottles. I only got 2, but Mike Stahl got the other one. So.
Okay, so
Bobby,
Bobby,
Mr. Shits, I'm just trying to get the middle finger.
well, you're just okay. Number one, the only reason you don't get the middle finger for the Evan Williams 23, you get the middle finger because it's a fucking Cubs bottle.
Oh, that's just because.
Oh shit! Now we know the rules.
You only know. Listen, you haven't been a winner since Bruce Studer and Daryl Porter.
Well, I'm a fan of the Padres. I'm a fan of the Padres. So we haven't had a winner since 1996.
You've never had one. Hey, listen, we have something in common. I'm an Indians fan.
Yeah, but you guys had Jim Thome and you guys won World Series. 96. 96, that's the last one.
We haven't won a World Series.
Yeah,
not to switch sports, but I'm a Saints fan.
The Indians haven't won a World Series since the 40s. So
okay.
You know what?
This is a man who's living life on the edge, living in Denver. According to what I just heard, if I'm not mistaken, Lava Man is a Saints fan that lives in fucking Denver.
Yes.
Really?
I grew up on the coast of Mississippi, man. I'm a Saints fan. Drew Brees just retired, so I'm preparing myself for the next 20 years of worthlessness.
Oh
from
no,
the team.
no.
I don't know.
Well, that's what
man.
happened to me with
Number
the
one,
Seahawks. You know,
number
so.
one. You
We're
have
talking Saints. We're talking NFL. We're talking football. I live next to Cleveland.
hey.
So
You
don't
know
give
what?
me your
Cleveland-
shit. You
Oh, no.
the World Series with Drew Brees.
No. I'm not, I'm saying I'm not saying we didn't ever do it. I'm saying like I'm prepared for the next phase of it being nothing. Yeah, like I'm prepared for that.
Even
Okay, so let's go ahead and
be to a Super Bowl.
so let's go. I'm gonna go ahead and
I
break
didn't
this
think I would
down.
see it.
real
I
quick.
did not think I would see it in my lifetime. I, honestly, growing up as a Saints fan, did not think I would see the Saints ever win a Super Bowl in my lifetime. So I was good. Like I'm super content because I did not think growing up that would ever happen.
Okay.
Ever.
You haven't even been there.
So I'm gonna make it real freaking easy. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and break this down. Now, number one, John Trombetta he lives in freaking Washington. Now, whether he watches, I think that he's more probably a hockey fan than he is a football fan for some reason.
Well, I'm a Seahawk versus
Seahawk fan. Okay.
and Mariners, you know, and used to be Supersonics until they traded the whole team to Oklahoma City, kind of.
So he's a Seahawks fan.
Yeah.
So he's a Seahawks fan. So his freaking team is in freaking turmoil, trying to figure out exactly what they're going to do. Now,
trade everybody.
But they won a Super Bowl.
Then hold on. Then Lava Man, he's a Saints fan who thinks that Breeze is gone, therefore now we're going to wait forever to win another Super Bowl. Number one, okay, he's a Saints fan. So between Taysom Hill and freaking Jameis Winston, as long as they can as long as Jameis Winston can keep from throwing freaking interceptions with Michael Thomas and the team that they have, even though Jared Cook has left, with the defense that they still have a good chance in the next 2 to 3 years to be able to make it to a championship or a freaking Super Bowl. The Cleveland Browns are the team that in this year's freaking we'll get back to whiskey in a second. In this year's freaking free agency, who have an A+ because what they needed was a defense to add as more defensive players and a better offensive line, and they in free agency have upgraded those things, and they still have freaking a bunch of picks in the draft. So they're gonna be they're gonna be better than they were last year.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for me, I am what they call the freaking perennial freaking could have been better freaking team. I'm a San Diego Chargers fan, not Los Angeles Chargers fan. Fuck you, Los Angeles. San Diego Chargers fan. I have an awesome quarterback. I have 3 awesome freaking defensive players. And outside of that, other than signing Lindsey from freaking Green Bay, they haven't done anything that's we're going to be freaking better this year. So I don't want to hear your shit about fucking Cleveland.
Oh man, Stanley, I was thinking you'd probably be an Orlando or Oakland Raiders fan, moving up to Vegas and wearing leotards. You know, is what I was thinking.
I hate anything that's silver and black. Anything that's silver and black, I can't fucking stand. I can't stand the LA Kings, and I can't stand the freaking LA Raiders, and I can't stand the Raiders.
I know that sucks. Yeah,
I freaking hate them.
Stan, there's the only difference between the Chargers and the Browns is Spouts and Kozar. So now you're in my world. You're in my world. You're in my world. I can go back to 72 on everybody. Every channel, and they both were. Listen, Spouts and those guys gave it up to a freaking gimmick play to the Dolphins, right?
Hey! That's the greatest game. That's the greatest game that's ever been played. Don't even start with that shit. I just
said that, right? The greatest game ever played was the Dolphins and Charger game, and it was given up on a gimmick.
I know.
It was given up on a gimmick.
Bert Ben's fucking, I'm out of here. He's a Giants fan.
Man, I'm going back to Canada.
The Giants,
Oh shit, he's not.
He got winners from Phil Sims. Phil Sims won a world.
No, hold on a second though. You got to think right now. So this is the last freaking football thing. We're gonna go back to whiskey and everything else, so that everybody doesn't drop out of the chat.
Really couldn't care less about soccer, run around.
No, not football. Not football. We're talking
Foosball.
about NFL. We're talking about NFL.
Did,
He
Yeah.
has a choice.
Alright.
He has a
Burban,
choice.
did your sports ball team defeat the other sports ball team? I don't,
I
that's
don't
all.
know.
That's
I heard
all. That's
the
what coming
Lakers
down
got
to.
a
Yeah,
touchdown, and
The Lakers got a touchdown.
yeah.
But Burban
Uh,
has a
I
choice of the
heard
Giants
the
and
Mets
Jets.
I heard the Mets are a shoo-in for the Super Bowl. I heard that's what I heard. I don't know.
the only sport I remotely care about is hockey. So
Wait a second.
I
So
couldn't even imagine that. So
he has but the thing is that Burban has a freaking choice of many freaking teams. Okay, in his area, he has the New Jersey Devils, he has the freaking the New York Rangers, and is there another New York freaking team? The Islanders.
I mean, nobody really cares about them, but yeah, there is.
But I'm just saying, you guys had Martin, didn't you? I believe the Jets, the Devils, the New Jersey Devils, which he could actually say that he likes because he lives in New York. They had Martin Brodeur, so you can say that you're a Devils fan and freaking nobody
Yeah,
will
but
freaking
they
fault you for
play in
that.
Trenton. Have you ever been to Trenton?
yeah.
I've heard things about Trenton. I've heard that I've never want to go there.
I mean, you're talking about a city that has a thing called the Bullet District, and there's
But
a
I
reason for that.
But I also heard there's some really good honey holes in freaking some of those bad freaking parts of Jersey, though.
Oh yeah, like everywhere.
I
Yeah.
haven't scoped that out yet, but maybe I'll go to Trenton next week. I don't know.
No, I actually.
Next weekend will be mourning the loss of Burban.
I mean, I will say that
They went to
this
Newark
semi-
and got stabbed. It's terrible.
I will say this semi-dusty turkey here came out of a really crappy neighborhood in New York. So
Of
Is
course,
that an Austin Nichols turkey?
it is, but it's only 80 proof.
I don't give a shit. It's an Austin Nichols. So
Just you can just boil off some of that water. That'd be good.
As far as I could tell from trying to figure out the code, it's only from like 2009, 2010. But
That counts as dusty. Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point, yeah.
it says
Like
Austin.
anything pre-bourbon boom, I think counts as dusty at this point, pretty much.
Well, also anything that has Austin Nichols on it's considered. I mean, even if you ask Rarebird 101, he considers anything that says Austin Nichols on it as a quote unquote dusty.
well,
So-
he kind of shits on this one, but he actually has a terrible review of it. But he also admits it was sitting in a store window, and it was discolored. So I don't know why he reviewed it. But
at the same time, he's also freaking comparing it to a freaking 78 Austin Nichols.
So
I mean,
all I know is
how the
if
fuck are you going to compare it?
all I know is if you guys know Young Pei Chang,
Yeah, YPC.
I don't know the name.
Pretty
Young
name.
Chang.
He sent me a winnings from one of HBR's streams, and it's supposed to arrive tomorrow. And he said he was going to throw in because I'd never tried it, and it was me acquiring this bottle in the past week, some true dusty turkey. So I'll let you guys know if it is.
Cool.
I got a couple bottles of this, so if it's really good, I'll share it with the community for sure. If it
Okay,
sucks,
so
I'm not gonna bother.
yeah, so Bourbon, you're. I know that you have a lot of stuff going out, and when you get a chance to,
15 bottles out so far this week.
but I say when you get a chance to start sending mine my way,
Did you register with the state of New York as a liquor distributor?
Come on,
What's going
Bourbon.
on?
if I can get
Hook me up, bro.
if I can get any Austin Nichols sample, I don't care if it's that bottle you have there. If you have a different Austin Nichols,
This is the only one I have. Well,
Okay.
that's not true. I have a decanter I haven't opened yet. I have an old ass decanter I bought off of Facebook Marketplace. I haven't.
but I'm saying you could have waited a few seconds before saying I'm lying. Okay, you could have
Well,
waited just
my
1 second and
on the
said
top of the shelf.
that's the only Austin Nichols I have. Oh no, wait a second, it's not. You could have waited like 10, 15 seconds. And said, oh wait a second, I forgot about
If
this.
Bourbon rotates his camera like 90 degrees to his right, there would just be nothing but dusty decanters. Like that's just the whole. Like it's just gonna be
No,
all
but I
shit
can
you
go
can't never
back.
get and you can't ever find. It's just gonna be a ridiculous shit show over there. Yeah, no, yeah.
Have
I
you
don't
guys
think he
heard of
has
Facebook
anything over there.
Marketplace? That's where I get my almost all my decanters are Facebook Marketplace.
So, Ben, basically, what I'm asking of you, and if I need to,
Dude,
if I need
this
to find
shit's good,
something
I'm
to
gonna go clear the shelf. I know where it is. It's a quite a ways away. But if it's really good,
Well,
I'll
no.
go clear the shelf. They got like a case of this.
No, what I'm saying is that I'm willing to, if we need to trade or whatever we need to do to get this or whatever, I'd like you to send me, because I know you have some really cool shit that you don't show. A
Not
lot
really.
of.
No,
but
he
you have
showed everything. He's balls out. all
But-
day.
That's it. I don't
What
know. What do you want
I
to
would
see?
like you. So, Mr.
If my
Whiskey
place
Shit
wasn't
sent
such a
me.
mess right now, I'd show you the shelves. But it's
Mr.
pretty
Whiskey
bad.
Shits is sending me a blind. At some point in time, Bobby's supposed to send me Bobby will send me a 107. But
I'm
and
not going to
keep-
keep you blind
not
because I
keeping
don't
that.
build blinds, but I'll just shoot you some samples. I don't.
But
care.
if you could, I would love you to build a blind. Actually, I'd love for anybody to
I don't
build
know
me
a
a blind
thing about a
because
blind.
I would
I'll
like
send-
to see. Well, okay, if you were to pick four samples or five samples that you know that you really
send you
really
some
like,
of this.
I don't know about that. That might just
No,
be a
this is
dehydration day for you.
I have drank a good number of things from a mason jar, but never have I drank anything that I could not see through from a mason jar. That looks dangerous as hell.
I'm
I
sorry,
do not
John.
trust that. I do not trust that. Not one single bit. I'm sorry.
So
I do
John-
not.
Actually, you can
I
see
do
through
not.
this. This is clear.
No.
Hey,
This
Bourbon,
is
I'll pay
not-
cash money for actual bottles, though.
Yeah, John Trombetta. If you want to jump back on, jump back on. I'm sorry if freaking something happened to where you got booted off, or we were talking too much to where you decided to say "fuck it, I'm out of here."
Hey, Stan.
Yes, sir.
You mean you were talking too much?
Yeah, I was talking too fucking much. I'm sorry. I'm just a people person, man.
I'm just fucking with you, man. I'm fucking with you all the time.
I know. I love you, dude.
Before I jump off, right?
Yes, sir.
I will send you your 107 sample. You have to send me the Rock Hill Farm so I can make it something that you like.
Oh, I'm gonna. You know what? Here's the thing. I will send you the entire what I have of that Rock Hill Farms freaking piece of garbage. I will send you the whole fucking bottle, and you do what you do and send a sample. You can
I'll
keep
send you a bottle of 107. I can get one.
okay. So yeah, go ahead and send me a bottle of
I'll
107.
send you 107.
Okay, I will send you back a
Send me
bottle. I will.
the rest
I
of
will
your so-called garbage Rock Hill
Yeah,
Farm.
I will send you that freaking.
I had a Rock Hill Farms a week ago that was beautiful. It was lovely.
I don't like it.
great.
I don't like it
know.
at all.
I don't know what you got, but like, man, yeah.
It's not.
Hey,
Yeah.
single barrel?
So I can blend that and smoke it and freeze
Hey,
it and make it.
You know
be
what?
mashed
So here's
potato.
the
Mashed
deal.
potato will be like, I'll send him back a blind, and
Right. That's what I'm saying. Is,
Stanley will be like,
Challenge.
this is the best thing I've ever had.
so I'm getting ready to challenge you right now. Your challenge is
Right
you
here.
go ahead. You send me that 107. I will send you what's left of. I mean, it's like literally I've only had 2 drinks out of my Rock Hill Farms. I will send it to you. You do whatever you want to do to it. Okay. I will tell you right now. I am not a heavy freaking smoke guy. I am afraid. I don't like freaking heavy peat. I don't like that freaking whole barbecue smoky shit. Okay, but I do love barbecue, and that blend you made that I put together that one day with the freaking Midwinter's Night dram and the freaking campfire and everything else, other than being just a little bit over the smoky edge with that fucking campfire, I fucking love that fucking blend. If you can do anything with that Rock Hill Farms that makes me want to drink it with fucking barbecue, and I'm talking like freaking, pick a barbecue. I don't care. I love all barbecue, but if it's Kansas City or if it's fucking,
just send me. I know Kansas City. I know St. Louis. I know.
So whichever one you tell me which one you're pairing me up with, St. Louis or freaking Kansas City. You send me back a sample. Keep the rest of the bottle. Send me back a sample.
I'm gonna jump in here. Bourbon, you keep hating on that Breckenridge Reserve all day, every day.
It's
like
so
what? Like I had a store pick of it from here that was great. I don't know. Like I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know what.
Like this one, love man. I'll send it to you.
So
no,
listen.
I'm just saying, I don't know, but yeah, I don't think it's as bad as you around here, like just being like
I think
the
the
worst
thing
shit
is
ever.
that
Like I don't know. I don't think it's that bad.
So I know Lava Man and Bourbon. You don't. Neither one of you guys like chime in a ton. But I think the one thing that you have to realize is that you can say something that you like that's really good and make something you don't really care for better. and something you really hate,
Mhm.
find something. If,
Yeah,
if,
yeah.
if you don't have, if you taste something and you think, wow, I don't like this, then you have to question why don't you like it?
Yeah,
What
yeah.
is it missing?
Oh yeah, sure.
Right.
You
Yeah.
listen. If you're on
I'll
a
do it right now.
listen,
Fine.
if you're on a
Yeah.
tube, right?
No, yeah. Like
Listen, I know listen,
so-
this is important.
so
right?
Bobby, like, okay, so what I got that I just like I don't know what to do with right now. Okay,
I'll tell you
it
right
is yeah. What like it's pure Kentucky XO.
now. Yeah.
That is grass and like a horse peed on the grass.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what the hell to do with this bottle. It's
What's the problem?
So
It-
what?
like,
So the thing you have
it's
to
so
think is,
bad.
what is it missing that you're wanting?
Well, I mean, like again, but I'm saying like yeah. I mean,
It can be grass. It can be all the things you're right. Nothing you said was wrong.
mhm.
What is it missing?
No, yeah. I mean, it's definitely missing depth. It's definitely missing like any kind of like like.
Does it have a finish?
Barrel flavor? Like no, it's dry. Like
Okay.
super quick,
So
super
the
dry.
things-
It's
the
bad.
things
Yeah.
that we know that have a finish have a high viscosity.
Mhm. Oh, this has no viscosity. No, this is water.
Yeah, so-
like it's not at all.
You
Yeah,
have-
it's, yeah.
You have to start with that, right? I bought this. I don't care if it was $10. I don't care if it was $3.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
irrelevant how much you paid for it.
Yeah.
It's I haven't met anybody on the tubes that doesn't know their palate.
Mhm.
So what you have to do in that is you have to figure out, okay, what is it missing that meets my palate? And in that, you sit there, you say grassy, you say this and this. Okay, that's fair. There's nothing wrong with that.
Mhm.
It's what is it missing? So if you're missing the overall thought process of having anything to do with a finish, well, it's thin. Somewhere in there, the viscosity is wrong.
Mhm.
So you have to think of, okay, what has viscosity? If in that viscosity, what flavor profile is there? Do I need to add a syrupy thought process? Do I need to have like this big, thick, rich molasses? There's all these things that you look at, right? You can have this grass, you can have this, and if I'm thinking like my wheelhouse is somewhere in the idea that I like, let's say I like 107, right? I don't know that anybody hates 107. If they do, they're a noob, right? 107 wheelhouse. So you're gonna say like, okay, so let's start with whatever you had. I would say start that as your premier mixer, right? That's your blend. Start with what you started with, and take my first thought is Bell Mead 108.3. 108.3 is a high viscosity, really like bulky, syrupy thought process.
But Bell Mead 108.3 is, I'm sorry, don't take this the wrong way,
won't.
Bobby, but it's not. I mean, it adds viscosity, but Bell Mead 108.3 is not I wouldn't think that was be a good base for anything.
No, it's not the base. It's not the base. The base is the thing that Lava Man was talking about, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And I told him,
Kentucky XO. Yeah. That's
here's
it.
the
Yeah.
thing.
Oh.
You figure out what your base is.
Yeah.
and you
It
figure out-
definitely needs to be proofed up. It definitely needs to have some sweetness added to it. And
Take
like,
the one that-
honestly, some oak. And honestly, some oak because
Yeah, you
yeah.
can take the
I
108.
mean,
if
it,
you
it tastes like a very like a blonde white dog. That's what
Yeah.
it tastes like. You know what I'm saying? Like it just it's
Right.
There's no character
So-
to it. It's
Yeah, so
rough.
take a
Yeah.
take a 108.3 that's going to give you some proof, and it's going to give you some viscosity, and then somewhere in the middle, you're probably going to miss like this like dark, rich, syrupy thought, and you figure out like, it's going to be somewhere in the I would say in a port finish. I think it sure is too tart for that. But it's going to be like a port finish or something like that. So you can take whatever you're talking.
What do you think about like a 1920?
You can take a 1920, right? It's a 115 proof, 115 proof, and you put that in there, and it's going to give you a darker, rich finish. It's going to give
Okay.
you.
Hey,
So
Sam.
can let me, yeah. So I know what you're getting ready to go say, Adam.
No, you don't.
So-
No, you don't.
Whoa.
I kind of do. I mean, I think I might know,
Don't put words in his mouth, Stanley.
Okay, I'm
Sure.
sorry, but just before Adam says anything, Bob. So the easiest way to go about this, Lava Man, is that what is your favorite thing to drink, period, across the board. Let Bobby know what that is, and then whatever you're having a problem with, he's really good at matching up what you're really, really good at, what you really, really freaking like, to what he can blend with it to get as close to it as possible.
Yeah, so here's the thing, like I'm a generalist. I don't have that one thing
Okay.
that I'm just all about. Like I love the diversity of whiskey. I love the diversity of bourbon. I'm just trying to bring it up to like an acceptable quality where I would like want to sip it on a daily basis. And it's like a harsh profile that I'm trying to be like, oh, how do I get from that to something that I could actually drink on a daily basis? That's
Okay.
where I'm at.
So really quick before Bobby says something, Adam, what was it that you wanted to say?
Yeah, we were talking about blends, and of course we're on your channel, Stanley. So I did this blend a month ago exactly, February 23rd. I heard about it on Whiskey Tube. It's A121 and Toasted Barrel Elijah Craig. Half and half.
50-50, it freaking worked. It smooths out that A121.
Yeah, so I'm going to dump half of it right now and try it, and then the other half is coming to you, Stanley, with this blind that I sent you.
Okay, and then really quick before Bobby says what he has to say about what Loveman was bringing up, Michelle Lynn brings up, and I want everybody to answer this question, and then we'll go on with the blend thing. Because I really do, like I said, I'm really, really involved with this thing with Bobby, with trying to get this Rock Hill Farms figured out. But let's see. So Michelle Lynn says at the mash bill, I would love to hear what everyone on the stream drinks for a daily drinker. Now, for myself, straight up, if I was to pick a daily right now, because I don't have the bottle, I won't say Wild Turkey 101 Rye because I don't have the bottle. But I'm pretty good.
I got you. I'll send you one. Yeah.
But I'm pretty good with drinking anything Knob Creek as a daily drinker that I have. I have a bunch of 9-year store picks. I have like
we love Bobby Daniel.
four or five of them. Now that I have another, I'm not going to say it's a daily technically, but I have this 12-year that Adam sent me. I would have to say probably a Knob Creek if I was to pick one thing that I would drink for sure every day, it'd probably be Old Forester 1910. Unfortunately, I only have about a third of a bottle left, so I can't really say it's technically a daily drinker, but that's what I would go to with a Knob Creek or an Old Forester 1910.
Yeah, dude, that Knob 12 could definitely be a daily if it was more available and maybe even a little cheaper.
I mean, the thing is, I hate to say, Bobby says it all the time. I'd hate to say the word smooth, but holy shit, it's 100 proof, okay, and it's a good fucking daily, but holy shit, there is no freaking bite on this at all. It tastes good as hell. It's got that nuttiness that freaking I like. It's freaking just, I'm not a big freaking person that's can give you tasting notes. I just know I really freaking like this. I'm glad that Adam sent this to me, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what he thinks when I get a chance to send him the Eagle Rare store picks and stuff that I have. And I appreciate you sending me this. This literally made my week by getting this bottle, because this is.
I'm poor white trash from Mississippi, and Early Times Bottled and Bond is that's my daily drinker. Like till I can run it into the ground. I'm bunkering it. I'm sitting on these bottles. It is the best value in bourbon, in my opinion, that exists currently today. I stand by that. It's so good. And if anybody in the chat or whoever hasn't had that or can't get that, please let me know. I'm happy to send out samples or a bottle or whatever. Because everybody needs to have this. Everybody needs to have Early Times Bottled and Bond. It's ridiculous. The price, the value, proposition there is insane. It's so good. So good.
Well, I think everybody would, I think most people would agree that if you're looking at the best bourbon drinker that's the most readily available to everybody, it's probably Elijah Craig 94. It's really hard to beat Elijah Craig 94 small batch.
Yeah. It's good, man.
There's nowhere in the world you can't buy it. Not only at a 750, but a 1.5. It's just sitting there because nobody talks about it, and I hope no one's listening. Because listen, Elijah Craig 94 is. It's always on the decanter. It's always here. I start every show that I have with it. And me and the gunny, we get together. Every time we get together, and every time is like a stupid amount of times, it always starts with that.
It's good stuff.
I want to actually say it before Ben says what his daily is. I want to just shout out to freaking Mr. Whiskey Shits real quick. He's taking care of me. He's freaking made sure that freaking, even though I don't have the I haven't had the means lately to be able to send him back stuff to go ahead and send me something. But at the same time, his collection over the last month or so has increased exponentially. Like from when he jumped on my first live and what he was talking about, what he was drinking to now is crazy how he's gone about it. And
karma is real.
Yeah, and so he is definitely freaking working it. Working it. I know that he's not really interested in necessarily making a YouTube channel or anything like that. He likes being in the chat. But I hope that someday that he decides to go ahead and make a channel, because I really think that once he decides how he wants to explain what he likes and why he likes it, that people will want to hear it. So I just wanted to just do a real quick shout out, and then Bourbon. But okay, so Adam, go ahead and give your daily. Your daily's probably changed in the last month and a half because you've moved from what you were doing a month and a half ago to making trips to Vegas, doing the Frey ranches, or doing all these other freaking things that you hadn't done before. So your daily might have changed. So give us your daily. We'll move to Bourbon, and then we'll continue.
So my new daily is Old Scout. Smooth Ambler Old Scout. This one's a Indiana one. So it comes in at 99 proof. I have some here in Utah that I need to go scoop up because we don't get a lot here, but I can stock up enough to probably hold over till our next drop. So
I can use some store picks of Old Scout on here. I'll send you we should talk about that.
Yeah. I got a couple store picks too. I got a couple in the case, but as far as dailies, this one's a good one.
So I
love that Old Scout. Yeah.
It's
such a good smooth drinking, easy drinking bourbon. Yeah, it's really good stuff. Really good stuff.
Lower proof MGP. Yeah.
So when I send you what I owe you for sending me this, when I send that and I send a couple more samples to you, I have a 107 Old Scout that's really hard to come across. I have a sample of that for you. I also have a 5-year, 5-year rye to send you a sample of, and I believe I have a store pick Old Scout to send a sample of also.
Tater stickers.
Yeah. So I do have 3 samples of Old Scout to send you, and I want to send you a finish. I want to send you a finish one of the other finishes of High West, and I think the 5th one I want to send you is that old. I'm telling you, Blood Pact freaking Blood Oath Pack 6 is freaking amazing. Yeah. I will send you a freaking sample of that too. So I'll get that all together this week, and hopefully next week I'll be able to send that out to you. So Bourbon, what is your daily drinker? Don't say a dusty fucking turkey.
I hunt a lot, but yeah, you seem to think my collection is ginormous. I mean, I maybe have 100 bottles, which is a lot of bottles. Don't get me wrong, but compared to some people in this community, it's nothing.
Oh yeah, I understand.
So my first daily is this joint right here. So yeah, either a pick or a 99 that's dead. And make sure, Mr. Whiskey, just you only buy the ones that are from Indiana.
Yeah, that's what I
You buy
hear.
a 13-year store pick from Kentucky, you're going to have a bad time.
No Tennessee,
Not from
right?
Kentucky. What am I saying? From Tennessee.
Yeah.
If it's got a red, so right here where it's got this nice stripe, if it's in red,
Nope.
do not buy it.
Mm.
Hot garbage.
I
On a
got
second.
Sarah. Is it Sarah from Indiana?
Oh yeah, Sarah is the one that's the
Wait, what bottle? What batch?
perfect
is that?
bottle.
76.
Oh, this is 37. Damn.
So Lava Man brought up a bottle on his
Yeah.
up on the screen. It is a 107 Old
Store pick.
Scout store pick.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
if he was to tell you where it came from, on the back of the label,
It's a blend.
freaking, it is Indiana
Barrel
and Tennessee,
barrel number 10100.
and it was
It's a binary barrel.
but it's also blended. It's a blended barrel from Indiana and Tennessee.
Does it get blended and rebarreled, or what is it?
No,
I
they
don't
just
know how-
blend it in that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know how the process goes. I just know that 107 happens to be a MGP / Dickel freaking blended,
What's that, Bobby?
but it's also
It does say expertly
Indiana,
blended.
Indiana and Tennessee.
I was looking.
Expertly blended from whiskeys distilled
I was-
in Indiana and Tennessee. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a
Okay.
Dickel MGP blend that is freaking. It is freaking
That's
awesome.
good. It's good.
You
It's
can
good.
blend the bad out of Dickel for sure. They're
Yeah.
doing that with Discovery Batch 5.
So
And
bourbon
I-
Italian.
What's that,
I
Bobby?
have one of those Ohio picks on the way.
Yeah, so I have an Ohio pick, and they're everywhere. They're literally littered everywhere. No one's
That-
picking them up.
5 or 6.
And they're
Yeah, so Old Scout. It's Old Scout. It's 58.1.
5 years, 6 years.
16.2. And literally, it's just sitting on the shelves. No one's buying it.
Okay, so ADHD whiskey just says, I had a sample of Old Scout single barrel that was labeled Indiana, but was clearly Tennessee. Now, don't anybody in the world don't take this the wrong way, but if Matt Porter says that it tastes like Tennessee,
It's Tennessee.
it's fucking Tennessee. I'm sorry. Because guess what? He is
World's
number
top
one-
whiskey taster.
Not only is he the world's top whiskey taster, if you were to pick one person that you would believe anything that they say when it comes to palate wise, especially when it comes to something like that might be Dickel sourced at all or a Tennessee source, say, yeah, so Cat's Eye or freaking Cat's Eye Chattanooga or freaking that Tennessee freaking the way they go about the process and stuff where you got the Flintstone vitamin situation. If he says it tastes Tennessee, guess what? It's fucking it's probably Tennessee. So
Yeah.
or it's something that's really not on that it's not MGP at least. Let's put it that way.
Real
I will
quick.
say,
Sorry, real quick about this A121 and the toasted barrel blend. I'm not a fan. It's really harsh, honestly.
so
So I'm gonna say something here because I heard a pause, and all you have to do is give me a pause.
Jump in.
So I have a Dickel 15 coming, and I have every inclination. The very first sip, I will taste it, but I know for sure I'm definitely gonna blend it. And I think the thing that's important to understand is that you can have a profile, you can have a taste. And so Matt, and I'm a Matt from the Whiskey Crusaders. Listen, there's very few people other than Dan Whittingham that has more booze than Matt from the Crusaders.
True.
And if he comes back and tells me if I send him a blend, and I did, and he said, if you can send me that by the bottle, and it was Dickel 12 smoked in mesquite, you damn sure know I'm going to put 15 on mesquite and send it to him.
Okay, so the
Stanley,
15.
post that comment.
Which one? The I choose Klein, I'm rubbish.
No. Dozing off to the harsh rasp of Stanley
just-
Wagner Jr.
Just to say, like, Dickel and Mesquite sounds like the most extreme
Sorry.
whiskey, American whiskey on earth. I don't know. Like that sounds harsh. That sounds.
So
I don't like. Maybe it's magic.
No,
But
it
yeah,
really is.
oh, man.
just real quick before anybody says anything. Yeah, I talk too fucking much, but
Yeah.
and thank you, Mr. Whiskey Shits, for bringing this up. So ADHD Whiskey, who we thought left the chat a while ago, is still here. He says to Michelle Lynn Davilar, the sexiest name in freaking whiskey tube, dozing off to the harsh rasp of Stanley Wagner Jr. You know what, Matt? I love you. I love you dearly. Like, if truthfully, I would want you to be my brother in real life, because you just are the funniest freaking awesome person in the world. But you're probably also team fucking Shook. So therefore, I got to take that bias into effect. So we all know how I feel about Dan Shook. He can,
Stanley, put mine up on the screen if you're going to say what you feel about Dan Shook.
Okay, hold on. Where's he at? Where's Bourbon? Okay. What did he say?
What did he say?
Where's the Bourbon? Hold on, that's fun. It's funny as shit, but I'm trying to get. Okay, see if I can do. No, wrong. Fucking damn it! It moved down the chat.
The one above it.
Yeah, there you go. ADH Wizzy, I have no respect for Klein. If he didn't leave Dan on that. Yeah, that was funny last night. Nobody said anything about the fact that Bourbon kept on. Bourbon had put out that when Klein left the stream that he went and did the double decker, and if he didn't, didn't have respect for him. So that is funny. But
I didn't even get my real daily out.
Yeah, but guess what? There's somebody in the stream I've been waiting for, but he got here way too late to wish Cheech Ardolino, and he freaking
there he
happy
is.
birthday. But there he is. There's the man, Ken himself. Hey Ken, if you're not on your other computer and you can actually go freaking live to where we can see your fucking face instead of flames and your freaking logo, jump on.
Good eye, Ken.
Because, of course, Stan said that he was going to stop at 10 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock now. So, whatever.
All right. Let's hear Bourbon's daily.
So besides basically any MGP 4 years or older, Old Scout's just one of them. I am an MGP whore. I admit it. It is good old, because this is kicked, Old Forester 100. This is actually Jackie's daily also. Jackie Zykin's daily.
Oh, is that why it's your daily too? Or do you have
it was my daily. This was actually my first daily in bourbon.
Is that your woman crush day?
I mean, who in here isn't?
Right.
Oh, there's not. Yeah, Jackie Zykin.
Obviously.
Yeah. So
obviously, Mash and Drum. That's his woman crush.
What do you call it? First whiskey I had that was my buddy told me I had to pick up was an Eagle Rare, and it happened to be a bum bottle, and it put me off whiskey for a couple of years because it was so bad. Then I grabbed this one day, and it changed my life. $20, that'll change your life right here.
No, hold up. What is that label? I can't see it.
Oh, Old Forester 100 proof.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so real quick, before we move on from there, Bourbon Approach, sir, I thank you. I got your message earlier today. I appreciate the fact that that you sent me that NASA family. That's freaking awesome. We need to hook up. You're only literally less than an hour away from me. We need to freaking do something where we just hang out for the day and drink some whiskeys. I really would like to learn how you go about your approach to taking the pictures of the bottles that you do. If nobody knows Bourbon Approach over on Instagram, he's got some really bitchin' freaking pictures that he takes of bottles out in the middle of the desert at the Indian Reservation, different places in Palm Springs and stuff like that. It's really freaking awesome. So go check him out, follow him, and he's a world traveler. He actually has some stuff like from Dubai and some other stuff, some other pictures that are really, really cool with bottles. He has a really cool Macallan bottle pick that's from I want to say it's Dubai, but it may be Saudi Arabia, but it's really freaking cool. So go check him out.
Hey, Mike Stahl, as far as a Dickel pick, these Bibb and Tucker single barrels are fucking tasty.
Not the ones I've had.
Well,
but I will say, hold up. When I was in Kentucky last, which was, I guess, a month ago at this point, I had Old Carter from Tennessee, and they gave it to me blind. And I was floored because it was freaking delicious. So
the blend, though, right?
Well, yeah, but it was so they blend all this. Old Carter has rules to their blends. They have to all be the same distillery, and they have to all be the same mash bill. And it was delicious, and they floored me. And the second thing is, I do have to throw out there, I tasted it again. It tastes like a cheap scotch. Grass and hay and some hate. And the nose.
Sorry, Lava Man.
Grass. Okay, so the notes that I'm getting from it are grass, hay, and hate. So I'm thinking that if I was going to go into a store,
particularly hate.
And this is a store pick, a blended store pick.
Okay, but here's the thing too. Okay, Lava Man's going to say this, I think, but it's the same thing that some people have a problem with 291 and some other local distilleries to the Colorado area. They use a lot of aspen staves, and people are not used to that aspen stave flavor. So once you get into something like a 291H or an HR high rye, it's a Stranahan's freaking I call them maroon labels. They're the dark maroon label freaking finished. Until you get into that with the aspen staves, a lot of stuff like Breckenridge, if you get a finished Breckenridge, it's completely different than what a regular ass everyday freaking Breckenridge, even a store pick, is, because aspen staves with a finish taste completely different than unfinished aspen staves. There's a certain.
Anybody wants to try and blend with this, it's theirs.
The guy to directly below me and to your freaking your right.
Yeah.
Send him the bottle and see what he can do with it. I mean, I really think that. Okay, so I might give Bobby. I might give Bobby some crap. Period. But the blends that he's done on Blends Day on Blends Day Wednesdays, I've done a couple here with what I have. And he freaking he knows what he's talking. He knows what he's talking about when it comes to blending. I'm hoping that once Jason does Blend-A-Geddon, that Bobby's going to go ahead and enter it, because I think that he could actually do really, really well, because he just, that's what his wheelhouse is. He's not trying to tell you that this bourbon's better than any other bourbon. He's trying to tell you that I can blend something with it to make the bourbon you don't like something that you can either palate, or something that you could go ahead and make into a daily drinker, or maybe it's something that you're going to end up loving more than something that you're like your go-to. So I believe in what Bobby's doing. I think that what he's brought out there has been a freaking really good thing. I think that, is he the next? Okay, the truth. Is he the next coming of freaking Matt Porter when it comes to blends? I don't know. He could be. But he's onto something that nobody else is doing on a regular fucking basis. He's adding things to freaking bourbons that people don't even think about. He's mixing freaking smokes of different cherry woods and mixing stuff together to come up with a certain profile to a specific person who tells them what their profile is. See, there's a difference between that and just blending something to blend something. He's doing something personal to a specific person, and he's not asking for anything in return other than his feedback so that he can make his craft better. So therefore, I appreciate what Bobby does for the community. And he just literally came in the community within the last couple of months, and he's made a big splash with people like Jason, with Dusty Dan, with these people that we trust their palates. Bobby has done blends for them that they really freaking like. He has the same problem I do, and he'll admit, because he's admitted before, he can't shut the fuck up, and neither can I.
Speaking of which,
he is he is freaking great to the community, and now Mr. Whiskey Shits is going to tell me to shut the fuck up and say what he needs to say from the chat.
hey, Mashbill, plug Michelle Lynn's group real quick. She just posted a comment.
Okay, so we've got Michelle Lynn, the Mashbill wives, girlfriends, friends, and amazing gals in the group. I know you are okay with my shameless plug for my women's of whiskey group. Yes. Okay. I am not a woman, if you couldn't tell, but I do follow Michelle Lynn over on Instagram at Women of Whiskeys. And that's Women of Whiskeys. That's with an S. And that does include an E, like it should be. So it's Women of Whiskeys over on Instagram.
Shut up. I know that was a shot at me, you prick.
Hello, ladies.
So go follow. If you're not already following her, it doesn't matter. Okay, here's the real. Okay, there's nothing wrong with following what she does if you're not a female, but her group is Curb to Freaking Females in the whiskey community. She has got my heart with that because of the fact that if anybody knows, I know Bobby knows. We've discussed this 1,000 times. I know that Mr. Whiskey Shits and a lot of people know. My whole thing is to elevate women in the whiskey community because they're not being recognized for their contributions. So therefore, I'm a huge supporter of what Michelle Lynn is doing. Everybody else go support her by fucking following her. She's got some great shit. She got some great stuff going on over there. And hopefully someday she gets to the point where she wants to start a YouTube channel that has nothing to do with anything but women in whiskey. And I can't wait for her to do. I really want to bring her on live with Adriana and some of the other women of whiskey we already know, and let them talk and me shut the fuck up and just stand in the back and just moderate.
Yeah.
Now, how hard that's going to be?
Like that's
who
going to
fucking
happen.
knows?
Like that's going to happen. Come on. Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. I do talk too fucking
No,
much.
but the strong women in the whiskey community will talk over you and be like, "Shut up." And,
oh yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. Yeah,
I'm really sure that freaking Michelle Lynn will be more than,
you know what? Yeah, just stop.
She'll be more than willing to look at me and say, Stan, you're freaking great. You know, you're awesome in the community, but shut the fuck up.
I disagree.
Yeah.
Disagree.
But at the same time,
there has to be the observation that nothing more than it's perfectly okay to have an unpleasant pause. Listen, I've been focusing on this, and I can sit back as long as I can sit back. But in that,
I know what you're waiting for. I know what you're waiting for, Bobby. You're waiting for that pause. Once that pause opens up, you're like freaking.
Yeah, but
you should mute Bobby for the next 3 minutes.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and as a tribute to my friends from Australia, I'm going to go take a bio break. So for the next few minutes, I am going to go take care of some business, and I'm going to leave.
Hang on, are we watching Adam?
I'm going to leave my second. I'm not going to say actually my second, my equal, but the person who that monitors the chat for me, and Adam, Mr. Whiskey Shits will.
Adam's taking a leak, dude.
Yeah, we'll go ahead. Is that what he's doing? Yeah, he's probably so he's taking a bio break right now, and we're watching it live. Yes. But I'm gonna go ahead and walk away for a second. Lava Man, since Adam is preoccupied right now.
Caught me at a bad time. What the hell? I muted my mic. I just had to take a piss, man. Come on.
Okay, so
you have the towel holder.
I'm gonna take a bio break.
Holy shit.
Adam, it's your show until I come. It's your show. I'll be back in a minute.
Oh, it's literally.
Right. Let's talk some whiskey, boys. About fucking time.
Let's make sure that this stream never gets monetized Ever.
Oh,
Doing
I
all we
can't.
can for
God
that.
damn it. Dude,
Had
your
to
unit
refill
was on
my-
YouTube.
Refill my Diet Dew. My little.
Dude, did you realize how much of a wide angle that camera has?
No.
Dude, your unit was on YouTube.
Right on.
No one was
I
impressed.
call bullshit.
No one was impressed.
Yeah, really. Nobody even skipped a beat. Sorry to say.
I mean, I imagine that's what the laughing was about. So.
No. It didn't even rate. Like we,
No.
no, we didn't even. Yeah, it was.
Right on. Stanley just has great timing, you know. As with everything else, you know, we all try to get a word in, and then when one of us tries to take a break, that guy's like, "All right, what's this guy got to say?" It's like, Jesus, dude.
So I think one of the things that's important, right, is if anybody goes back and looks at it from any of our channels, what is the you not necessarily a palate cleanser, but a palate cleanser / alcohol absorber. What is your go-to
Pizza
besides going to the bathroom?
Diet Dew.
I've literally been on a live, and the only person that ever caught it and reached back to me was my brother, who's the gunny from HQ. He's like, as I was doing it, he texted me. He's like, "Have you taken a leak?" I was like, "What?" He's like, "You literally turned to the right," and I was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "You literally shifted right." Like, yeah. He's like, "You're taking a leak, aren't you?" And I was like, "Shh."
Don't call me out, bro.
It's like, oh, listen, that brother, true brothers, blood brothers don't say that shit.
Hey, everybody say goodnight to Michelle Lynn.
Yeah. So good night, Michelle.
Michelle.
Michelle, when you get a chance, please email me so we can maybe set up something for me to do with you on IG Live. Actually, I'll be on tomorrow night. I'll be going on after Rocket Review on Instagram Live. If you'd like to set up something to maybe jump on, probably somewhere around 7 p.m. Pacific, to jump on and talk about your channel. I would really like to do that and make sure that people know about it. So go ahead and hit me up, DM me on Instagram, and we'll set up something either this week or next week. And then let's see.
Which one was that again? What was that again?
So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to bring in this guy. Okay. Now, y'all know him.
Your shits? What was that?
C920.
So that's the other thing. I'm going to send you a sample of C918, by the way, Adam. That's the other bottle. That's the other bottle that I do have that I haven't popped open yet that I'm going to pop open to make sure I send you a sample. So I'm going to add somebody to this, and it's probably going to turn into a super shit show, especially with me, me not shutting the fuck up.
Yeah, for sure.
But so Lava, just before I do this, Lava Man,
Ken?
Are you ready to freaking hit that to have some natural fillers and stuff or anything else? I haven't seen you roll up anything this evening, so.
Oh, you've not been paying attention, my friend. I have been on the natural fillers all night, and will continue to do so. Always. That's my cachet. That's my vibe. That's what we're doing. Always.
All right, so everybody that's in the chat that's still here, the 14 people that are still around, you know him as everybody's favorite Australian.
Oh,
you also know him as the Australian that doesn't pass out that often on lives, only once that we know of that's been documented. He is not Simon Delvecchia. He does not pull a Simon on live streams. His name is Ken, and we know him as Ken from Scotch Down Under.
Cheers.
What's up, buddy?
What's up, y'all?
So
clever name, like
Now I
Australian
can't hear
stallion
or
or
see anything. I have no idea what's going on.
He's wearing a hat. We got to give him the fact that he decided he was going to put on a hat and wear that Black Sabbath shirt. But freaking, I would have preferred freaking Sabaton, but whatever.
dig it, Ken.
I'll fix it.
Good to see you, buddy. Ken's only
Okay,
been sober
so-
for about 3 hours, though.
That's
Somebody,
all I need.
so
That's the rebound.
I need Ken back on the stream. This is funny. So Simon, if you're not ready to pull a Simon right now, go ahead and jump on. Because at least everybody will be able to. Okay, so Michelle Lynn, she has said that she's out of town tomorrow, so therefore we'll have to set up something another time. So yeah, just message me and Michelle, and we will set up something for another time to, even if it's just bringing you on live on Saturday night, or next Thursday would be also, or we can set up a specific date that you have time for, because Instagram's really open to people going live. So let's see.
Stanley,
Yes, sir.
are you willing to try a little bit of that new Booker's that I sent you?
You know what? Let me move from my. I'm sorry. Sorry to Canadians, but the freaking Canadian Glencairn is awesome, actually. But I'm gonna go ahead and not drink out of that right now. I'm gonna go ahead and move to my. And if you say so, here we go. Wait a second, real quick.
I'm pretty sure, Stanley, we all have drank like 7 times more.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm freaking like a good 9 or 10 in right now.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you're 9 or 10 after
For sure.
our like 19 in.
Yeah. So Bourbon Hood, if you're
Especially
not
you.
following
Especially you,
following
Bob. You
them,
were drinking before Mash and Drum.
I've been here since like what, 5 o'clock, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard,
Yeah, dude.
or 5 p.m. Eastern Standard.
all right. So let me go ahead and try this Booker's.
Which Bookers are you doing?
It's 2021-01. It's the newest one. Adam sent me. Mr. Whiskey shit sent me a freaking sample.
Where'd you get that?
He's in Utah. They get drops of certain
Oh.
specific things in Utah.
Yeah, we
We
get the
haven't-
new releases, man.
This
I haven't even
ends
seen that yet.
Oh,
Yeah, we got it.
Burben's decided to bring out that Scotch. He's sitting there trying to sitting there trying to get freaking Ken over there all nice and hard for freaking Scotch
no.
and shit.
I bought this because of Ken's recommendation, and since he's on the stream, I'm gonna crack it.
I know I'm giving you
Ben.
shit, Burben.
Hey,
I'm giving you
Yeah.
shit.
So great shout out to Ken, right? I think it's like
Hey.
5 a.m.
Hey,
where Ken's
Stanley.
at. Is it like 5?
Yeah.
O'clock in the afternoon.
Hey,
No,
Ken.
it's like 5 p.m.
No.
No, it's
Yeah.
2 o'clock in the afternoon.
It's 2
Yeah.
o'clock in the afternoon where he's at.
Did I look at my
So
shirt?
okay, so before
Yeah,
2
yeah.
o'clock.
so before we get started on Ken real quick.
Oh, Ken,
Okay.
we need to get like shit faced together. That's for
So
sure.
Ken over here was on a stream with a certain person that we all know. His name rhymes with Shane Long. And earlier, Shane sent him a package over a month ago, like almost 2 months ago. Okay, he sent a delivery of beard oil. They were discussing how Shane tracked it down and that it's in Brisbane and that by the time it gets to Ken, it'll be 2 months from when it was initially sent to him. And it's something that Ken's really, really, really been waiting for. And Shane Long went out of his way to make sure that the beard oil was being delivered to him, and it's taken 2 months. So anybody that's sending anybody that's sending any beard oils to Ken, I'll tell you ahead of time. It has been sitting in freaking customs in Brisbane for 3
No, it's out of
fucking
customs.
weeks. 3 weeks it's
out of
been in
customs.
Brisbane. And it might make it
It's
to
out of
Ken
customs.
by sometime at the end of next week.
End of next year.
Yeah, so
Hey, those
You
were
would-
some good
no,
tunes, though.
You want to talk about like shipping shit to Ken? He's getting Stag Junior batch 9 in the store right now.
yeah, Simon Del Vecchio just
Yeah.
got a batch 5.
That's
It's like-
crazy.
Ship
Yeah,
that to
like
me,
that slow ship, like that slow boat to Australia, bro. We need the reciprocation. Well, I'll send you anything for some of the shit you're getting, like that you'll be able to get. Oh man, I'll send you bottles all day for some of the things you can give it. Like, oh man, it's ridiculous.
Is that a whole bottle that's getting of beard oil or samples of beard oil?
I don't know what Shane sent to him. I'm just telling you that what they were talking about earlier. Ken knows more about that, and he'll be able to say something about it. But really quick, I'm going to bring in the person. I'm going to bring in the person that everybody knows that has his own freaking maneuver called the Simon maneuver that Ken has deemed part of freaking Whiskey Tube. His name is Simon Del Vecchia.
I don't know this motherfucker. I don't know this guy. Who the fuck is this guy? I don't know this guy. I don't know. What?
I know. Number one, I know Lava Man's full of shit because I was watching the stream earlier today when he was talking shit in the stream.
Who?
So
what? Yeah.
I like the old school pinch going on.
This is definitely something that I really, really appreciate. The fact that right now, okay, so I'm in California. Lava Man's in Colorado. Freaking Mr. Whiskey Shits is in Utah. Freaking Bobby is in Ohio. Ben is in New York. I have Ken and freaking Simon both in Australia, in technically the same part of the country, but hundreds of miles apart. And I have freaking James Morgan in the chat, who is from London, who's in London right now, that's been in the chat the whole night. And I haven't shouted him out. I want to shout out James Morgan. He has actually followed me and came into my chats because of Ken and Simon. So I want to say thank you very much.
It's global.
Sam B, thank you for joining. Ben Demon Hunter, I think I shouted you out earlier, but it's good to see that you're here still.
Yeah, you got to mention Canada. We got Canada in here too.
Yeah, we got Canada with Ben Demon Hunter. I mean, there's somebody from Canada that I'm not going to bring up his name, but at the same time, I don't have a personal problem with him. He still is my friend, and if anybody else has an issue with him, then that's their own business.
The problem is he has issues with other people.
Yeah, and the thing is that the person that I don't think he really does have issues with is you, Mr. Ben, because of the quote unquote the back and forth that you guys have had between each other.
Oh no! I'll send you what he had to say to me.
Oh, okay.
Oh no!
But either way, like I said,
I can say right now,
whether somebody's a friend of somebody else or not, or anything else, it doesn't matter to me. I don't give a shit because they're the relationships. If people don't get along in general. So if someone doesn't get along with somebody, doesn't mean I can't get along with them. I mean, some people might really think that someone like, say, Adam is an asshole, but he's not.
But he's all right.
He's like my boy. Freaking, he's got my back. He's got my back. He's freaking. He's always checking up on me and shit like that. So
he's our asshole. There's a difference.
Yeah, he's all right.
No. The problem is that certain person has problems with multiple people.
Yeah. So Adam,
I come here to have fun.
Yeah, I know. I understand.
Hey,
so that's over.
The chat wants an update.
An update on what?
Stanley.
An update on Stanley?
The chat wants to know. What do you think of that Booker's?
Okay, so I've got to say that's a proofy bitch.
Let me guess, it's nutty.
No.
Hey, have you had other Bookers?
I own other Bookers, but I haven't popped them yet. But that is
Stanley?
a proofy fucking bitch. That shit bites the fucking tip of my tongue and says, "You're fucked."
which Booker?
2021-01.
The new one.
You know what? Yeah, it's the brand new one. So I only have
So
pig skin.
Why don't you, Lava Man?
Thank you.
Bless you,
Sorry.
sir.
Woo. Thank you.
Woo! That literally freaking grabs you by the freaking nutsack and says,
All right,
I'm here.
So Cohen wanted an update on the Bookers. Cohen wanted a review on that. So that's the only Bookers I've ever tried is the new one, and I'm a fan. I'm probably gonna buy the next Bookers because of it. So.
Well, I think
Okay, so
have to
here's my review since I just tasted this shit.
you can't do it from that.
And I'm not going to call it shit. I'm not really calling it shit.
No.
The taste. Once you get past the freaking heat.
Call it shit.
No, hold on. The taste is good. It tastes really, really good. It's just like I said. It grabs the tip of your tongue with that freaking initial heat and tells you, "Hey, fucker, I'm here." It grabs you by the freaking tip of the tongue and your nuts and says, "Hey, bitch, I'm here." It's a 125. It's 125.3. I would say it freaking burns at around a good 136, 135 to me at least. But I'm not a high proof guy. But I'm not saying it. It tastes freaking good. It tastes really good once you get past the initial heat. I'm not getting a Kentucky hug from it. It's just all right here in the mouth that freaking I'm getting the heat from. But it tastes good. It tastes really fucking good.
Yeah,
but then again, it's got a good Jim Beam. It's got a good Jim Beam nuttiness to it.
I'll tell you the easiest way to get past this.
Very nutty, yeah.
So the easiest way to get past the initial blast you get, right?
Right.
You have to chew it on your first or second sip.
You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna do that.
Make the gums numb, make the tongue numb. Just get it over with. Get past that, whatever it is that you want to say that's not like I can't say.
I just don't want to go too deep. I just want to don't want to go too deep on the sample yet because
you don't have to go deep, right? It doesn't take a lot. I've done a chew on like one. I've done like I think an hour on a 1 ounce.
Well, no, I'm just like I'm saying, I just want to make sure I don't freaking
just make sure you chew it,
keep
right?
a little something for myself.
You can take a small amount. It doesn't take a lot to chew it, but chew it. Get the numbness that you're going to get. So for those of us that are, we have Ken and we have Simon, we have Ben, and we have a lot of guys that have done some bourbon, right? Whiskey, scotch, it doesn't matter. The thought process is the same. I don't need to be like a 3-step process to get to the chew. You have to get to the chew to acclimate the palate. You acclimate the palate and you get the olfactory involved. You let it go. You can do that on step 1 for us. It's going to be harsh. It's going to be rough. It's going to hurt. It's going to be like no taste. You don't care about the taste. You're trying to get to the taste. So when you do that, it's just nothing more than just the chew. Chew it. Booker's is always going to be hot. I mean, you're talking 126 and above at Booker's. I'm
okay.
Booker's dude.
Okay, Bobby, I get what you're saying. So I don't know, who else in here? I mean, I know Ken and Simon are pretty much out of this one. I'm sorry. I'll get back to you guys in just a second. But Adam, anybody else that's had the new Bookers besides Adam? So this is brought up. Okay, so hold on. So Daniel says chat wants to know more about whiskey in general, Stan. Let's talk more about whiskey, bro. We have a good crew on. Let's talk about whiskey with them. Okay, and I understand that, and that's truthfully. This is a whiskey channel. I shouldn't be freaking talking about a bunch of other bullshit all the time. That's just my freaking way of going about things. But what we're going to do is this is a noob. I'm going to call myself a noob because I'm not the greatest freaking palate in the world. But I'm going to bounce it off of Adam, have you had, I don't know if Bourbon Battalion or Bourbon's had it, but the new Booker's batch. The first thing I smell, I'm going to smell this. And remember, if you're going to go ahead and do this, I've been told that the best thing to do is to open your mouth when you take the freaking.
Come into your chin. Don't come up. You'll blow your olfactory out. Come into your chin. Smell in and up right, left, together.
So the first thing I'm smelling is freaking. I don't know if anybody knows this smell. It's something that's to me is English toffee, like a score bar with a little bit of freaking. Yeah, it just smells like freaking like hard, like what they consider to be a hard caramel, because there's a difference in smell between a regular like freaking chewy caramel to a hard caramel, like an English toffee, English really super hard caramel. And that's why I smell like a little bit of sweetness, a lot of freaking like. If you were to take freaking toffee and then freaking put it in a candy bar with peanut butter, so I get like a really like toffee sweetness with a freaking heavy freaking nutty smell to it, and that's just me. I mean, I'm like I said, my palate's shit, so take it as you will. But like Adam, he's had this before.
No,
and
man,
I know that.
Yeah, I liked it. I liked it a lot. So yeah, like I said, it convinced me to buy more Bookers on top of it. I'm not going to buy a backup for this bottle, but I'll definitely buy the next batch. And from what I've heard from the reviews is that this batch is better than Pigskin. So I don't know.
Okay, so
Pigskin, but it's not country ham.
so
I
haven't tried this.
yeah, so for me right now, it's literally. Like I said, that English that toffee, that little bit like toffee sweetness off the top. I mean, freaking it just smells like. I mean, to me, I'm not saying anybody else would have the same smell, because the thing is that, like I said, I'm still trying to learn this. But so let me go ahead and do the chew.
So I haven't had that latest Booker's release, but I'll say every Booker's I've had has basically tasted like proofy old tub. It's just peanuts upon nuts upon nuts upon peanuts, which isn't a huge win for me on my profile. But
I mean,
Yeah,
Bourbon,
that's
you're
I'd say it's
you're legitimately Bourbon is
very
legitimately
nutty.
the haterist of haters in the bourbon community. That's what it is. It's true. Yeah.
Well,
So-
I think the thing is that you have to go
Jerry
through there.
Garcia.
You have to always go through and just blind it, and not necessarily know it, but like, what is it? The thing that I want to know more is, I want to know more about, like, in this case, we're talking to Stan, right? I want to know what you think. You don't need to apologize for shit, man. If you think it tastes like aspirin, then it tastes like aspirin to you. I don't care.
The taste on it is actually okay. So the taste on it, if I was to say what what do I think the taste? It tastes like a really super light, like it literally has a super light peanut butter taste to it. Like, to me at least, it's very, very light. Like the sniffing it, freaking, you could smell nuts. I mean, whatever, however you want to take that. But taste wise, it's a really super. To me, it's really super
Here's the
light
bottle we're
peanut.
talking about.
But it's also, like, you were right. I mean, okay. So thank you for guiding me on this one, though, freaking Bobby, because truthfully, you nailed it. Once I chewed it, my gums went completely fucking numb.
Yeah.
Like, completely fucking numb. And once they went numb, then there wasn't okay. So what people might not know is that the palate is actually the top of your mouth. Palate is not your tongue; it's the top of your mouth. So once all that went numb and it went to just my tongue, it's hot. It's hot. It freaking, it has a hotness to it, but it's not cinnamon hot. It's freaking alcohol hot. It's not freaking that. It's not that freaking cinnamon hot you might get off of a freaking a good hardcore rye. It's not that freaking cinnamon hot part of it.
But what about
It's
that
hot.
time you? But what about that time you put your tongue in my mouth?
Well, you're like, let's be honest, Lava Man. You're like
True.
only dude I know that's like 74 that's really only like 39.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You shall not pass. So the thing is that, like I said, when Bobby was telling me about the letting my gums go numb, I chewed it until my gums went numb. My upper palate went completely numb. So that means that the top of my mouth and all the rest of my mouth was not going to taste anything. It was all going to be directly on my freaking tongue. And it was hot on the freaking beginning, on the tip of my tongue. But I tasted, like I said, I tasted a slight light nuttiness to it, not as heavy as I thought it was going to be. It had a good freaking burn on it, but it wasn't something that gave me the Kentucky hug. It was all in my mouth. It wasn't all this. So it's a proofy bitch, but it's not something that's going to burn you down your throat through your chest. Now, whether somebody can take something from that, I don't know. I just know that it's something that I could easily drink again. And now that I know what I can expect, it makes it a little bit easier to be able to taste it. I know that now I need to go ahead and hit a couple 114s, a couple 117s, a couple 120s before I come back to this to get used to that little bit of burn. It's not acid. It's just an alcohol burn. It's not the Kentucky hug or anything else. It's just that it dries the shit out of the tip of your tongue. I'll tell you that much at least. But that's just to me. I mean, I'm not talking for anybody else. That's just for me. Is it something that I'm going to go back to? Is it something that I'm going to go buy? I'm going to go buy the bottle. I'm sorry. I'm going to go buy the bottle when I got the chance. Yeah, go ahead,
Stanley.
Mr.
Here's a little hint. Take a sip after you do the blind that I send you.
Okay. Now,
hold up. Does everybody know? I might have not seen this from earlier. There was a new Ricky leak.
What?
Of Dan skiing into a tree.
Okay, so you're telling me there's something I can use against Dan Shook physically online somewhere.
Where did Lava Man go?
I hope Lava Man. I'm sorry, freaking. Please, if you can,
Where is the share button? Here we go.
If you're still good to go, please come back on. Ben,
yeah,
please.
I'm sending it to you right now.
You know how to get in touch with me. Make sure I get a hold of it because holy shit, Tuesday night's gonna be fucking fun. I'm clapping. Tuesday night's gonna be the fucking greatest night of my fucking life. People, please tune in. Because I will literally freaking somehow get Sean to get me on live just to replay him hitting a fucking tree.
If Dan's still alive, Jesus.
I wasn't going that fast.
Yeah, Dan's still alive. He's posted freaking stuff since then. I guarantee.
Which Dan is it?
Shook from Bourbon Junkies. Yeah. He's my arch enemy. Okay, so a few months ago, I made a comment about the fact that he thought that his head was expanding because he went on this freaking whole rant about him being a savant and he calls it a geographist and everything else, right? So I told him, how do you get out of the bunker with your head being so big? Well, he made a smart ass comment back to me, and he's always putting down Sean, so I decided to become Team Sean. Now, unfortunately for Dan, he gets frustrated when I do a Team Sean deal on his freaking live because Jason BC, Bourbon Beginnings, Sugar Kitty, Bird Ben, a bunch of other people jump on with this Team Sean shit. That is fucking great. That is awesome. Ben, you're my best friend. So the whole idea is that I started this whole thing about Team Sean, that calling Dan Rain Dan and putting up signs in the background that said like fucking Sug It Shook and all sorts of stuff. So it's like a war that I'm going on with Dan Shook. Now, in reality, There's nothing wrong with Dan Schick other than the fact that he sits there and talks shit about other people, and then when it's time for him to freaking toe the line, and Bobby will understand the word toe the line. Freaking when comes time for him to toe the line, all of a sudden he's the best friend of those people he's been talking shit about all night, like Alec Bradley, Destination Bourbon, and Sean. So it's my mission to crush his dreams because he said some stupid shit about, oh, you're just trying to crush my dreams. Oh yeah, now I am trying to crush your dreams. Luckily for me, people like Jason Busey and Ruben from Bourbon Beginnings are willing to jump on the bandwagon of Team Sean and make Dan freaking have to backpedal a lot of times on his lives or mess with him on his lives. So now Ben, he knows what the war is. So he just sent me a tasty little nugget that I will be able to use against.
Wait, you're not following Ricky Leaks already?
You know, I didn't know there was actually a real Ricky Leaks. I just know Dan.
Oh no,
talks
it's
about
real. She posts terrible things of Dan doing stupid things on TikTok.
Oh, it's on TikTok. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
It's the only reason I have TikTok. Well, that and thoughts, but
fucking thoughts.
Hey, so somebody was saying earlier that I was a hater. I think it was Lava Man. No, I'm not a hater. I'm just from New York. We don't filter. Who we are is who we are, and that's
Hey,
it.
where did Lava Man go?
He's probably getting
Where's
some
Lava
natural
Man?
filler. Probably
Where's
natural
Lava Man?
filler time.
Lava Man will be around.
So Ken, this is interesting.
How is it?
I mean,
Interesting?
it's kind of the color of maybe what Mr. Whiskey Shits was doing not too long ago.
Yeah.
As all
It's,
good whiskey should look like.
It's very, very thin. I will say that. Very thin. But there's a lot of
Compared
flavor
to
going on.
Unlike Mr. Whiskey Shit.
Yeah, it's got some kick in it.
Is it peated? Is that the peated Ben Reef?
The Ben
It's
Rig,
the trace peated. It's just it's the straight up original 10.
Oh, really?
Yep. Good drop.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I'll say this: it's better than a lot of other scotches I've had. I have not had good Scotch experience, but I mean, I'll drink it. It's not just going to sit on my shelf, which is a big statement for a Scotch in my place. But we'll be talking about more.
That's my Scotch experience right there.
Oh, yep. I like that one, Bellini.
Double wood.
Yep.
One I do have one other that you've recommended. I have not opened it, but I bought it a while ago. Is Johnny Walker Green?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yep.
Yep.
So Mr. Whiskey
Also
Shits
the
freaking
Art
brought up
Bake-
that double wood. Just a heads up for that Belveni double wood is if you're not a Scotch person and you want to try Scotches, but you're a fan of Woodford double oaked or a 1920? Is it
1910.
1910. I'm sorry, 1910 double oaked. If you're a fan of those bourbons, a Belveni double wood might be where you want to try to start with a Scotch. It's actually really, really fucking good.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I'll say this is a million times better than the Breckenridge.
Yeah, but Ben, if you get a chance to get a hold of, and it's really weird, is that it's one of those Game of Thrones freaking scotches.
They're all over here. Yeah.
But if you can get a hold of the Singleton Glendullan, that's actually really just a really nice freaking easy. Yeah, it smells like fucking Band-Aids, but if you smell it, but taste wise, it's really freaking not harsh at all. Really nice freaking. To me, it was a really good introduction to back into scotches outside of a Glenmorangie freaking 10, which is literally freaking, I think, the greatest way back into scotches. It's just so freaking nice to freaking start out there. I mean, I don't know how Ken or Simon would think on that because they, Ken would probably say that a Glenalachie freaking batch 1 would be the one that he would he recommend to start out on. But then again, he doesn't have one, so therefore he can't really recommend that.
Glenalachie, so that's probably spelled with a Q or something.
No, I call it
it's Glenn and his
Glenalachie.
Allen key.
Yeah.
Glen what?
Glen Ellicky.
Glenn Allen key.
Okay, how do you spell it? Because you never pronounce it how you spell it. Like, I knew this was the
This
right
one, yeah.
one because it had my name in it, but other than that,
I'm freaking trolling freaking Ken, and he knows it.
That's how you spell it.
Glenn Allen key.
Glenalachie, got it.
Yep.
So
Glenn and his Allen key.
the thing is that Simon has a batch. What yours is a batch 1, right?
No. No. What have I got? This is the cast strength version.
Okay, it's a running joke between me and Ken that he was really trying to get a hold of a batch 1, and he was having such a hard time because he was going on like everything that said that he could get a hold of it, and it was dicking him over.
I remember, yep.
And it was
It
dicking
was
him
on
over.
eBay, and I was trying to
So
buy it.
every
It said
time I
batch
can
one,
bring
it wouldn't
it-
fucking accept my password, wouldn't accept my date of birth, wouldn't accept anything. Couldn't
It would
fucking
not
end up
accept
getting it. And then
anything Ken
eventually
put
it didn't
in.
turn out to be a number 1 anyway.
So I have taken it upon myself to, at any point in time when Ken brings up a scotch, to start somebody out on, to bring up this batch 1 I say Glenalachie, whatever. But I bring this up just to troll Ken, kind of like he has this. What is it? Is it a Glenmorangie freaking Harry Balls? What was the one that freaking
Harry
Harry Balls.
Malaga cast.
No, that's the Glen
Ella.
Grant Aberralis.
Yeah, Glen Grant, was it Averalis?
Aberralis.
Yeah, I call it Harry Ballless. So freaking, it's just something to troll Ken on. So Jade, okay, so here's
Hey, Stanley.
some sad news. I'm sorry, I have to bring up some sad news real quick. Bourbon approached the man who decided to be nice enough to send me, and I appreciate you. You don't know how much. We really got to hook up since you only live so close. You live so close to me. The mash bill. My wife opened my new box of whiskey, and the Frey Ranch leaked all over the place. So he just had some stuff sent to him, and he got a Frey Ranch, and it freaking, I guess it leaked all over the place. That sucks because I know, and I believe you got a Frey Ranch, right? Mr. Whiskey Shits.
I have a rye right now.
The Frey Ranch?
Yeah.
Okay, but still, like he had the Frey Ranch leaked all over the place, so he's not in a great place when it comes to that.
What is that beer I'm drinking, Colin? It is from a local brewery called an Irish Red Ale.
Oh, freaking! You know what? I just tried freaking Smithwick's for the first time, and holy shit, Irish Red is going to be my new favorite freaking beer in the world. It is so fucking good. So, Miss JD Bourbon Approach, I want to tell you right now, I do have a Frey Ranch store pick that I've opened, but you tell me where to send it, and I will send you a freaking sample of that store pick to make up for your losses on that other Frey Ranch. I'll send you a 2-ounce sample, or I'll bring the bottle.
Stanley.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to get my hands on that 5-year that's releasing at the distillery.
For Frey Ranch?
Yeah, it's a 5-year single barrel at the distillery.
Benrich gets a 0 for their freaking cork.
Dude, Frey Ranch's cork is awesome, dude. You could kill a man
Not
with
Frey
it.
Ranch. Just this shit.
Oh, Ben Reich?
Oh my god. You see what I'm doing over here? You can't get a grip on it.
I was saying, because Frey Ranch, you could kill a man with that if you had to. It's a brass.
Yeah.
It's a solid brass freaking top that weighs like what? Probably close to freaking like 7 or 8 ounces, It'll freaking kill. It weighs more than the actual bottle. I think that thing will kill somebody.
Yeah.
So let's see. So Top Shelf Dustin, thanks for joining in. Go in. Thanks for hanging around and talking to Top Shelf Dustin. Let's see.
Hey, Stanley, what time you got to get off, buddy?
You know what? Truthfully, I don't have to get off at any fucking specific time. I was just trying to keep it short. But if there's people, I mean, there's 12 people. You know how it goes with me. I'm as bad as fucking Ken.
You still have to beat your 7-hour time, remember?
But if you need to,
I know you got work now, man. I don't want to keep you too long.
Well, no, I don't actually. And no matter what, I don't start work until April 5th. My thing is that I just like to get up. I've been getting used to getting up at like 6 or 7 in the morning, and getting up and checking my emails and getting everything out and making sure I've got backups to my backups. So it's just keeping a schedule. But you know what? It's freaking, what time is it? It's right at midnight here. I'm still going to get, no matter what, I'm still going to get 5 or 6 hours of sleep. So I'm good.
Stan, by the way, did you pee successfully?
Let's keep it going until Ken's stream.
Do what now?
Did you pee successfully?
Okay, so I did piss in a bottle.
Yeah. So was it successful? Did you
don't know yet? They said it was going to take 2 days, and 2 days was technically Wednesday. Look at Simon's getting ready to go take a bio break. Simon's taking a bio break, so we might see him in 15 minutes. We may not. Freaking.
Hey, somebody's up. Take a drink.
Yeah, take a drink. Sorry.
Yep, more of this Ben Scotch.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to tap out pretty soon. It's almost 3 a.m. here.
It is 3 a.m. here.
So are you working? Are you working tomorrow, Bobby?
Yeah, I have to be on a call at 7 a.m.
Hey, Bobby.
Yeah.
I love you, brother,
Bobby,
and I freaking love what you do. But tap the fuck out.
All right, cheers, guys.
Later, man.
Cheers, bro.
Hey, tomorrow, call me. Try to call me like Friday afternoon if you get a chance.
Yeah. If any of you guys have like shit stuff you don't like, I can make it better.
I'll hit you up because you can have that Breckenridge for sure.
You know what? I'll send it back to you, and you'll think like that's amazing shit.
That's fine. Keep some of it then. Keep most of it.
All right. Cheers, guys.
I'll try it though. Sure.
See you, Bobby.
Yeah.
See you later, Bobby.
Yeah.
Cheers, man.
Okay, so let's see what we got going on.
And there were
here.
5.
Yeah, we still got 12 people in the chat.
What is wrong with them? Oh wait.
So,
5
okay.
for us.
So what? Okay, so this man right here, JD Bourbon Approach, his business involves going international. So he literally just spent a long period of time. I don't know what the exact amount of time was in a dry country. So he just came back here to the States recently, I believe, where he got to drink again. So he got a whole brand new feeling, palate, whole 9 yards of new stuff that he hadn't tried before. Some stuff that he wasn't too keen on before, but he got a whole brand new clean freaking palate because he's been in a dry country for a while. So I like to hear. I mean, I'd love for him to come on, but I understand if he doesn't because he's in. I don't know what his industry is, but I know that he does travel internationally very, very often, and he's gone for long periods of time. I just know that outside of that his home base is about 45 minutes to an hour from where I live in Palm Springs. So, but I just like to bring it up that freaking this guy's freaking awesome. What do we got? What's your?
Have you guys tried this one?
No, see, I've never seen that shelter point anywhere.
Really?
Yeah, I've never seen it before.
No.
So
Well, we get it all the way down here in Australia.
yeah, but then again, you're just you get it all the way down here in Australia, but at the same time, you just got Stag Junior batch fucking 5.
Exactly.
So freaking, it kind of take that with a grain of salt that we get it here all the time. But Shelter Point is actually from Australia, correct?
No, Shelter Point is Canadian.
Oh, it's Canadian. Oh, it's Canadian. We don't pay attention to that part of the freaking North America. Come on, shit. I mean, other than Alberta Premium, or if we really want to get fucked up, we drink some freaking Crown Royal. Other than that, freaking Canada.
Pretty good stuff.
Hey,
if you
I
ever
just
get the
wanted
chance.
to give a review on the old. I just wanted to give a review on the old Bookers.
Yeah, so go ahead,
So
go ahead, Adam.
Yeah. So I just did a few sips of it. Yeah, man, I'm a fan. It's very nutty, but I like what Booker's brings to the table. I think I think it's a bit overpriced. I think I paid $90 for the bottle, so I think that's a bit overpriced. But like I said, I'm gonna buy the next one because I enjoy the Jim Beam and the nutty profile.
Well, that's what we pay in Australia, about 90 USD for it.
So with the increase in price on Booker's, right? It was sitting about between 69 and 79, depending on where you got it before. And the new price for Booker's is right around that 89. That 89 is probably about the regular price for Booker's right now. So you didn't really pay too much for it, but at the same time, I understand what you're saying, that you don't think that necessarily it's good freaking bourbon. It's good freaking if you like the Jim Beam profile. It's a really good freaking Jim Beam profile that may not be worth $80, but to you personally, you're willing to pay that $80 again for it.
Yeah. I would purchase it over a Knob Creek single barrel unless that single barrel was a store pick.
Okay, now that's coming from a guy who I'm sorry, he just sent me the 12-year. This is a guy who really does like Knob Creek, saying that he would buy it over anything but a store pick. So I'm going to bring somebody into the stream real quick that I've never had on here before. I've seen him in my chats. I've been waiting for him and James Morgan to Cohen's never going to show his face, but I'm hoping that he's willing to jump on here, and I'm going to go ahead and bring in Top Shelf Dustin.
Oh.
What's up?
How you doing,
buddy?
There we go.
I'm pretty good. Trying to get my sound set up here. And just ignore these boxes behind me. I'm in the process of moving. So,
hey, Mr. Whiskey Shit's literally just moved from St. George to freaking Salt Lake City last weekend. So I'm sure that he understands the moving boxes in the background type situation.
Yeah, me too.
So really quick, I'm gonna do this before
Mr.
Whiskey Shit says it. Before Mr. Whiskey Shit says it. Top Shelf Dustin, I've seen you in the chat for the last few weeks. I'm glad that I'm glad that you're following and that you're in the chat and you're hanging out and stuff. Tell us a little bit about yourself, and please tell me you're not from Canada. I'm just kidding.
oh, good old Montreal friends.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. So you guys probably seen me on the chats in the past under the DH Silv 2 name. I've rebranded since Mike and I are doing Top Shelf Whiskey together, and figured I'd change it over. Plus, that's like an old school account that I set up, 10 years ago and still being used. So, do lots of reviews on higher end whiskeys. And obviously, I've been part of the whiskey community since, Scotch Test Dummy started 6-7 years ago.
Yeah, I remember seeing that DH Silver name in a few chats over the years.
Yeah, so that's the thing too, is that the DH. Okay, so I don't remember exactly the whole thing. I know DH, that the DH freaking thing kind of like rings a bell that you've been around. Actually, you're probably one of the very first people to actually start following me because I remember that older freaking handle you had. That you probably easily are probably one of my. I mean, I only have 160-ish people following me on YouTube, but I do recognize the name, and I do recognize the fact that you're probably one of the first 30 or 40 people that ever fucking followed me. So I do appreciate that. And so go ahead and plug your channel on YouTube or plug your channel on Instagram, whatever.
Yeah. So YouTube Top Shelf Whiskey. We focus again primarily on that $100 to $1,500 bottle range. With the occasionally we'll step into like a bourbon that's a little lower, just because secondary is comical on those.
So who's your partner in crime?
The partner there is Mike, who not the most active on the Whiskey Tube community. He hops in on chats occasionally if they're taking place during the workday, because apparently his job is very demanding.
All right. Well, sir, I am
Dawson's in the
now.
house.
What's up, Ken?
Okay. So I've
What's up,
been
man?
subscribed to you already, but I will go ahead and turn on notifications. Top Shelf Whiskey has 1.65K subscribers, which means they have 1,650, which means they're 350 away from 2,000. So if you're not subscribed to them already, please jump over there. Go ahead and subscribe to them. Check out their videos. I will be doing that over the next few days, and I will be giving a review of that's something that was suggested to me by Mr. Whiskey Shits and some other people that was brought into my stream last Saturday. I'm going to start reviewing channels. Instead of reviewing whiskeys or whatever, I'm going to start reviewing channels and see if maybe they line up with specific people that may not know the channels there. So I'm going to start reviewing channels starting next week. Not just shout outs, but actually going to channels, watching them, giving you the ups and downs of each of the channels, and what palettes or what directions they might be able to lead specific people in that are looking for a specific channel to start following. So that's going to be my game. Is going to be.
What would you give Scotch Down Under?
Well, Scotch Down Under, that's a little freaking crazy there. So hold on a second. So if
anybody talks about my flex, look at that flex.
is that what I think it is?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's Scooby Doo.
Oh, holy shit! That's freaking Chateau La Scooby Doo.
Yep.
Oh my god! It's the first time I've ever seen the bottle. I'm gonna cry.
Well, if you want to see another flex here.
I'm gonna cry.
Hey, Dustin. Dustin, can we be best
So
friends?
you're looking. Oh, you're. Wait a second. Hold on a second. I'm looking at a really, really small screen, so I got to look really, really close.
This is not a rye. This is the
What is
bourbon.
it?
This is the 12-year Rare Perfection bourbon.
Rare Perfection is done by. Go ahead and tell me who it is.
They are very shadowy. They're the same people who are putting out these very old St. Nick's as well.
Okay. Very old
and
segment.
Now, what we do know about Rare Perfection, though, is that you can tell from the bottle, this is a Willet bottle. This was bottled at Willet. The best guess is this is probably a 12-year-old Willet juice. And it's priced like it's 12-year-old Willet juice.
Okay, but is it okay? But is it 12-year-old Willet bourbon, or is it
Yes.
or is it 12-year-old? Oh, so it's Willet. Okay, so I'm not really super excited about anything that says that's Willet and has the word bourbon attached to it.
Their older stuff that they've got is pretty
Purple
interesting.
Top?
Yeah, or this could be like wherever they're sourcing Willet from. I do think they brought the proof down a hair on this, but
so Purple Top bourbon is 9-year, correct?
It varies. I've had a 17-year.
Anywhere from 4 years to 6 to 17 years, even 21 years.
Well, because the people that I know that have bottles, both the people I do know both have a 9-year and a 10-year. So it's like that's why I didn't know, because I'm still trying to learn all this shit, but I didn't know that's a big range to go with a Purple Top from 4 years to 17. It's like, hey, this is the freaking dartboard. What year do we want to try this time?
Be ready to pay $200 to $1,200 to $2,000 for those bottles too. So
all the purple
Dustin,
means
that's
is
the same. That's the same bottle as Old Scout and Eagle Rare too, though.
it's very similar. I don't know if it's exactly the same. This is even the same cork. Like if I hold this up next to like the Willet Rye, they are literally identical in every way, from cork to toppers to everything. I don't know that Eagle
I
Rare.
guess the toppers are different.
Yeah, I mean, you could be right. They could be identical bottles. I even looked at like the thickness of the base. It's dead on, and I was able to find evidence that this was legitimately Willet bottled. This one right here, this $400 bottle of bourbon, I have no clue anything about it. I know nothing.
And
I just know
Even
it.
the smoke, even this smoke
That's
wagon. That's like the same bottle.
So, but that's the
Except for the
same. The bottle you got, Dustin, is that's that very old Saint Nick, right?
Yeah, but you've never seen this one more than likely, unless I don't think anybody's reviewed it yet, because this is the 13 year that just came out this year and came out at $400 MSRP.
Okay,
Not secondary, MSRP.
So just real quick,
How much you pay?
I want to say goodbye. Hold on a second, Dustin. I just want to say goodbye to James Morgan. He's the guy that's in England that I was talking about earlier. Thank you very much for jumping in the chat. I hope to see you again real soon. I appreciate the fact that you took time out of your schedule there in London and hang out with me for a few hours before you went to work. So you have a good day, sir. And then Cohen does have a question for Top Shelf Dustin, which is,
cheers, James.
Wasn't there a 15-year rare perfection?
Yeah, there is, and I've got one in the other room. It's a rye though, much cheaper. It's okay. I wouldn't buy it, but I think it was a American bottling, Canadian source, and I would highly recommend passing on it.
And there's a message to Bourbon. Go to his Instagram account. Go to JD.
Oh yeah, we're already talking.
Okay. Okay. I'm just saying. I just noticed it off the top of my head right there, and it wasn't like thrown in my. It wasn't thrown at me by freaking Adam
We're talking
shout
about
out.
Ben, up our Australian friends.
Ben, I texted you, buddy. What the hell?
Oh, did you? Oh yeah. So you did.
So Dustin, so you're okay. So you're like you said, 100, the 100 and above. Like you're like you said, top shelf. It says right on there, top shelf Dustin.
Yeah.
Okay, so even if you're top shelf Dustin, there's got to be like your daily drinker that you're not freaking shelling out $100 for every freaking 4 weeks.
Yeah, he's
or
sipping
every
on
couple
that
weeks.
mix 25.
I wish I was. This is Lux Road Double Wood or Double Barrel. Sorry.
So
no, there isn't. I don't have a daily. I've got 400 or 500 bottles here. I mean, I just grab whatever I think of. Obviously, I mean, I drink cheaper bourbons than $100 all the time, but as far as like one go-to, I mean, nothing jumps out at me that I just constantly go back to.
Bullshit, you're top shelf Dustin, dude.
everybody has a specific bottle somewhere that if you had a choice. Okay, so let's make it easy. Let's make it easy for you. I know what Adam's getting ready to head towards. I think if there was a fire at your house and you could only grab one bottle out of your whole collection, that's the only thing you could buy. You could actually grab.
Oh, that's easy. Johnny Walker Red Label.
I'm going White Label.
But
let's grab the White Walker.
So I'll let Adam ask his question. Ask his question, but I thought that's what he was going for right there. Go ahead, Mr.
No, Dustin. I want to know what your daily drinker is. Your top shelf. If you're top shelf Dustin, what's your daily drinker?
I mean, legitimately, I don't have a whiskey I go back to consistently. There's bottles that I go years without drinking, and then I kill the bottle in 2 weeks because I felt the need to drink at that point. So, yeah, I mean, I couldn't tell you. I mean, you know, there's a couple peated options out there that I'd probably go back to pretty consistently for the price. Springbank 10 would probably be the closest thing to a daily drinker, I guess, for me. I'd probably go through 3 bottles of that a year.
No, fair enough.
All right. So
back when they were $70, it was great.
So, Dustin, you're the new, you're basically the new guy, I guess, because all of us have been on like Ken streams for 20 hours. So freaking
time for hazing.
Yeah. Well, actually, technically, we were on Ken's stream today. because we finished at I finished at 4:30. I don't know what
Okay.
time.
Yeah, you passed out at 4:30.
Yeah,
I
so
went on
so
in
the
the morning.
Simon
Yeah.
approximately 4:30 in the morning Australian time, or 4:30 Australian time, Simon performed the Simon maneuver
Yeah.
and left the stream. So so Dustin, so there's okay, like I was saying, if there was a fire and you can only grab one bottle, whether it be scotch, bourbon, whatever. Obviously, if you're quote unquote daily drinker, would be a scotch, as you'd already said, a Springbank. If you had to pick one bottle that you grabbed going out the door, and that as long as you had that bottle, you wouldn't feel as bad if everything else going up in flames, which I know is bullshit, but hell, why not? Let's give it a shot. What would that one bottle be? And if it's Russell's Reserve, I'm gonna freaking cry. Springbank 25. Okay. Now Ken's over there. Ken's over there bouncing the bottom of his freaking tabletop.
It wouldn't be this particular 25. It'd be the 2016 version, but this I have at arm's reach because it's not boxed up yet. Otherwise, I don't know. It'd be tough to leave the Talisker 25 2005 bottling I've got. That's an all-time great whiskey, and it'll cost me $1,000 to replace it. So,
Speaking of the Talisker, have you had the Dark Storm?
the
retail exclusive.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure Jason over at Mash and Drum, I'm pretty sure when I was at his house maybe 6 months ago, he poured that as one of like the 12 things I drank before I went over to Mike's to drink more. So I don't remember it that closely.
Because I just ordered one last night, so hopefully it's good.
I mean, for me, I really prefer the older bottlings of Talisker that were cast strength. The quality of the distillate back then is just insane. And unfortunately, the new bottlings aren't the same quality.
What about have you had the 2019 special edition? That's cast. The 15-year-old.
No. The 15. Yes, yeah, I have had the 15.
Yeah.
That is a sweet whiskey. Like I don't even know how to talk about how sweet that thing is. It's just like it's jarring.
I mean, they're using virgin oak casks or something, American oak.
I honestly don't remember what the 15 did, but whatever they did, that is one of the most incredible. Like it's aspartame artificial sweetener like levels of sweetness, like that they just poured into that thing. It's insane.
There we go. Ken.
Black art over there, or is that
American oak box?
Ken doesn't have a black art. Freaking Ken's not gonna freaking spend that kind of money on freaking a black art. You crazy?
Got a little 30 behind him.
I'm just fucking with him because it's Ken.
Blackout 7.1.
Oh shit.
7.1's a good one. I should have bought a bottle of that. That was a mistake.
Black art here is almost like $600 a bottle.
The same here. Same here in the States. Somewhere around. It depends to where you go, but if you're lucky, you're going to get it somewhere between $450 and $600 right now.
I mean, I'll eventually get one, but yeah.
If you know how to shop when they first come out, you can get them up. You can get them for about $330 over in the UK and get them shipped to your door.
Well, that's the thing too, is that people don't realize is that if you go through Whiskey Exchange over in the UK, yeah, it might take you a longer time to get the bottle, but significantly when it comes to scotches, they're significantly cheaper, even with shipping, to get some of those things, like some of those high-end Springbanks, some of those hard to find freaking.
What is that? Jack Daniels.
Over here in the States, significantly cheaper by sending it from the friggin' from England.
Bottle kill.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, there's a few sites over there that will have it to your door in 3 days. I actually get faster shipping from the UK than I do from California here sometimes. So,
well, unfortunately, here we have to deal with customs. So by the time it gets here, we've got to pay like a couple $100 in taxes.
Yeah, that's the weird thing for me. Is like there's certain sites in the UK when they send it, it seems to skip over customs, and then there's sites that I order from where I wait 3 weeks while it's in customs before it finally comes here. I don't get it.
Okay, so I'll give you the heads up on that one. I found this out from I contacted somebody, a friend from that used to be in the military that actually lives over in Europe, he told me that because I was asking him to send me some things from over there, and he's like, it's a lot cheaper if you go this route. And the whole idea is that it's kind of like the way it is out here with High West. So High West will sell you something that a store in your local, in the state or in locally to you, can distribute to you, and it's significantly cheaper shipping wise and everything else. So when you order something from England, if Whiskey Exchange has somebody like Sealed Box or somebody else near they have a connection with, then it completely bypasses customs because it's already inside the States, and they just go ahead and ship it. And when you get it, you'll say Whiskey Exchange on it, but it'll be literally distributed from freaking Indiana or whatever though that particular distributor is coming from. So that's why some of them seem like they bypass freaking customs.
No, these are coming straight from the UK.
Literally
freaking.
I
watched. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Like I've had stuff literally make it here to my door in less than in like 60 hours from order to at my door. It's incredible.
That's an awesome light show there, Mr. Whiskey Shits.
But but what are those orders?
I'm
though?
trying
Those
to
are
get
like
to
$600
stay on one
bottles
color.
or $700, so they're like, well, fuck, this guy's paying $1,000 to freaking get this bottle, so we're gonna get it to him like tomorrow.
I mean, just the other day I picked up $150 bottle of Cavalon, and it was $40 shipping, and it was here 4 days later. Nothing crazy.
So I take it that you're into into scotches and foreign whiskeys more than you are necessarily bourbons and stuff like that, or?
I think when you start spending bigger money, I think you get better value if you buy scotch and some of the malts. But as far as my collection goes, I probably own more bourbons than I own scotches.
No, really.
So
do you know Ken from Scotch Down Under?
yeah, we talk in Discord. We actually were playing chess the other day.
Okay, well,
Yep.
So I'll say because you guys sound like you guys could be freaking like literally go on a live stream together and be together for 3 or 4 hours and educate people on higher end scotches and stuff. But
at some point, Mike and I are going to start the whole live stream thing, which should be good. We'll definitely try to reach out to the community. I'm sure Mash and Drum will be on there occasionally. I mean, the guy lives 20 minutes from Mike's house, so.
Yeah, that's what's weird is that freaking like, okay, so we were talking about Cameron. I don't know if you know who Cameron is from Drums and Drams. So Cameron Leach, he has a channel on YouTube, Drums and Drams, and he's a he's actually a concert percussionist, a drummer, but he's a percussionist, so he plays like the glockenspiel and freaking the xylophone and all that other percussion shit. But he literally lives within like baseball throwing distance of freaking Jason's house. So he's gone over there and tried Jason's special stuff nobody else gets to taste. And so
I've had it.
Yeah. So he's in that same area as like you guys, like all y'all are. So it's like one of those things where I'm waiting for for Jason to actually have a bunch like people that live close to him have like a mega live where everybody's in one room in one spot, freaking trying shit, talking about stuff. And Jason, people don't realize how much Jason is into things outside of bourbons and outside of ryes, that he's, he really is into scotches. He really is into Irish whiskeys, like deep, like he has freaking like stuff that people don't realize that he does have.
He's got a decent collection of stuff outside of that. Definitely. I mean, we've had him over, and I mean, we've shown him, Talisker 25s, Lagavulin 25s, Lafroig 25s, 21s, 28s. I mean, he's Highland Park 25s. He's had a pretty decent collection of whiskey.
So real quick, I want to give a real quick shout out to Ruben of Bourbon Beginnings. If you're not following him already on YouTube and you're not following him on Facebook, he has a Facebook group, Bourbon Beginnings, that's getting bigger and bigger. Make sure you go ahead, and if you're not following him on YouTube, at least go over to Facebook and join his group. He's got some really cool freaking lives with his wife. He's also got and then their psychotic cat that likes to pull the freaking power cords and shit out of their cameras. So go check him out. But also
They
at the
were
same
in.
time,
I was
Go
just
ahead,
saying they
Mr.
were in Vegas last week. They got the same store picking up.
yeah. So they just made a trip to Vegas. There's a lot of really cool. There's a lot of really cool shit on freaking Facebook that Ruben posted. Yeah, they got that same old scout pick. Yeah. So and they're local to me within like 45 minutes or so, an hour or so from where I live. He's good people and he takes care. I mean, he made so just so everybody knows, Ruben is one of the most upstanding guys that there are on freaking in the whiskey community. He made a mistake on a live a few weeks ago where he said that these certain people were winners of specific things he was giving away. Then realized that when he did the random that he made a mistake. So not only did he give out the bottles and everything else to the people who initially won, he went back through and sent bottles to the people after the mistake. So he sent out 2 sets of stuff to people because that's the kind of guy he is. He's stand up. He's the shit. Make sure you go and freaking follow Ruben over on Bourbon Beginnings on YouTube, on Instagram, and over on Facebook. Good people. And Ruben, like I said, we still got to work out this whole thing with this UPKA I've been holding on to for 3 months for you.
You know, Whiskey Crusaders.
Oh yeah, Whiskey Crusaders is freaking Matt. We're supposed to be doing something pretty soon.
I had a bottle of Lost Prophet to the 22-year-old for him for like 9 months. Like I got it like in February before COVID started. And I was like, man, I don't know if I want to ship during this COVID stuff. And then it just kept going. And then finally he actually had somebody drive up through Kentucky. And I was like, oh man, I'll just swing down there and drop it off. Done.
Well, that's the thing too with Matt is that Matt has people don't realize how much freaking whiskey Matt has. Matt has, from what I've been told, I don't know from Matt yet because I haven't talked to him personally. He sent me an email saying that he wanted to do something with me, and we're working that out. Okay. So real quick before I finish that story, Mr. Whiskey Shits, is there some? I just saw the hand signal, so I'm making sure I'm not missing something.
No, I was just saying he has like 3,000 bottles.
Yeah, he's like literally freaking. What you see on screen is not even close to what he has. Like every nook and cranny of his house has got some sort of freaking bottle involved in it. And it's not like it's just bourbons. It's not like it's just Texas. It's not like it's everything. Like he has every bottle Glendola has ever put out. He has every Springbank that you can freaking think of. He has so much shit.
I'll take my Springbank collection against his.
Okay, well, I just know that he has said that he has freaking like a good freaking Springbank collection. That he has a lot of freaking a shitload of Scotch. Basically, if it's made, for some reason he has some version of it. It seems like because he pulls this crazy shit out of his ass nobody's ever heard of. All of a sudden he's got Jura that nobody even knows about. That all of a sudden he gets a hold of.
He's probably even got Popcorn Sutton's last moonshine he made.
I mean, yeah, he has like freaking all kinds of crazy shit. I mean, he's not Ken, because he doesn't. I don't think he has a Glenalachie freaking batch 1, but freaking. Oh wait, no, neither does Ken.
He probably does.
I was going to ask, Dustin, have you had many Australian whiskies?
I have had one. I was a judge in a whiskey competition back in October, and they had a rep there that gave out some 40%. I have no idea what it was, to be honest with you.
Starward?
Yes. It was actually pretty tasty for what it was. I mean, I was impressed for 40%.
Yeah, it's not.
And I had it on a clean palate. I didn't have it after the tasting. God, worthless.
So 40% Ken. So 40% Starward. It would be. It's not Nova. What is it?
No, twofold. I'd say it would be the twofold.
Yeah, twofold.
Okay.
Yeah, which is a mix of wheat and malt, and aged in red wine casks, like wet red wine. Like they literally get it from the winery. They don't rechar it. They just put the whiskey straight in.
Yeah, so that's the thing with the Australian thing. They were explaining to me one about the Starward thing was that it's literally like wine casks that these things are finished in, and
Yeah.
and this is wet. These are wet casks.
Yeah.
These aren't casks that were sent from somewhere that got dried out or got recharred or anything else. Straight up, they dumped it for freaking wine and turned around and threw bourbon in it like right afterwards, so that it was still technically what they call a wet freaking cask.
Yeah.
Right? Correct.
So it absorbs the full flavor of the actual wine, because still the barrels are usually, the wineries only keep them I think for about 7 years, but it's had 7 years worth of wine in it, and they just chuck the whiskey straight in.
Yeah, Springbank does a lot of fresh sherry casks and stuff, and I mean, it really makes a difference. Like, you can absolutely tell a fresh cask from a more traditional cask.
All right, so we're at like 4 hours real quick, and I just want to shout out before we continue on. Ben, tap out, buddy. All right. I've literally seen from your freaking eyes to your forehead for like freaking the last 45 minutes, and then I saw your whole face, but your eyes have been closed for the last 15. So just go ahead and tap out. I appreciate you being around. I literally appreciate you being one of my biggest supporters and reaching out to me as often as you do. But go ahead and tap out, man. Freaking go get some rest and get back to
I'll tap out when this glass of Australian suggested semi-tasty
Ben Reek
urine is finished.
All right, so when you're like, you don't have to say goodbye or anything else. When you're ready to tap out,
I'll give you an
Irish.
What?
Or just soldier on and.
Oh, Simon's nowhere near a real Simon maneuver.
It's only 3:30 here. 3:30 in the afternoon.
Is that a 30th?
Ken's going on in 4 hours. Simon's going to make it to that.
You know what? I'm gonna have to flex on top shelf toasting. Damn it.
Okay, I guess Ben went ahead and got a
God
second
damn
win.
it.
No.
Now, as with all bookers, these boxes are so cheaply made, you have to deal with this kind of crap. Because heaven forbid they, on a $200 bottle of whiskey, make it actually well made.
200, probably like 500 now.
Oh, who knows what's secondary? But I don't buy secondary. I don't shop that. I don't know the prices. I avoid it.
Yeah, don't encourage those bastards.
I know the prices. I'm on a few groups just to kind of have a feel for it, so I know what idiots are paying. But there's just no way I'd ever pay those prices.
Well, that's definitely one thing. That's definitely one thing over the last, like say 6 to 8 months that I've been appreciative is that knowing people what they're actually paying for, what they're getting, and people telling being able to reach out and say, "Hey, I seen this bottle, this place for this much," and them saying, "Look, dude, I will send it to you, shipping, everything else, and it's going to cost you $50 less than because I can get it right now today." I appreciate the fact that people are willing to just say, "Oh, dude, you're getting ripped off."
Well, if any of you guys want, I'm not sure what the laws is for shipping from out of states, but if you guys want a Blanton's straight from the barrel or a gold label for, I think it'll probably cost you about $120 USD. If you want me to send one, I can send one for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's a freaking.
How much?
That's about.
Shipping?
Yeah, probably another. I reckon if you want the gold label, it'll probably be about $150 USD with shipping.
So I'm thinking that Ben's just gonna keep on freaking popping up real quick with the freaking new flex, and then just go down, and then go back to the new flex to mess with
No,
Dustin.
I can't flex bigger than this, dude. This is the biggest flex ever.
That
I
is
probably
an
couldn't
expensive.
flex it because I'm good. Because I can't. I'm probably not gonna keep it. So
Was
the
that-
thing is, don't
Was
flex
that
it,
the
it's not open.
2.5?
Don't-
Was that the
That was a
2.5 or the
25.
30?
That was 25.
I want to keep it, but the prices are getting so insane. I kind of need a new car.
Well, the rule of thumb is you should never have a bottle of whiskey into your home unopened. That's the first rule of whiskey. That way you'll never worry about
I own
selling it.
too many bottles for that.
So
That
so
is
Ben,
that is false. That is
Ben,
false.
was that the 2.5 or was that the 30?
No, there is no there's no 30 that I know of.
They've not done a 30. Yeah, the 20 I do here though, head to head is better than the 25.
Yeah, that's part of the problem. I have a sample of both.
Ben,
and
is that the box
you
only?
tasted- No, it's in there.
Yeah, the difference has been my Booker's 30th is in my glass.
If I had a Booker's 30th, it would be open.
You don't happen to have nobody. Okay, so I mean, I know Ken and Simon don't have it, and I know Mr. Whiskey Shits because I've followed him long enough, and he's been backing me up on my lives long enough to know that he doesn't have it. But is there somebody, which would mean Bourbon or Top Shelf Dustin, that has that Booker's 30, that Booker's freaking rye?
No.
No,
I don't have it.
Damn it! I'm still looking.
What I will say though is the reason this isn't open is because there's a bar here that's pouring Michter's 25 for $75 a pour, and I have some of that. And you know what? It's good, but it ain't nearly as good as what idiots are paying for this.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
that's
no,
the case with every bourbon. I mean, good God, how do you open up a 107? $100 for 107? Good God.
Well, that's the thing too, is that freaking
$7,000 for this bottle.
I know the 20th I'd pay $1,000 for without even blinking an eye.
Yeah. So the thing is, so
Yeah, it's
what
a big
I'm
difference.
gathering.
I'm with you.
So like, okay, so like say with me, say Mr. Whiskey Shits or whatever like that. The reason I ask about the Booker's Rye is because if there was anybody out there that had more than just their own bottle that they're like nursing and they happen to have a second bottle that they're willing to freaking give a sample out for, I literally would freaking give you anything that I have in my freaking cabinet for a fucking 1 ounce sample of Booker's Rye for myself and for freaking Adam. For Mr.
Hey,
Whiskey
Stanley.
Shits. Sir?
Stanley,
Yeah.
Stanley, have you tried a Michter's 10 rye?
No, unfortunately, I haven't been. I haven't got the chance to. I have a toasted barrel rye and I have a Michter's 10 bourbon, but I don't have a Michter's 10 rye, and I've never been able to try it. I know that you have one.
The rye is really good.
The
I've only
toasted
got this.
rye is freaking delicious.
Yeah, it's
I've only got the standard
It's coming with your blind.
Dude, freaking, you only look, that 10-year freaking rye is really fucking hard to come by. Don't waste a fucking sample on me if it's, it's please. I'm telling you, do not waste samples on me of stuff that's really hard to find.
I already opened it.
I was going to
It's
ask.
that hard to find.
I opened it.
Not that hard to
already,
find.
So I'm gonna send you. It might be half a sample, but it's tasty, man. It was incredible.
All right.
I was going to ask, how much do you guys pay for the standard rye? Like the standard.
Oh, standard
50,
freaking Michter's
60?
rye, what, $35?
What shit? I paid 120 for mine.
Well, it had to be shipped from America to an island in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Like, as far as you humanly possibly could go away.
Fair enough.
So I have to give a shout out to somebody that's here on the live right now. His name's Ken from Scotch Down Under. He actually left and changed out of his Black Sabbath shirt into a Sabaton shirt. So I got to give him
sneaky move.
credit for that. And the fact that he's sitting there,
Dude,
he's
I
not,
did that an hour ago.
yeah, he's not saying anything. He's just sitting there eating something, but he's sitting there buying whiskey online and not telling anything about it. Because that's what he's doing right now. He's so concentrated. I know that he's looking for specific bottles online that he's ordering right
No,
now.
it's just in the chat.
What I was going to say is if anybody wants it, I'll go to the bar that's pouring it. They're doing pours to go of the 25. If anybody needs to try it in their life, I'll
Yes, please.
Or just rob the bar.
I'll go acquire it.
Yes, it's
And
75 bucks. Done.
And I gotta give freaking Ken
Bourbon
and Top Shelf
pour at
Dustin
gmail.com.
props. I gotta give Ken, Top Shelf Dustin, and actually Bourbon props. The fact that they're still in the chat chatting with people while we're sitting here talking about stuff. I mean, freaking Adam's monitoring the freaking chat for me, but I just looked over and Top Shelf Dustin just did something. He passed on the OFC for retail.
That's still an expensive ass bottle.
$2,500 though at fucking retail, right? It's $2,500.
It was 2000, yeah. And no, it was 1900. Yeah, it was 1900.
Okay, so at second, I mean, because I just saw a secondary price today on OFC that was somewhere around the 3,000.
I've seen 10. I've seen 10,000.
Well, the last thing I saw today on OFC is that the lowest price I saw was like 3,199, somewhere around 3,000 ish. And I know that you just go on. All you have to do is go on winesearcher.com and type in freaking OFC, and to see the crazy ass prices that they come up with that people are selling that shit at. I mean, there's a local store to me called Remedy Liquor that's selling it right now for $3,600 for a freaking an OFC.
I can't pay that much for a crystal decanter. Like that's what. If it was all about the whiskey, I might have done it. But knowing that you're paying over half that price as that crystal decanter, and it's an ugly decanter.
It's the same thing with Highland Parks. It's the same thing with Highland Parks. Freaking paying freaking $900 for a freaking Highland Park freaking 23 or 25 because it comes in a really cool decanter with a weird wood freaking holder. I mean, come on, that's freaking bullshit.
The 25 comes in a pretty regular standard Scotch box. The 50 comes in a ridiculous bottle, but that's a 50-year-old Scotch. So now they have done a bunch of weird Viking series stuff that is ridiculous. But again, those aren't super expensive glassware. Things like the
Valkyrie,
the Bacharach, the OFC, some of the Callan Laliques and stuff, where they're putting them in actual $1,000 high-end crystal decanters. I want no part of that.
Yeah,
No.
Actually, I can
Get
show
me
you.
fucking decanter, just give me the bloody liquid.
Have you guys tried any of them? They've got the light and dark series or something. They're like 17-year-old Highland Park.
Yeah, Mike and I've got reviews of those coming out probably here in the next 2-3 months.
Oh, really?
So this is the second time I've seen this in the freaking chat from JD from Bourbon Approach, saying that he's invited Ken to come to Europe, to his house in Europe, and freaking like this one's like pop some very rare limited scotch and stuff like that. Hey Ken, when are you headed to Europe?
When COVID's
I
over.
can fucking go. Yeah.
I mean, there's really nothing crazy about that.
Yeah, here's the
Can you live
latest
stream on
one.
the plane, Ken?
So which Highland Park is that? 20?
If I
It's
can.
25. It's the it's from a couple years ago.
Okay.
I mean, there's nothing really that crazy about the packaging here. I mean, it's a nice wooden box, but I mean,
Well, here's the thing too, right? Like just Cohen just said, I saw an Eagle Rare Double Eagle for $10K here in LA. Okay,
Shit.
so a double Eagle Rare. Okay, now take this with a freaking I say grain of salt or whatever. But in Vegas, this is no shit. Okay, a 1 ounce pour of Double Eagle Rare, $500 for a 1 ounce pour.
Really?
They have pre-prohibition. So this is from a very reliable source. I've seen the pictures. Okay, they have pre-prohibition freaking whiskeys at a specific freaking hotel, $1,500 per 1 ounce pour, and you're only allowed to buy one pour. Period. They will not sell you multiple pours. They will only sell you one pour because it's the only bottle that they have. $1,500 per ounce.
So, any of you guys ever seen Malt Review?
Malt Review?
Malt Review.
No. I personally myself, I haven't. I don't know about
I've heard
Ken
that
or anyone.
before.
Yeah, Malt Review is the channel that does the highest end whiskey of any channel on YouTube. There's no second place. They are insane. And a lot of what they do is they review samples. So the last whiskey that they reviewed was a Bowmore 1959 or 58 distillate, aged 40 years, single barrel, one of 180 bottles, picked up by this famous, legendary Italian bottle picker. And so I was, reading up on so they talked about where they got it and everything. So I went and looked into it. There's this bar in Singapore that sells these ridiculous epic bottles. Yeah, it's a Glen Grant 1959 Samaroli.
I know where it's at. I've been there before.
They picked it up for it was $200 a sample. I'm like, holy God, that is a steal.
That's
Think about that. Distillate from the 50s.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
I mean, 40 years of aging and $200 for an ounce. That's
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's an insane amount of money for any
But
rational person, but how many times in your life do you even have the option of drinking something that incredible?
Yeah.
It's the same thing in Dubai at some of the Russian. Okay, I won't say this out. I shouldn't say this out loud because they probably think they'll show up my door in like 15 minutes and freaking stab me in the neck. But there's a extremely large Russian freaking influence in Dubai. When I was there, at least.
Oh, they're trying
And
to
there
get
was there were specific bars. There were specific bars where you would go to and you'd get like high end stuff for what would be considered to be reasonable price. And I've seen people literally drink like American freaking bourbons that were $7.50 for an ounce, and they were buying whole bottles at tens of thousands of dollars and just freaking pouring it down their freaking throats.
What were they?
Like it was
Putin's
nothing.
children?
What's that?
Were they Putin's children?
No, this is in like in the 90s, early 2000s in freaking Dubai, and it was I won't say the word that starts with M and ends with A that has 5 letters, but they were Russian and they were heavily tattooed in a specific way, so they had the money to go ahead and just
Russian mafia, yeah.
I didn't say that. I don't need somebody freaking coming up and freaking stabbing me in my freaking neck when I'm sleeping. Okay, but I'm just saying that I've seen this stuff happen. It's fucking crazy shit. But so here's the English version of Ken. His name is called No Nonsense Whiskey. He's from England, and he's not as extreme as Ken, but he's always around. But I want to shout out No Nonsense Whiskey because at the end of the month, he is celebrating. If I'm not mistaken, somebody can back me up. 10,000. I want to say it's 10,000 subscribers with Roy Aquavite Roy on a live stream at the end of the month. So if you're not already subscribed, please subscribe to No Nonsense Whiskey. If you're not following him on YouTube, please subscribe, hit the bell notifications, be there for his fucking celebration with Aquavite, because everybody knows that Roy is a freaking awesome dude, but he can't be on everybody's lives. For Roy to take the time out to set this stuff up so far ahead to be part of a stream for somebody is a big deal. So please go ahead and follow No Nonsense Whiskey and be there at the end of the month for his stream.
Yeah, Roy's been a big advocate for him for a long time.
Yeah, and if you want to jump on No Nonsense, freaking feel free.
Real quick.
Go ahead.
Stanley, real quick, I'm gonna jump off. I didn't realize how drunk I was till I stood up, so I'm gonna jump off. I gotta get a shower in and got some shit going in the morning. So,
Okay,
cheers,
hey,
everybody.
like I
Gotcha.
said, like you all, like I don't want to call you my second, but you keep me in freaking line on my freaking lives. I hope that you're gonna be okay to back me up on Saturday night or Saturday prior to HBR. So I hope
I
to
got
see you
you,
there.
bud.
If not,
I got you.
yeah. So good night, Adam, Mr. Whiskey Shits. Thank you again for the bottle. We will definitely talk. We will definitely talk soon. I love you, brother. Good
Yep.
night.
Is that the
All right,
12
good night,
year
guys.
regular or the 12-year cast string?
I beat Utah.
So Ben, Mr. Bourbon, who's in New York, he's still here after taking a little bit of a siesta a little bit ago. But he's still here. He beat out freaking. Now he can say he beat out Mr. Whiskey Shits this time. Congratulations, Bourbon. Like I said,
tomorrow's gonna suck.
yeah. So whenever, like I said, you don't have to say anything if you whenever at a point when you decide you want to tap out, just freaking click, get off, jump off. I completely understand.
Pull the
You're-
Simon maneuver.
Yeah.
Yeah, so full aside, yeah, you can pull a Simon maneuver, just leave the screen and you just freaking not show for 15 or 20 minutes, and then when I end my stream, you'll never realize that you were. Yeah, okay. So Ben's gone.
Nope.
Good night, Ben. I appreciate you. Do not know
All right,
how
Ben.
much I appreciate you, sir. You've been a huge freaking person to push people to try to subscribe to me and stuff, and I appreciate that.
Why's it got to be
And-
huge?
Well, here's the thing: is that it has nothing to do with his actual weight. It has to do with his heart. His heart is huge.
Secretariat issue.
So, obviously, Mr. freaking Top Shelf Dustin there, you are in the Ohio area.
Yep.
Obviously in the Columbus area ish.
Not
Because you're-
Cincinnati. I'm basically in Kentucky almost.
Okay, so do you have any? Do you ever watch I Whiskey She Wines with Bobby and Sam? Or
Yeah, I know them personally.
okay,
We meet up. I meet up with them a few times here and there. We even had whiskey shipped to their house.
well, because I know they're in Cincinnati. I know they're in that Cincinnati area since he's a freaking police officer for the city.
Yeah, they're down in northern Kentucky. I've met up with them over at Larry's bar down there in Union 42. Party Source a couple times. Yeah, I mean, I've had invites over to go see their new speakeasy, but I just haven't made it yet.
Yeah, I've watched the videos, and anybody that's watched the videos of I Whiskey She Wines, the freaking speakeasy looks like it's pretty bitchin'. It looks like a place that I like to freaking hang out and have a couple drinks and have Sam tell me to go fuck myself because because it's Sam.
Well, so I met Bobby right when they started their channel. They were going through all this stuff, and I was like, "Hey, let me get you some scotch that might work for Sam." And they probably had this was early on in the channel, within the first 2 months, and so I met up with Bobby at Party Source, and this is before Bobby told anybody he's a cop. So I get there, I've got 10 samples for them, and so I'm like, "Hey, so I was like, hey, so what do you do?" And he goes, "Oh, I'm a cop." I goes, "Oh, I'm an undercover cop," and I'm like, "Oh, all right." Distributing alcohol. Let's just go.
So
yeah, no, they're good people.
let's see. So to me, right now, that I guess I said that I was going to try to get off by 10 or 10:30. It's almost fucking 1 a.m. my time. So unfortunately, I have this problem of being Ken from Scotch Down Under, and I can't fucking just stick to a fucking schedule. I'm just going to go till I feel like fucking jumping off. but there's still 9 people watching,
have
and there's
to
4 people on the screen, which means 5 people are like, "Fuck it, I ain't got nothing else to do."
I'm gonna start working at 5 a.m., so I got another hour.
So okay, so I'm gonna take a while. Okay, so here's so here's something that I've noticed over this whole year of being on Whiskey Tube, Whiskey Gram, whatever you call it. A large portion of people that are involved in Whiskey Tube or Whiskey Gram are either IT professionals, been in the military. Yeah, pretty much. IT professionals that have been in the military is a big freaking chunk. And then also, what was the other
Yeah,
one?
on both.
Yeah, and then also, I'm trying to think. Somebody else brought it up earlier too. Was there's a whole big like conglomerate of like freaking like policemen or freaking public service people, whether they be nurses, policemen, firemen, blah blah blah, whatever. So if I was to venture a guess, since you said you guys start work at 5 o'clock and you're at your house drinking freaking whiskey, you're in the IT profession of some sort.
Corporate finance.
No, I was actually going to say accounting.
Okay.
Almost.
I am the manager of global treasury, accounting, and reporting for my company.
Oh shit.
Well, alrighty then.
I'm going to start working at 5 a.m. because I'm behind on stuff. Normally I roll in at 8:30 and never a second earlier. But I told people I'd get some stuff done yesterday, and then I honestly at 6 o'clock went to rest my eyes, and I woke up about 12:30. So I've already slept.
Yeah, man. That's
So
it. Yeah.
then my question. Okay, so obviously, I mean, anybody could ask the question. I'm not going to because it's not, there's no reason that you would ever say what company you work for because that'd be stupid. But the thing is that like I said, it's like there's so you obviously are working from home.
Yep.
Which a lot of IT/account, a lot of jobs now have, and I'm going to get off the whiskey thing for just a second.
Yeah.
A lot of jobs now have become home jobs. Jobs that people are doing from home, and they're being able to complete their jobs from a home setting. So I've noticed because my cousin is in a certain field where now there's so much from home and so much remote that they've decided to shut down their building and just rent a space to have meetings if they need to have face-to-face meetings and have a place to where people can go print out the shit they got to print out for whatever, just like this little freaking office space to cut down on their overhead. So do you think in general that that's where a lot of, because of COVID, because of everything that's happened in the last year, where a lot of these companies have realized that the overhead they had with office buildings and everything else, that they've realized that they can go ahead and just let people work from home. They still accomplish what they're supposed to accomplish, and their overhead is so freaking low now that now those people get to benefit from the fact that they're working from home and not working with such a large overhead.
Yeah, definitely. I reckon. Yeah.
It's going to be a weird conversation because you've got issues. You have, for example, let's say you're a single mother with kids or a single father with kids.
Oh, yeah.
How do you mandate that they have daycare for their kids? Because it's a problem at work and it's an HR issue at work. So you've got a lot of issues like that fall into this. I suspect we're never going to go back to a world of 5 days a week in the office, but I think a lot of companies are still grasping with the HR implications of trying to manage this whole thing, and I don't think we've got a clear answer yet. I know for my company, we never would have ever done this in the past. This has obviously changed things, and I know my boss is never going back full-time to the office. I see myself back in the office 4 days a week at least as soon as we can. I would much rather be in the office.
Right.
I know it's not going away. I think what you're gonna see is a competition in the marketplace where there's gonna be the option of office or not, and that'll be a differentiator with a lot of companies. And I, at the same time though, I was just having this conversation the other day. One of the guys on my team reports to me. I just assumed he understood a couple basic concepts, and it came up that he just completely had no idea. And it just kind of dawned on me like how much you learn just sort of through osmosis in an office setting that you don't get in the remote setting. So, if you had a team that everybody was 10 plus years into their career and they've been with the company 5 years, all right, you don't need an office. But if you've got new people you're developing, man, it's hard.
Right. So I understand the team building stuff and various things like that. I mean, I'm not trying to bring anybody down. I'm just trying to figure out where. I mean, I'm actually a freaking mechanic, so therefore I have to be in a place doing stuff. Damn Chateau La Scooby Doo, freaking! Someday I will get a taste.
Where did the Scooby Doo come from?
So so Chateau La Scooby Doo comes from me on my part. I hear it from Bourbon Junkies, Jason from freaking Mash and Drum. It was just like a general. People were having a problem saying for some reason Chateau Le Bon.
Okay, gotcha. Because I'm actually the one who bought Mash and Drum his bottle.
Right. So Samantha at Bardstown at one point in time went through a list of Pfeiffer Pavitt, freaking going through the pronunciations of the different bottles, and she said that it was Chateau Le Bon. Right, but prior to that, everybody was trying to pronounce Chateau Le Bod, Chateau Le Bodie. So it turned into Chateau La Scooby Doo, and freaking on Whiskey Tube, it kind of was just like a joke of saying the Scooby Doo. Instead of saying Chateau La Scooby Doo, it was always the Scooby Doo. From Gestation Bourbon, Bourbon Junkies, Jason, My Bourbon Journey, all those guys.
Yeah, so I kind of stopped watching Bourbon Junkies a while ago.
So it's just one of those things where it was like if I go onto any of these channels and I say Chateau La Scooby Doo, they know exactly what I'm talking about. And it's supposed to be literally the best freaking thing that's ever come out of Bardstown is Chateau Le Bon. And like you can't find the bottles anywhere. And if you can't find them, they're so far in the secondary. Yes, they're so far in the secondary, it's crazy.
I'll get you a sample. That's fine. I've got 2 more bottles.
Like I said, I don't want
I've got 2 more bottles that it's unopened.
Oh, okay. They don't call you top shelf Dustin for nothing.
I mean, so Jason Mash and Drum mentioned this. So I found 2 bottles at a local store, and so I sent him a text, and he sent me a text back instantly, yes, and then he PayPal'd me, which is weird because Jason always takes a couple days to PayPal me usually, and it was like in my account before I left the store. It was a little weird. And it's not a knock on Jason because it's no big deal. Like he always takes care of it as soon as we talk. And then I have got a bourbon group that does picks, and I talked with the owner of the store who does that, and I said, "Hey, can you get some more of these?" And he got more in, so I got a couple bottles there. And then I was gonna get Jason some more bottles, but I was waiting for my stores that use points to get them in because I figured I'd just be able to pick them up, and I spend enough money at those stores, no big deal. Never showed up at those stores. I was like, you guys didn't realize this is good bourbon. You let it go. Some one guy just walked in and bought the case. I was a little ticked off. And then that same store that I got these at, they picked up 13 cases of the Oloroso finished one, which was still a 12-year MGP. And those I can still buy you, by the way, if you're interested.
So the Oloroso finish is, which one is that? I'm trying to think. Disco 3, Disco 2?
No. It's the same series. It's the Copper and King.
Copper
and King, 100 proof. It's 12-year-old MGP, aged 18 months in Oloroso sherry casks.
Okay.
So it's 13.5-year-old MGP.
Okay, so when it comes to Bardstown, I'm trying to think outside of freaking Chateau Le Scooby Doo and freaking Piper Favitt and Disco 3 and 4. I'm trying to think, going back through the whole freak because there's not. I mean, people
Yellow
don't.
Rose is way better than Piper and Fabbit. Way better.
Well, the other thing is too is that I think that somebody had said something to me about the orange curacao, and I've heard like literally.
That's
there's
not
no-
one I would buy, and I wouldn't buy the apple brandy just because it's not my
Yeah,
finish.
but the orange curacao is the one that's like the most polarizing. Either you really, really like it or you really, really hate it. There's no middle ground there from everybody I've talked to. It's like, oh yeah, this is great, or oh my god, this is freaking the worst crap that freaking Bardstown ever put out. There's nobody that says, hey, it's worth the freaking price of the bottle ish. So yeah, so like the orange curacao, which is the distiller, I think it is.
I've not seen that one.
Yeah, so that's the one that that I have actually seen, but I didn't pick up because it was like so polarizing. I don't want to spend freaking $100.
They're not cheap. They're not cheap.
Yeah, I don't want to spend $150 on a bottle that may be okay. Now, if somebody said, "Hey, Old Carter's dropping something that might not be okay," guess what? Even if Old Carter is $169, but it's okay, I'm still gonna buy it because Old Carter's freaking. It's
I
fucking.
pass on Old Carter all the time.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, oh yeah.
No.
I've got a batch 2. I've got a batch 5, which and neither of those impressed me at all. I've got 2 different 12-year single barrels. I've got 2 or 3 13-year-old single barrels. Those I do like. I have the American batch 1, which is actually really good. And then I got the Kentucky batch 1, which is just weird and not.
I have a Kentucky batch 1 also.
I don't know what the hell that was.
It is different. And then I have a bourbon batch 4. I think it is.
I mean, all of the ones they were all available to me to pick up, except I never really saw batch 1, but I wasn't looking. So.
All right, so since you're a Scotch guy and everything else, I'm gonna go ahead and turn you over to freaking Ken and Simon for a few minutes while I go take a bio break. Because once I broke the seal like an hour ago, and now it's like,
Yep.
So I'll be back in a second.
Man, I could nose this whiskey for 6 hours.
One of those ones you just want to fall in the glass and swim around for a while.
Absolutely.
Yep.
This thing is just. I mean, I've got the best nosing glass I own for it, so it's even better.
It's a long ass stem.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, and then like you start using it, you're like, that's actually kind of convenient.
Yeah.
I don't have to move my hand as far.
You're not able to. Yeah, exactly. Don't have to shove your hand.
What's really nice about it though is like you can like it rolls like you can just kind of roll it in your hand really easily.
Yep.
And then that kind of like gives off an aroma as you do it, so it's really nice. And these actually weren't that expensive. They're Rydell glasses, but they were like $30 for a set of 2. So
that's all right.
Yeah, I mean, it's $20 for a. I think I paid more for my Capitas.
Which Capitas?
The Glencairn Capitas, but the official ones.
Oh yeah, they're bloody expensive. Yeah, that one. Man.
Yeah, they're really nicely made, but yeah. I've got like I'll tell you what though, my favorite glassware I bought for the money they're not for sale anymore, but they were a generic Capita, but it was really like a Glencairn on a stem, and they're thinner glass. And I did break one of them, which was a complete random act of stupidity with me doing some cleaning around my apartment, and I literally just didn't notice I had a Capita sitting there. And oops. But those are great glasses. Mash and Drum uses them a lot. He's got the same set. I love them. For $20, I got 4 glasses. They're great.
Yeah, but that's so you said Capita. As I just jumped back on my freaking headphone, that's a little bit more than a Capita though. That's like freaking a Capita on freaking steroids.
Oh no! This is the Rydell Performance glass. But I was telling them that there was a generic company that made like these generic like Capitas. They sold them in a set of 4 for like $20, and they are just great. They're super light. They're pretty durable. I've banged them up a little bit. I broke one, like I said, but it was I literally knocked it off of like a sink when I was cleaning something like under the sink. It was stupid, but they're great, and they're like $5 a piece when I could find them. So
those Rydels are like what, like for I think a set of those Rydels are like what, $60 for like a set of 2 or like 4 or something like that.
it's 30 for 2.
Okay, then I won't buy mine at Total Wine.
These were I was shocked. I bought these on Amazon and they were very reasonable. I thought I was getting actually when I bought them I thought I was getting 1 glass and they showed up with 2 and I'm like, oh, well, that's great. Because I thought I was paying $30.
I don't mind
one.
this. I don't mind these ones. These are made by Alexa, the Alexa whiskey company. So this is pretty much a Glencairn on a stick, but it's got a real thick stem on it.
Gotcha. Well, and one thing, like I've bought some Rydell stuff in the past that was like paper thin and just felt like trash. I know thinner the crystal, the more expensive, but I hate super thin.
Yeah.
These are not that thin. Like this has got like it's not Capita thick or Glencairn thick, but it's got some weight. It's not like
What about
this light.
these? Do you guys get these?
I have my uncle sent me one of those for Christmas. That's
Libby.
Yeah, it's a really nice nosy glass.
Yeah. Hand blown in Australia.
It's a little weird to drink out of though.
Yeah, it is. It's strange. It's really thick.
But I like it for high proof bourbons to nose out of. Like you get a really high proof bourbon.
$50 for just 1 glass here.
So
they're less here, man.
I'm a huge fan of the Canadian Glen. It's a little bit bigger, but this is a Whiskey Tribe Glen, Whiskey Tribe Canadian Glen, and it's freaking large as shit. So when you go pour a 2-ounce pour in it, you got to make sure that you pay attention to what you're pouring because a 2-ounce pour looks like really, really shallow, like it's almost nothing. Like let's say like this right here is like 1 ounce. So a 2-ounce pour in here is like just about like, say up to here.
Yeah.
But a 2-ounce pour in this, because it's, look at it.
Wider for sure.
It's twice the size. So it looks freaking like it's almost nothing. So I have this problem sometimes of pouring up to just the middle of the shoulder. And then it ends up being that I realize, oh, wait a second, that's like almost 4 ounces.
Always before you pour, put your finger on where the fill level is, pour, and then look again. And if it's gone down like that, pour some back.
Yeah.
But the thing is
generic one you're talking about, Dustin?
Huh?
Is that the cheap generic one, just a Glencairn on a stick one you're talking about?
That one looks a little more smooth at the bottom than mine is, but it's close.
Is that a Rydell or a Rydell? I mean,
no, it's just a generic little.
Yeah. The one I'm talking about was cheapo. Like it was, like I said, it was $20 for a 4-pack.
Yeah, I got this.
These are real cheap. You can tell they're real light.
Yeah. It's very similar to that, Ken. It could be the same. I actually was looking to buy some more of them, and they're sold out.
Yeah, so
I want to get one of those crystal Glencairns. Have you guys seen them? The crystal ones?
Oh, the etched ones? Well, all Glencairns are crystal. I bought a set, and I broke them both.
Oh, yep, that's it. Yeah.
I broke them both.
Yeah.
I've broken like 6 glasses in the last 3 years. 2 of them were those etched crystal ones that were like $50 a glass. Yeah. They break very easily if you do anything wrong with them. Glencairns, you could dribble like a basketball. I swear to God, I've dropped Glencairns on the kitchen floor. They bounced off and I caught them in my hand. Those etched ones shattered.
You can tell that's just tensile strength sitting in there waiting to explode.
Well, that's the thing too. Once you start doing, no matter how thick the glass is, this is just something for, if there's anybody in here that doesn't know anything about like crystals and glasses and stuff like that. Every time you start etching anything into even a thicker glass, it immediately becomes brittle. It looks fucking beautiful, but there's the brittle. It's just like anything with steel. When you like freaking heat it up more, so many more times, it freaking becomes brittle. It becomes freaking easily freaking snapped. I've seen people that take, like, say this is a regular Glencairn, they can take it in their hand and they can squeeze it, and it takes a lot of effort for it to actually freaking break. But take a beautifully thick, crystalled freaking etched freaking, and then put it between fingers and literally snap it in a freaking matter just with a minimal amount of freaking pressure, And it's
Yep.
just because I mean you're actually making physical cuts into something, no matter how thick the glass is. Once you start making little cuts into it, you change the tensile strength of that freaking glass. That's why just a regular ass everyday freaking Glencairn with a decent freaking BS etching on the outside for a symbol and stuff is going to normally hold up a shitload longer than a nice freaking beautifully etched. Hey, beautifully etched glasses are great if you're trying to impress somebody that's sitting there with you while you're drinking and stuff. But guess what? Every freaking day, plain ass Glencairn or a plain ass freaking glass is going to be so much freaking better for you to not sit there and smash. I haven't broken one of my glasses, period. But I don't own anything that's extravagant. I don't all my shit like I have got freaking beer glasses. This freaking Canadian Glen is thick as shit, but there's no freaking etching on it at all. So this thing will freaking take a beating. Those what are those called? Those Nords. Those are great if you don't want to freaking heat up your glass, but at the same time, if you drop one, it freaking shatters like it's nothing.
Lafroy, there we go.
There you go.
Oh,
yeah.
then I have
Yeah,
those
that's a good one.
Scotch glass. Those freaking Scotch glasses like the kid has right there. I have Glenmorangies and freaking Ardbeg glasses and stuff that are just like that. Those things freaking you damn near freaking hit with a hammer and they won't. They'll tell you, they'll flip you off after you tap them.
You know how dirty this thing is? This is another really nice, like little taster glass from New Riff. And I mean, like it's compared to a Glencairn, it's a fraction of the size.
Yeah, the freaking. Does anybody know anything about the snoots? It's like the newest newest craze is fucking snoot glasses. So there are these glasses that they kind of have. They're not as they don't have that big taper on them as like this Canadian Glen does. They're a little bit straighter, but they're called snoots. They're made out of freaking insulated aluminum. Kind of like freaking like one of these, like a stainless freaking. So it's basically like the glass that they've come up with for whiskey that has to do with something like this, to where there's no that the heat from your hand doesn't get to the freaking, but it's all freaking spun aluminum and shit, and it has this fake freaking wood grain to it on the outside. They're called snoot glasses. You can
That's
go on
too
Amazon.
complex.
Yeah, if you go on Amazon, you type in snoot, you'll see them. And now everybody thinks that's the craze, these fucking snoot glasses. And it's like, if I wanted to drink freaking whiskey out of a stainless steel, a spun aluminum or a spun stainless steel freaking container, I would just go buy a fucking Yeti and freaking pour a whiskey into it and fucking drink it. Why am I going to pay $46 for a fucking snoot glass, a set of snoot glasses? I mean,
Exactly. Just drink out of this.
Mug, yep.
Dude, one of my favorite whiskey glasses. It's just a freaking Knob Creek coffee mug.
There you go. Coffee optional.
Yep.
So, okay, so Ken, you finished Talisker.
Yeah, Ken, where is your dram? I haven't seen you have one the whole time.
Yeah,
I'm
Ken,
still
what are
hungover,
you?
man.
What are you drinking?
Really?
anyway?
Yeah.
Well, if you have one, it'll make you feel better. That's what I did. I literally woke up
Wow.
at about 11:30 a.m. And then just had breakfast or lunch, and then just joined Swags the stream.
Yeah, Ken's going on live in 3 hours, so he's just kind of like kicking back, waiting for his regular stream at 4:30 my time in the morning.
I don't think Ken streams on Thursdays.
Oh, that's
Well,
right.
Ken
I
stays
know.
off.
That's his day off. His one day off.
No, I
Okay,
had
so-
3. I mean, my last before yesterday, I had 3 days straight with no drams.
Well, Simon, you need at least one day off before Ken streams, because you got to have that one day off with no Simon maneuver so you can recover for fucking Friday.
Well, too late for that. If Ken's doing his Friday night drams, man, that's tomorrow. So.
No, I'm saying, but he's not going on in 3 hours, so at least you get some
Oh,
fucking
yeah,
rest before
yeah,
he starts
yeah.
his shit.
Now, as long as I get 6 hours sleep, I'm good.
But then again, you got to get in all the time you can, freaking drinking and having fun and everything else, because you're getting ready to go back out to the mines here in a few weeks.
Oh
so.
yeah, yeah. Well, hopefully I get a local. I've put my name down for a few local jobs, so hopefully I'll get them before then.
Yeah, but what local mines do you have to you? Because normally-
Alcoa. It's literally about half an hour from here.
okay, because normally you work in the outback, right?
Yeah, yeah. I have to jump on a plane, fucking fly 2,000 kilometers, and go in the fucking heat and the dust and fucking
Living hell.
everything. Yeah, pretty much it is. And all I do is I wake up 4:30 in the morning. That's why I'm still on my old body clock. From my mining job, I literally wake up 4:30 in the morning, go to bed by about 8:39. So for me, staying past anything past 12 a.m. that's a miracle.
Okay, so I'm gonna bring up another freaking Scotch that has been catching my eye lately, and Cohen kind of brings it up. Is the Waterford? It's new to the it's quote unquote new to the freaking
Not
scene.
Scotch.
Yeah,
It's Irish.
oh, Irish. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
Waterford's an
yeah.
Irish.
Yeah.
I just know that I've heard the name over the last few weeks, and I'm still like really super new to freaking Irish / freaking Scotch or anything like that. Like,
Well, call it UK. That pretty much.
yeah,
covers
UK.
But
What if
Cohen's
it's
talking about
still
is
new?
Waterford Crystal. He's not talking about the whiskey. He's talking about
Okay.
the crystal,
Yeah.
like the high
but
end.
Seriously, if you're gonna go
Crystal.
freaking, but if you're gonna go buy a freaking, if you're buying Waterford Crystal freaking like flutes or freaking, then you're not sitting there nosing it with, you're not nosing freaking Knob Creek freaking 9 with it. Okay, I'm sorry. Freaking.
I mean, some of these bourbon guys are drinking Evan Williams bottled and bond in their $10 Glencairns. I mean, the Glencairn costs more than the bottle.
Yeah, but that's the bad thing about it, is that you can't go get. I mean, right now I can't walk into a store that actually has like real Glencairns. People don't realize there's a difference between a Glencairn and a freaking bullshit fake Glencairn. There's a huge difference. Thickness of glass, freaking just the size. I mean, you can
Crystal versus regular glass. I mean,
yeah, but like say like the Glencairn from the Glencairn company, I've got 4 that I've ordered directly from them. And you could tell the difference between a cheaply made one and a freaking real Glencairn.
Mhm.
So I'm sitting there looking at this stuff, and I see like people talking about like Cohen was talking about Waterford Crystal. They're super bitching. Freaking Waterford Crystal is freaking awesome. I've seen some really bitching freaking Waterford Crystal stuff, but it's not freaking. It's just you can't even touch a real Glencairn for less than fucking right now. What, $15 a freaking right around $13 to $15 per glass.
Oh, you can do it for less than that.
Which one's that?
If you buy in bulk, if you bought one, if you
No, you have to buy bulk. You have to
you're
buy
looking
bulk.
at 15. You're looking at $15 in general just for one glass. Okay.
Really?
Why buy one?
Like $9.90 here.
Yeah.
What, the
But why buy
standard
one?
Glencairn?
Like I mean, let's see.
Glencairn, yeah.
Yeah, that's about $9. Yeah, $9.90.
Okay, unless I order it on Amazon or online directly from Glencairn, the only place I can get Glencairn, literally real freaking Glencairn freaking glasses, is from a Bevmo or a Total Wine. Nobody else sells them out here. So
no, you can't get them any other way. You have to buy them from like Amazon.
Yeah, so therefore, if I buy them at a freaking store out here, which is Bevmo or freaking Total Wine, for one glass, if I'm lucky on a sale day, I'll get it for $10. Their normal price is anywhere from $13.99 to $15.99 per glass.
No, here in Australia, they're less than $10, which is about $7 USD. Standard, that's normal price.
But if I order from Amazon, which Amazon, if you buy an individual glass from Amazon, it usually runs around $12 to $13 for one individual glass, and then if you order like 4, then that's when once you get to the 4 point, that's when the prices really start to drop. Like I can
Yeah, like here's where
a 4-pack for like $38.
no, $29.99 to your door, Amazon Prime, free shipping.
JD.
Okay. Thank you for telling me that, because now I'm going to order some more Glens, because I need to get away from the etched ones from different places, because it's kind of hard to do blinds if you already know what you poured into the fucking bourbon hood freaking Glen.
Yeah,
Poor
but yeah,
JD.
right here.
He's
yeah,
stuck
there's
in a
one.
hotel and he has to drink out of a teacup.
So that's $7.50 a glass, to your door. That's not bad.
You should get a travel one, JD. Just get one and actually.
And now there's
3D
some like
printer,
weird.
You can print out a little barrel to put your Glencairn in.
There's some off-brand versions out there for a little cheaper, but the official ones, I don't see 6-packs anymore. That's weird. Oh, here we go. That's wheat Glencairns.
So Cohen's saying that at Total Wine, it's a 4-pack of Glencairns at Total Wine is $32. $32. So $8 a freaking a glass if you're buying a 4-pack. Well, I'll go ahead and check them out. But the last time I was at Total Wine, they didn't have any. They only had like literally singular Glencairns on the shelf, and they only had a couple of them. They go really quick, I guess. I don't know out here. I guess I need to go closer to Cohen out there in the Hollywood, Los Angeles area to get this shit, because the stuff here in Rancho Cucamonga, California, it just isn't freaking happening.
Or JD, if you want to be exotic, you can drink out of one of these.
Yeah, so I see a set of 12 Glencairns, $64.43.
Raise your horns. Raise your horns.
Remember what stream was I drinking out of that, Ken? Was a couple months ago, wasn't it?
Couple
I
nights
was
ago.
literally drinking the Longmorn 18 out of this, and the Highland Park Valkyrie, one of Ken's streams.
Yep.
Well, that's the thing too, is like freaking like bourbon approach. They're like, he's talking about JD. He's been drinking out of a freaking glass teacup. But that's the hotel, like he said, that's the hotel he was staying at where he was at. I mean, if he's home in Palm Springs, then I'm sure that he has a freaking Glen, or he has his own personal stuff when he's at home. But like Cohen's like freaking. He's really good at freaking contradicting everything I say about Southern California, because he's awesome. But freaking Cohen's also like freaking. Okay, now I know at Total Wine, I'm gonna go there and hopefully they have four glasses I can buy for $32, because I need to get like. See, I got 3 right now, so I need to get like a 4-pack just to make sure I have enough to back up for a freaking blind and stuff. But
dude, just get the 12-pack off Amazon for $64 to your door.
There you go. Okay, I can do that too.
That's $5.30 a glass.
So Copita or whatever.
Copitas are going to be expensive.
I want to get a hold of at least one Copita. That's a normal size Glencairn size, not the. I have a mini Copita, which is the mini version of a Glencairn on a freaking stem. I have one of those.
The Copita is a little different shape than Glencairn.
Yeah, standard. This is a standard.
That's not an official Glencairn Copita.
Oh no, this is just the normal standard Copita.
But no, that's the standard Copita that Ken's holding on.
Yeah.
It's different.
See, I got to learn about glass and stuff too. Because freaking, like I said, I have one. Okay, so I have one out in my car right now that's in a freaking a holder that I haven't brought up to the house. That is shaped like a Glencairn, but it's stemmed, and it's a mini version of the Glen. It's like if you had anybody that's ever had a mini Glen, it's about half the size of a regular Glen.
Yeah, I've seen one. Yep.
So I have a mini Glen with a stem on it instead of the shitty base. I bought it.
I don't have a Copita like within arm's reach. It's weird.
Yeah, so I came across it. I came across it at a freaking thrift store. I noticed the shape looked really, really close to the freaking Glencairn, but it was really small and it had a freaking stem on it, so I grabbed it. So I'm like, now my thing is that I know that different glasses knows a different way. Like, I mean, look at the. I mean, come on, just between those two, just the opening tells you that there's a different freaking. There's a difference in the way you're gonna freaking smell this stuff and how this is gonna open up a little bit differently than what the other one does. So I'm kind of experimenting with different glasses, trying to figure out.
Well, I think with glasses, the bigger the opening and the bigger it is, the more air will go through more rapidly.
Would that be oxidization? Because we don't want to say that word around Ken.
No, it's not oxidation. It's just the amount of esters that can come out of the glass at once.
Yeah, I know.
Like what Mike and I discovered was that with the Capita, we don't really like the Capita with really high proof stuff. Over 55, it's unpleasant on the nose, like singes. So the Glen's better. But for like the 46%er, some of those lower proof things, the Capita is just, it's a game changer. Like it enhances the overall smell and aroma of the whiskey substantially.
This is a standard Capita.
Yep.
So the whole idea of what I was just saying was to fuck with Ken again, because Simon. That's why Simon started laughing, because he knows what I'm doing,
And I didn't bite.
and he didn't bite this time.
I knew what you were. I knew where you were going. I've had the conversation with Ken. I just figured I'd just go with. I'd put.
So, for anybody that doesn't know, Cohen or JD or whatever, there's an ongoing discussion with Ken about what the word oxidization. And Ken doesn't like the word oxidization. He hates the freaking word. And Ken is in
That's
the
bugging me
process.
that everyone uses it.
Ken is in the process of figuring out how he can prove that oxidization is not an actual freaking thing that actually happens with freaking whiskeys. That it's not oxidization, it's a totally different process that's going on to change the quote unquote proof, the quote unquote burn or whatever of any kind of whiskey. And it's a freaking, I mean, he's like in the whole science of it. So this is something that Ken's working on. It's a project that Ken's working on, and eventually it will come to fruition where over time and over certain samples that he will show that there's a lot of there's a difference between what everybody considers to be the oxidization and just the fact that opening to air and
no, it's not oxidizing. It's just losing. It's losing its ABV slowly.
Right, but at the same time, that things like this, twirling and doing all this other stuff to it, how it directly affects, how it actually either does or does not affect said whiskey.
Because you got to remember, when you're maturing the casks, they usually go, let's say, for example, it goes in at 65% or 130 proof. As the years go by, depending what environment you're in, it usually goes down, down, down. Like by the time you bottle it, it might be 62% or 124 proof.
Well, Ken has a whole thing, and Ken can talk about this because he's just sitting there smiling because he knows that he's just sitting there waiting to freaking just jump in and say this. But Ken has a whole. He goes through the entire process from. And we had a long discussion about this on a very, very long stream of Ken's where he talked about
I ranted.
all the way from it being put into the barrel, expansion and contraction and temperatures and everything else to being put inside of a bottle. Then once it's inside the bottle and you pop the cork, what people consider to be oxidization or the what they consider to be the influx of freaking air into the system of the freaking whiskey is not actual oxidization by definition. It's not even close. So he tries to explain through, and he wants to do experiments that show you how something that started out at 114 proof, that over time of opening and closing the bottle, just literally popping a cork, closing the cork, what would happen over a period of time? Pouring out a sample and freaking corking it, and what changing the levels in the bottle, and from no change in level, just popping corks and closing it, to changing levels over time actually infusing air or infusing freaking turbulence into the freaking whiskey, how it would be affected by that, whether it changes the proof and various things like that. It's a whole scientific process. Unfortunately, we figured out it's going to take about a year to freaking go through the whole thing.
Oh, he got one.
Okay, Ken. So yeah, so really quick, you got to pour something into it and freaking slam that freaking fly
Yeah.
down.
I think the reality is it's both. I think people, I mean, you got to remember, like, let's take a 15-year Knob Creek, right? Those are, depending on they're producing 100, sometimes 120 bottles. That's going to be something like 18 to 20 gallons of whiskey. That's after those 15 years. Thing is, 20 gallons of whiskey sitting there, they don't roll the barrels, they don't rotate them, they just leave them sitting there. Well, there's a surface area concept here. The oxygen is getting in there, interacting, but it's interacting with relatively minimal space. Now, you're also right. The alcohol is going down as these open up. But there's multiple factors going in here. I mean, when you get a bottle down, to here, yeah, there's going to be some evaporation coming out of here. You could parafilm this off, make sure nothing's coming out of here, give it 5 years, and I guarantee you, when you get back in there, it's going to be different whiskey.
But with the alcohol going down,
That's not evaporation out of the cork. It's evaporation.
Well, no, I could parafilm it. I could make sure there's nothing.
That's not going to make any difference. It's the headspace, the actual gap between the top of the bottle and the liquid level. You got that space. That's what's evaporating into.
Well, no, you can't evaporate
the
bottle. I could just shake it back up. It's all there.
Yeah.
Nothing's leaving the bottle if I plastic wrap it off.
No, but even corks, they're not perfectly sealed. Like they're still.
No. I said that's cork. I said I could take parafilm. I could literally seal it to where it's medically sealed. There's nothing getting in and out.
Yeah. So what he's saying is that
it's still evaporated into the space.
So I do this. Okay, so I do this with samples, which I take parafilm after I've closed off the bottle, and after I close off a sample. So let's say, so I take this sample bottle. Once I'm done, I have parafilm that I put on the outside to make sure that there's no leakage or anything going past. Then on top of that, I put another freaking plastic seal on it that I heat treat to freaking shrink over top of it. So basically, I've sealed this off from the outside freaking world. Now, I understand what Ken's saying because I just from sample size, say I just sealed this off. So nothing can get in, nothing can escape. No matter what, that little bit of airspace that's there is going to affect that whiskey as soon as it's moved one way or the other. If it sits there,
other way around. The air is not going to affect the whiskey. The whiskey alcohol is going to go into the air. The air is not going to.
And Ken's theory is that once, no matter what, you're going to have alcohol going into this space, or you're going to have freaking evaporation going into this space. And once I take the parafilm off and I go like this, the initial freaking reaction is going to be whatever is in this space is going to immediately leave the bottle.
No, shaking doesn't do it. Once it's gone into, it's already once it's evaporated from that surface layer, that's where it's slowly evaporating. Each time you shake it, you're introducing another layer, and it's just going to evaporate in another layer. But if you try and shake it to try and get it back into, it's not going to mix in with the whiskey again.
The whole idea, like from what I gather from the way Ken explains it to me, is that it's oil and water. So once it's left, once it's left the initial freaking liquid and it's become evaporate, whether you open or close it, if you turn it over, then all you've done is you've broken the seal on the whiskey, but you never changed the evaporate was there. All you did was reset what was here. So therefore, when you turn it back around or whatever, you shake it up, all you're doing is resetting the layer, but the evaporate's already still in the bottle in the air, the open airspace. So as soon as you open it, it leaves. So therefore, over time, no matter how much you shake it up, no matter how much you move it, that evaporate is still evaporate. So once it evaporates and once you've opened it up and it's escaped, you've lost that proof. Well, no matter what minimal amount of proof it is.
I'd be shocked to hear like the 0.01 proof that changes is causing that significant change in the flavor profile, but maybe it does.
So, but if you think about it over time,
to the end of the bottle is completely changed.
Let's just say that if you go over time, let's say like over 1 year, if you lost evaporative wise, okay,
you'll notice a difference in 2 weeks with a bottle being open a lot of times.
Right, because air's been introduced to it, and everything else, and you have the evaporate, and there's a change in the freaking taste. That's why they call it a neck pour. You freaking get rid of the neck pour, you let it sit for a freaking little bit, and then all of a sudden it has a different taste to it because air's
the alcohol loss there is going to be incredibly minimal.
Right, but over a year,
but I'm saying
being open and closed and the different levels,
it can be huge. It's not always. Sometimes it's nothing, but.
Well, I'm sure that within the first,
it depends on the volatile alcohol compounds in each whiskey, the ABV, the temperature. So many factors are going to influence that evaporation.
But at the same time, if you're starting out,
if you open it and just let it sit it's going to be a different situation. If you open it and let it sit for a year, then if you never took a drink out of it, but you constantly keep opening it. Well, again, you're reintroducing another
the first 2 weeks of opening a bottle, having a pour, and then coming back a week, 2 weeks later. It's substantially different sometimes. Sometimes it isn't.
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, that's right.
But there's no way that the alcohol is changing that high. There's not a substantial alcohol change. It's the impact of whatever is influencing, especially with like sherry casks. It's very noticeable. They seem to very much, sherry finished whiskey seem to very much take a change in flavor profile when the oxygen gets introduced, in my experience. Not your like cast strength sherry bombs necessarily, but your more subtle, sulfury sherry whiskeys.
Well, it's just like, okay, so if you're talking, okay, so this is just me spitballing because I don't know much about wine, but I know enough to know that if there's one thing in the world that actually oxidizes when it comes in contact with air is wine. Has an oxidization. It actually has, what's that? Or okay, beer, but I'm saying, but wine has there's a layer of literally physical oxidation you can see when it comes to wines being made. But if you have a wine finish on a whiskey, okay, you would expect that any kind of introduction of air into it would dramatically change it over time, period, because of just the fact that it has that wine influence into it. That would be this what I'm thinking. Whether it does or it doesn't, a Sauternes or a freaking a Ruby Port or something like that, that just by the nature of the wine part of it, the influence would have some sort of oxidization involved in introducing air into what it is. So it's like
the risk would be very minimal because most of it's already happened in the barrel.
But at the same, like I'm saying, but yeah, I understand that, Ken, and I'm just saying, I understand what the different ways that people think about the stuff, but like Ken, when he explained oxidization and what the actual freaking true meaning of oxidization is, it kind of like threw me for a loop compared to what people have been saying. Oh well, when you open it up,
but again, Ken, I don't think the barrel's doing what you think it's doing in a lot of cases. I mean, look at the size of a hogshead, not a hogshead, a sherry butt. You're getting 500
but what I'm saying with the wine oxidizing, if it's a wine barrel, it's definitely going to oxidize a lot before you put the whiskey in it.
Well, what I'm getting at is this much air here relative to the volume of the whiskey is more than you're seeing in like a sherry butt. That sherry butt has 600 bottles of whiskey in it, and maybe there's 20% evaporation. The majority of that whiskey is making no contact with air ever in a 10, 15, 20-year maturation. It's never touching it because it's so big. Because they're not rolling barrels.
Right, they're not rotating. I understand. They're not rotating barrels in places. They're not. The process of once it goes in the rick house and once it's put on a rack, that basically it's not fucking moved until it has to be.
And again, we're not talking these tiny little bourbon barrels, which are itsy bit.
55 gallons. We're talking 55
We're
gallon
talking
barrels.
110-gallon barrels on these, especially on these sherry butts. And we're not talking Kentucky where there's 80% evaporation on a 20-year-old whiskey. There's 10-20% on some of these sherry casks. So there's the whiskey is really not making that much contact with oxygen during that maturation because the outer portion is, and it's getting vatted into it and it's mixing up. But I bet you there's more oxygen contact for a sherry butt during the vatting process. They're vatting multiple barrels than during the actual 20 years of maturation, where it's just sitting there and the bulk of the whiskey never makes any contact with it.
Well, okay, so if
The
you're
molecules are still moving through the liquid.
so
What?
let's just
As
say
temperatures
really quick. Just look. Let's say we're looking at Balcones. Okay, Texas whiskey, outside the temperature shit. Okay, but a lot from what I've seen, a lot of their vatting is open vatting. Okay, there's for certain whatever they're doing. There's open vatting. So the vatting of the freaking bourbon is literally open to freaking air continuously. There's no it's not going, it's not a closed system. It's freaking open to the freaking air. So something like that would obviously have some sort of major. There's got to be something that has to do with because of the heat and the open vatting to make it concentrate so freaking much to be so dark and so freaking rich in the short amount of time that it goes.
Singleton, yeah.
Ooh, the Singleton. Which one? Which Singleton is that? Because I have a Glendulin that I fucking love. Oh, okay. So here's my question. Okay, fuck all this other shit right now. I'm a huge fan of the the standard Singleton, like just the regular ass I can buy for $60-$70 freaking Singleton. Are those both freaking
Oh, mine's
definitely
a special.
not like heavily no peat type situation or
No peat, no.
I don't like peated Scotch. I'm not a fan freaking of peated Scotch and everything else, but I know that I like a freaking good. I like the Singleton standard freaking everyday. I can buy for $40 or $50 freaking Singleton.
Unfortunately, this one I don't think you. This was the 2019 cask strength special release, so I don't think you'll be able to get.
And this is the 2013 special release.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh. Well,
So basically, what you're saying is go fuck myself on freaking.
No, you might be able to find it.
I actually picked it a year ago for $300.
Oh, really? Yeah,
And
I paid. Hang on, I paid
It's a birth year
$220
bottle for me, so.
So I'm just introducing myself to Scotch, and Ken's kind of helped me out, and Simon's kind of helped me out when he's not freaking passing out. And so I have a few low liars and stuff with the Aberlour 12 and the freaking Aberfeldy, some Glen Ross 12, and I'm a huge fan of Glenmorangie. I love freaking Nectar Noir and freaking just the standard 10-year.
Oh yeah, that's
Glenmorangie.
yeah. That's one of my go-to, like the 10-year.
And I'm not saying not a fan of Glenlivet. I like Glenlivet in general, and I like Glenfiddich in general. Like the 12-year and the 14-year are freaking okay. I'm not over the moon about those, but I'm really freaking Glenmorangie's for some reason that 10 is just like a freaking sweet spot for me. So I'm looking at Glen Grant's, Glen Scotia's, and so Glen Grant's and Glen Scotia's is what I'm looking at right now because I've seen them on the shelf recently at decent, what I consider to be a decent price. So anything under $100, I'm considering a Scotch to be a decent price.
Well, they're different to each other. The Glen Grant is a Speyside, I think, and the Glen Scotia is a Lowlands.
I would generally pass on the Glen Grant. Yeah. It's not bad. It's fine stuff. But the Glen Scotia, though, is definitely a buy. The 15-year, that's an excellent whiskey and great price.
So then, so a 15-year, you said?
Yeah, the 50 is really cheap. I mean, it's going to be 60 to 80 bucks, and it's excellent, excellent whiskey.
Yeah. So because I don't want to pigeonhole myself into Scotch, into freaking bourbons and ryes and American whiskeys, that type of situation.
There you go. That right there.
You can get that one. If that's on the shelf, get it.
Okay. Because the one I seen lately is, what is it? The 12-year. I'm trying to think what it is. Red box.
Ken's
Well,
got
sorry.
that as well.
Dark burgundy box or whatever. It's Glen Scotia. I want to say it's Glen Scotia 12.
I've never seen a Glen Scotia 12.
Then it's
Glen Grant maybe, but not Glen Scotia.
And if by miracle you ever find one of these, fucking grab it.
Oh yeah, if I just happen to be able to freaking, like, if I can happen to come across a small baby I can sell on the black market, then I'll go ahead and grab a Long Row freaking 18 just for the hell of it.
They are brutally expensive here in the States.
What does that set you back in the States?
They're $240 generally here, whereas if I get them in the UK, I can get them for like $120.
Oh shit! I paid about Australian $260, including delivery. So that's about 300 something American.
That's
sorry,
too much for that bottle. That's way too much for that bottle.
260.
I don't like them enough to pay that kind of money.
So that's Australian. So that's about that's about
Ken,
200 American.
Ken knows who I'm talking about. It's whiskey.
I paid $240 for that.
Oh shit!
English guy in San Francisco. Who is it, Ken? Whiskey
Mystery. Phil?
Whiskey Mystery. That's the guy. For some reason, he seems to know where everything in the San Francisco area happens to fucking pop up, like out of nowhere.
Because he films it.
Well, no, but I'm saying that there's a place, Sammy's. What is it, Sammy or whatever? The guy that runs that one store in freaking San Francisco, who on the top shelf has all those freaking like dusty freaking spring bakes and Long Rows and freaking Kilkerran. He's the only guy in San Francisco that happens to all of a sudden have a Kilkerran freaking 12 and a Kilkerran 8 right on the fucking shelf that freaking nobody else can fucking find anywhere at the time. I mean, right now I can walk into a freaking store and buy a Kilkerran 8 rather readily, but a 12 you can't fucking find anywhere, and you can't find a Long Row any Long Row for less than freaking, like, he has a 12 right there. But you can't in California, Southern California, you cannot walk in and buy a Long Row of any kind, whatever year, for less than like at least 200 a freaking bottle. Period.
No, but the thing
no matter what it is.
Here in Australia, Long Row and Kilkerran, all of them are pretty rare. They're actually really hard to get down here in Australia.
Okay, so right now, Cohen and freaking JD, the bourbon approach are deciding what I should drink. So Cohen says Glen Scotia is a little bit too funky for me. This is what I'm talking about. The 12. That's what it is. Is Glendronach 12. That's what it was. Is the one? That's the one that's readily available right now at freaking Total Wine. It's a Glendronach 12.
I don't know. I did not enjoy the last one of those I had. The 15 is amazing.
So then then Cohen says Mashbell's not into peat, and then says I think Mashbell would like Abalor, Abunda or Ubund, Alba or Sherry. I actually have an Avalor 12 that I actually do like, and I'm a huge freaking fan of Singleton, the Glendullan Singleton Game of Thrones, and also the classic Laddie from Brutalatic. Those are the ones that I know that I really, really like Scotch-wise. And then when it comes to Irish, I'm just really easy. I love a freaking Redbreast 12 or a Redbreast 12 can strength. I'm good. I'm freaking good with that shit.
Stanley, this one.
Yeah, this one.
Bunda Alba.
Okay.
Or the standard cherry.
This is the Alba. It's done in American oak only.
You actually like that one, Ken? Because I'll be honest, that sounded like it'd be terrible to me.
It's actually not bad. You got a shitload of typical vanilla and coconut and all your typical
The
American.
Abunas have gotten
stuff.
so young.
Yeah, they are like
They have.
this one here. You can really taste like the ABV just hits you.
So what I'm thinking right now is because
This
JD
one's not
and
bad.
so Bourbon Approach and Cohen are both here in Southern California within like not too far from me. So now JD is saying that maybe a Hazelburn is something that I might want to get.
Those are going to be hard to get too, though.
So I'm thinking
Yeah.
what I need to do is I need to get freaking Bourbon Approach and freaking Cohen in the same area together and then just stand between them and say, okay, what do you think I'd like? Let them make pours and let me figure out what I freaking want Scotch wise I like. Because I'm pretty sure between the two of them, they pretty much have all of it. But, it's one of those things where, like I said, I don't want to pigeonhole myself into a specific, like staying with bourbons and freaking American whiskeys and American single malts and all this other shit. I really want to get deeper into scotches. Yeah, I can find that.
Which batch is that, Simon?
Number 4.
Okay.
Okay, so now I have a Jura Superstition, which people like tell me this it's shit. I don't mind it. It's okay. I can live with it. But people keep on telling me to try Tomatin or whatever the hell it is.
Tomatin.
What is the
Tomatin?
Okay, whatever. Make fun of the way I fucking say things, all right, Simon? Hey, Simon, go fucking pass out, you fucker.
Ken's got it. He's got it.
Just like tomatoes.
Okay, so what? Yeah, which one is that? Because I see there's like 3 or 4 different ones I can buy right now at Total Wine. So
this is the 14 Portwood, and this is kicked. My Quentin
That's
Rubin
not one you're going to find easily.
Portwood finish.
Okay, so if I was to pick one, okay, I don't necessarily want to go with like bourbon cask or an oak cask or something like that. I need to get away from just general bourbon influenced freaking scotches because there's no way for me to expand and get better or get a better palate or get a better understanding if I still try to stick to everything associated with bourbon and rye and all other shit. I need to get.
Well, you have to go sherry or peat. I mean, I think peat, even though you hate it, I think you have to just take it and.
It's not that I hate peat. Okay, it's the fact that the very first peated whiskey I ever freaking drank was freaking Lagavulin 16.
It's a good starter. I like it.
Yeah,
but that's not. But it's not for me. A lightly peated. Okay, so like that superstition. The superstition, like in general, if I took the peat away, I probably wouldn't really give 2 shits about it. I mean, I got an extra bottle. I'd probably give it away as a gift to somebody.
What's that? The 21.
But
yeah, the 2 pours.
I mean, I would send you right to Highland Park 12 and 18-year-olds. Those are
exactly.
Those are great.
I love Magnus, and Magnus is very, 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 very light when it comes to the peat side of it, and like that Jura is very, very lightly peated, and it doesn't bother me.
Well, what about Talisker?
Just what Cohen said. Buna.
Bunnahabhain 12 is not a bad choice either. Yeah.
Okay.
It's an Isla, but it's an unpeated Isla. So it's still going to have some island character.
Okay.
But it's going to be sherry finished. The $12.60 probably. Probably less for you, actually. You're in California where everything's cheap.
Yep.
So it's like the Buna 12 is at high time. So Cohen knows what stores I can go to and what stores are quote unquote local.
Everybody's going to have Buna 12
that I frequent. And he says a Buna 12 is 46 at this.
There you go.
Particular store that he frequents and I frequent also.
That's an easy one.
So Buna 12. Okay, so then
and Talisker, I reckon you might like Talisker. That's lightly, it's not really heavily peated, it's just kind of in the
That's at
middle.
least medium heated. That's at least medium.
So like, okay, so
Yeah.
so when you're talking about Talisker, literally, I've only seen one bottle of Talisker in one place,
Oh, really?
and unfortunately, I got to say it's Total Wine, and it's like
Talisker 10.
yeah, it's a 10-year or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So,
I reckon
and then
just
they were saying earlier that I might like. I just sounds like I guess that I'd like They say that they think from what I've said that I like Japanese.
Japanese. Well, no,
Eh,
they're fucking overpriced.
You don't want to
and
pay for
you
that
don't-
shit.
And you don't know what you're getting. You could be buying a overpriced Scotch whiskey if you're buying Japanese.
I mean,
But-
if you can get Nika from the barrel, it is overpriced. Well, it's not overpriced. It is Scotch whiskey heavily,
Yeah.
but it's delicious.
Yeah, it's just been
As long as you get it
Tastes like
retail.
Nevis.
Yeah, it's a lot of Ben Nevis.
Yeah,
It's
so
not a bad thing.
Coed, I actually own a Highland Parks, and I just haven't broke the seal on it yet. I'm trying not to keep on breaking seals on bottles until I actually start drinking down other bottles because
Why, man? Your bottles last long.
Why? Yeah, just open the bar.
Just open the
They don't go bad unless you get them down to like a third, and then you got to drink them.
Yeah, exactly. Just drink away.
Even if you just have one little neck pour out of it, just
Right.
let it open up.
Yeah, I mean, like I
Well,
guarantee
okay.
you, this bottle right here, this Highland Park 25, which is down to, let's see, we're down to, that level. I'm not going to finish this in the next 2 years. It's going to just sit there.
No.
Well,
It's
see,
gonna
it's
be
like-
fine.
so
You
like
opened
with,
it.
let's just say with this old Forester 90 freaking San Francisco Wine Trading Company pick. Okay, I have 7 barrel picks of this freaking 90 old Forester. I'm not opening any other ones until this one's fucking gone because it's just
But
like there's no fucking.
How do you
reason.
but you can compare the different single barrel picks. If it's the exact same barrel, then maybe not. But
Well, no,
if
it's
there's
not
any
the same
difference-
barrel. This is like I've got like San Francisco Wine Trading Company, High Times.
What if you want to do a blind of all the different picks?
Well, I
Like-
mean, I guess I could
Mhm.
do that too, freaking. But it's just like I said, I'm trying to get into this whole thing, and I know that there's a certain way of going about stuff and everything else. And if I take Ken's advice, as soon as I get it through my freaking door, or even if it's at the liquor store, I should freaking crack it and take a shot.
Exactly.
That's as soon as I get a bottle, I just open it literally when I get home.
I mean,
Open it.
you're not buying decorations. You're buying whiskey. It's meant to be drunk.
And,
Yeah.
and to be pretty morbid, you never know. Like tomorrow, you could be
Yeah.
here.
Tomorrow's not guaranteed, man. You don't want to die with unopened
Yeah,
whiskey
exactly.
that you never tried. That's
Hell
the
yeah.
worst way to go.
So I reckon
Yep.
you cracked that Highland Park stand.
The thing is the people that I actually have in my quote unquote will so since my brothers and my family in general don't drink at all, obviously they're not going to get my freaking whiskey collection. The people that I've left my quote unquote whiskey collection to are literally freaking salivating to get the freaking whiskey collection to add to what they already have.
All the more reason to open it so they have less incentive to shoot you.
That's a good one.
JD just said Tool 16.
What's that?
Tool 16.
I've never heard of that. Truman Tool.
Yeah, Tool.
There's so many fucking Scotch names.
Oh yeah.
It's freaking
Brook
ridiculous.
Atlantic.
It's like,
Wait until
Well,
you.
At least
Like
it's not like
Brooklyn.
bourbon where there's like 16 names and it's all the same fucking distillery.
well, the thing is
Yeah.
with the freaking Scotch thing, right? So if I was to just ramble off freaking Scotch names that I've known that I've learned, okay, so like we go with the Boona Hobbins, the Highland Parks, the Juras, the Scappas, the freaking going through that shit.
I'm big.
I go and break all this shit down, and I could, and I name freaking 30 fucking scotches. I have not even fucking put a dent in the fucking scotches.
Yeah.
Okay, I can name say 10 Irishes, and I've eliminated almost 90% of the fucking Irishes.
Well, it's because Irish whiskey right now is pretty much all giant, massive, huge
Yeah.
companies. Same with bourbon, man.
Right, and I understand that, but I'm saying
I
that
mean-
it just to me with Scotch, it's weird, is because
It's actually small crafted like artisan distilleries.
well, yeah, exactly. So, but I'm saying like you got your Campbelltons. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me try to pronounce
Lowland.
these properly before fucking I get corrected by the Australians. You got your Campbelltowns, your freaking. I'm gonna say it. I'm sorry. Fuck all y'all. The fuck nobody ever says it, but the Orkney with
Yep,
Scapa
Orkney.
and freaking Highland Park. And fuck anybody that says that it's the Highlands. I'm sorry, it's not the fucking Highlands. It's a completely separate freaking entity called the Orkneys.
They are off the island.
They're often called the islands.
They're called the
That's it.
islands, but for the islands, but some people call them like Upper Highland.
Officially,
they're
still the
Highland. But yeah, I mean,
But it should
generally
be-
the designation's islands.
But with Scapa
Yeah.
and freaking Highland Park, I finally got Scapa right. That's the one thing. Me and Ken, I always say, "What's that other fucking distillery?" But now I can.
Scapa.
But then you got freaking Jura. Then you got the Jura stuff. And then you got freaking Speyside. Well, wait a second. Where's Speyside? It's in fucking two different fucking locations
Yes.
on opposite sides of a
Speyside is-
fucking island. And it's like
Speyside is technically Highlands, so they're part of the Highlands, but because
They're a
they have
region
that-
within the Highlands.
Yeah, they have the River Spey going through them. They can call themselves Speyside.
then you got the lowers, then you got the islands, you got like all these different freaking areas.
Yeah.
And then inside that, you have some large conglomerates that control certain freaking distilleries and stuff.
Diageo.
But then you've got
Yeah.
then you've got like
Edgedour.
7,000 like freaking grandma is freaking putting out freaking something out of her freaking barn. So therefore, because she puts out enough to consider to be freaking a distillery, she's now freaking got some peated scotch coming out of freaking Cowtown fucking Scotland. So now it's a fucking Scotch peated fucking whiskey. It's like, what the? It's so hard to freaking track. And
How's
it's
that
now-
different from the U.S. where we've got all of these crazy little micro distilleries popping up everywhere?
You've got Colorado. Yeah.
I got to remember like Pinot Grigio or what is it, Mayor Pingree? Like, what the fuck is that? Like, where'd this shit come from? I got to know what Tumble Dice is now. Is that who the hell are those people? I got to keep track of like all of these independent bottlers who are independent. But they're also distilling, but who knows when it'll come out? I mean, good God, man! It's the same way here in the U.S. It's just as bad.
Yeah.
Yep. Mashable, you just buy the Bunner 12 and the Highland Park to start with you. You can't go wrong with those two, and the price is good. Done deal. Yep.
Yeah.
And JD said, yeah, get yourself a decent 12
I would get the Glen Scotia before the Deanston 12. Just my 2 cents.
Which one?
That Deanston's
Decent,
probably
decent 10, the Bordeaux.
Which
where the
one?
fuck are you gonna find that
Glen-
one?
Glen Scotia. 15?
Yeah.
Like, wait a
Yeah,
minute. I
Glen
thought now
Scotia.
we're getting into like harder to get stuff here.
Well, okay, so here's the deal, right? So, but we're also talking about so when you say getting into harder stuff to find, like say the Deanston 10s or whatever, there's a difference between say JD and like any of us in general.
Yeah, JD and
Okay.
the rest of us.
JD is a person who his job involves him world traveling, so he has.
So, travel.
He has access to things that some people might not have access to because he's always traveling to different parts of Europe and the United States and various parts of the world. Eventually, at some point in time, he's supposed to be hooking up with Ken at his European freaking home to have Ken do try some shit that Ken hasn't tried before. And I'm sure that Ken and JD have discussed him coming to Australia already too. So his job involves him traveling a lot to a lot of foreign countries, so he might have access to things that like us normal everyday.
And as
we're
a
not.
side note, was it JD who recommended the Talisker Dark Storm?
The what now?
Ken from last night's stream, was it JD who said to get the Talisker Dark Storm?
He mentioned the price of it, and then we checked it and we could find it. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's actually a pretty good price. I mean, I checked it even at the travel retail price. It's still $112, and I only paid $150 including delivery. So that was a
That's
good,
right.
that was good.
No, you said Nick's had it for sale. That's right. Yeah.
And then you said, Kent Street
both-
Sellers has it cheaper, and that's where I got it from.
But
But
it
he
wasn't
was
cheaper.
right.
It was cheaper with postage.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here in the
That's
States,
what-
you're not going to get that one without shipping it
Yeah.
from overseas. So
Well, that's
private
what I mean,
option.
like-
Yeah.
So
We've got a couple of stores here in Australia you can buy it.
that was a good suggestion, JD.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge Talisker fan. Like, Talisker was the first Scotch I ever had, Talisker 10-year-old. That was my first ever Scotch.
So Cohen is actually like a quote unquote spirit freaking guide for me and Ken, because we have this infatuation with a certain TV show that he played a reefer in called Firefly. So it's kind of a thing with me and Ken with Cohen about the fact that he's been in some of the nerdiest freaking things that me and Ken like. Whether it be Firefly or what's the movie? What's the movie? Firefly movie. What is it, Ken?
No, it's a TV show, Firefly, isn't it?
No, well, Firefly was the TV
They had a
show.
movie.
Serenity.
They did have a movie.
The
Serenity.
movie was what, Ken?
Serenity.
Yeah, Serenity. There you go.
Serenity.
So he's been involved in different things throughout mine and Ken's nerdy freaking part of our life. Well, with which Ken is still a huge part of with his freaking Star Wars and his freaking Yodas and shit. But yeah, he was a reaver, excuse me, not a reaper, a reaver in freaking Firefly.
I knew what you meant.
Or in Serenity, excuse me. So yeah, so we have a special kind of over the internet bond with Cohen, and then JD and I have a special. I say a bond because he's one of the people that is really seriously in the background behind everybody else, has checked up on me, and I don't want to. I'm sorry if this calls you out or whatever, but JD has come out of the over the past few weeks, since all this stuff has been happening with me, has come out just to say, hey, how you doing? Da-da-da. He's been traveling. He's been over across the other side of the freaking world, over in Europe and everything else, but he's still contacted me a few times to see if I'm okay. And then reached out to me and said, hey, I've got if you had a choice between the NASA Reserve 3 and the NASA Reserve 6, which one would you want? And I said the 6. And then all of a sudden I get a freaking something from him saying it's on its way. He's been a huge freaking supporter. And so is Cohen. Cohen's always telling me to fucking drink water. like when I was sick a few weeks ago, his advice was to drink water. Every time like tonight, before I cut this off and say like 13 minutes, because I am going to cut it off at 6 hours, since it was only supposed to be 2 hours long. I'm going to cut it off at 2:30ish my time. Cohen, the last thing he'll say to me, which is something that he's continuously done on every stream that I've done that he's jumped on, is he tells me to fucking drink water. So Cohen, drink some water.
Always good advice, even when you're not drinking.
Yeah. So
There's never a situation where it's like, don't drink some water. Like, no, always drink water.
Right.
Good
It's just the
decision.
thing with Cohen and me. Ever since I was sick a few weeks ago, like every single live stream I've done since, whether it be on Wednesday or Saturday, he's always in the chat, even if it's just for a few minutes. And the last thing he says before he leaves is for me to make sure I drink plenty of water. And so it's like, I don't know. It's just something that I really I appreciate the fact that he even gives a shit to tell me to drink water. And then, like I said, JD, the two of them over these last, say 4 weeks, outside of my normal like support group of like Ken, Simon, shit. Let's see who else. Michelle Devilar, Hot Buttery Rolls, and those guys. These are the two guys that Cohen and freaking JD, they've been the ones that over the last few weeks that have really freaking kind of like jumped to the forefront and jumped on freaking lives. And also outside of the lives they've contacted me, like JD's contacted me a few times just to see how I'm doing in general and just to freaking keep contact with me and stuff. So it means a shitload to me.
Sounds like a good guy.
Yep, they seem to be good guys until but who knows? Maybe JD will meet me at Palm Springs and freaking take a kidney. I don't know, freaking.
Finds out where you live, your entire whiskey collection gets stolen. You wake up without a kidney.
I guarantee that freaking JD's collection, just from his Instagram photos, is way better than mine. So he doesn't want mine. But
you always get to double up, man.
I think he pretty much has figured out where I live. I mean, not my exact address, but I mean, he can. I'm sure he can triangulate. Freaking.
Yeah, I kind of figure you can probably smell Matt's house from a distance. With the Crusaders, you'll be like, I smell whiskey. It must be that way.
Yeah, kind of like Jason's or anybody that has a large supply.
Yeah,
of
but
whiskeys.
Jason's whiskey collection is just tiny and pathetic compared to Matt's. I mean, Matt's is just a whole other goddamn planet. Like when you talk 1,000 bottles, that's insane. When you talk 3,000 or 4,000, that's just staggering.
Yeah.
Like Jason's got 500-600 bottles. That's nothing even close to 4,000.
Or that's the thing that's crazy about Matt from Whiskey Crusaders too, is that I've heard people ask him what kind of backups he has for what he for his collection, and he doesn't have a whole lot of backups to his collection.
Oh, it's all open, man. There's bottles he hasn't gotten to yet, but
these are literally like 3,000 bottles. Let's say like 2,500 of them are just like bottles he doesn't have backups for.
No, 2,950. He's probably got 50 backups, dude.
But
if you go to Mash and Drums place, the same way. He's got all his bottles are open for the most part. He doesn't have a lot of backups,
except for those fucking trains. Because fuck the trains, right?
I mean, don't get me wrong. He's got some stuff. Like he's got an old Carter 12-year single barrel 1 that's signed by the old Carters. That one's not open yet, but I mean, for the most part, his stuff's open.
Which is weird. So okay. So when it comes to that 12-year old Carter, signed by freaking the Carters, the thing that's weird about it is that people sit there and go, "Well, he hasn't signed. He hasn't opened it, blah blah," or people haven't opened it. Yeah, you and your freaking line burners. I can't even get that shit out here. I have to order it from freaking England. I have to order it from England. It freaking costs $74 fucking dollars to ship. And the bottle's actually less than what the fucking shipping is. But is that I know people that also have those signed bottles by the Carters and stuff like that. But it's just like one of those things where they're such generous people in general that it doesn't matter what your quote unquote level is on Whiskey Tube or Whiskey Gram or whatever like that. They're such nice people that there's people that have just actually got a chance to talk to them and hang out with them or whatever, that have less than freaking 500 people following them, that they've got those same signed bottles.
Oh, I'm sure.
Stuff like that, because that's the kind of people they are. It's not like it's one of those things. It's not like it's one of those things that's so freaking rare in general. I mean,
I had a friend go down to do a pick with JD Mattingly, and they got so freaking wasted that he put them up in a hotel room that night.
Yeah, well,
he went home with like 15, 20 bottles of with that much left in it. Like he still got just like stacks of bottles. I mean, he was literally, they just paid for their night up in a hotel room.
But the thing is right,
wasted.
It's way more rare. It's way more rare to get a bottle of Russell's, signed by Jimmy, literally signed by Jimmy, not the freaking crappy, not the crappy freaking imprinted one that comes on a total bottle of total wine pick. Actually, physically signed marker and all that good shit by Jimmy Russell. It's more rare to see that than a signed Old Carter bottle or a signed freaking Zachy. I think Jackie Zycan is probably the one that would be the most rare because she doesn't normally sign bottles. It takes it's a special situation and you have to be in the right place at the right time to get that autographed Jackie Zycan bottle. But it's still the Carters are really, really freaking nice people that are willing to do because they're not
big.
They're not so pretentious to say, oh, our signature's worth something. They're just like, yeah, we'll sign the freaking thing. Shit, they send out freaking signed.
Is Jackie Zykan's signature worth anything to anybody?
Well,
Like,
Jackie
seriously?
Zycan, number one, if I have a bottle and Jackie Zycan standing there signing it for me, whether she signs it, you're a fucking idiot or not. I'm just in the same room with Jackie Zycan, freaking, and she's paying attention to me for fucking 30 seconds. I'm good to go.
Why?
Have you seen Jackie Zycan?
She's a decent looking girl, but
No, it's a very very knowledgeable, very beautiful, a very good looking woman that loves bourbon that can teach me something about that. I have this thing about women that have mental freaking, like they can teach me something that I don't already know.
Fair enough.
Very smart about something, and to be the fact that she does look very. She's a very good looking.
I will give you, she is better looking than Nancy Fraley.
But Nancy, you know what? Truthfully, I tell you,
I'd
now,
rather talk to Nancy Fraley. It's not even close. Nancy is 10 times smarter than than she is. Like, it's not even close.
Number one, I'm going to I'm going to go hang out and go to a bar with Nancy Fraley.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's going to be one of those nights where, yeah, she's just freaking, like, she just seems like she's the coolest person in the world to hang out with. Like, and I mean, it's the same with, see, I'm trying to think who else. So you got Nancy Fraley, Jackie Zycan. I think that truthfully, the partier of the freaking group is freaking Peggy No Stevens. For some reason, I've got a feeling that she's the one that'll drink you under the table because she's really freaking like low level, low key, freaking pairing up stuff and everything else. But she knows the secrets to being able to freaking drink somebody under a table because she's been in the business for a long time. And she's freaking, from what Matt Porter has talked about with her, she's like literally one of the coolest people that walking the face of the earth. So that's my, I like, there's just so many people I'd like to freaking hang out with, and especially some of the women and stuff because of what they've contributed that nobody wants to acknowledge a lot of times. Peggy No Stevens, that would be literally Jimmy Russell and Peggy No Stevens would be right at the top of my list of people that I really, really would want to meet.
What's Peggy No Stevens' claim to fame?
Bourbon. She's a women of bourbon. She's like literally like the freaking. She's the one that actually was the main judge for a World's Top Whiskey Taster. She's really good at like pairing foods to whiskeys.
Has she been on It's Bourbon Night? I think I know who you are.
Yeah, she's been on a lot of channels, but Peggy, if you think Peggy No, there's the NOE pretty much. She's in that whole freaking No family situation, but she's Peggy No Stevens. She's like really big on like Fred Minnick when he did the whole women in whiskey freaking book and everything else. She's brought up in it. She's a very huge influence on the bourbon industry in general, but she also heads up women in was it Whiskey Women, I think is what it is. It's an organization that promotes freaking women in whiskey. She's written a bunch of books. She
picked the right parents.
Yeah, so she's like one of the, if you were gonna like Jackie Zycan, everybody's like she's the freaking like the Old Forester freaking. She's like She's all about that freaking. She's like a great taster.
But she's just a blender for them, right? She's not even like the distiller.
No, she's not the distiller. She's like the freaking. She's their nose. She's their Nancy Fraley. So then Nancy Fraley is the nose. Everybody knows her as the nose. You know, everywhere she's went, she's never put out a bad fucking product. I mean,
no, she's incredible.
Yeah, and then now she's at freaking, she's at Joseph Magnus, and she's doing all the cigar blends and blah 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 and everything else.
And who is this? Just looking at the chat, who is this? Julian Van Winkle.
Julian Van Winkle.
He's probably just related to the Van. Oh, Julian Van Winkle's a guy. He's just the heir apparent of the Van Winkle family. He's just he's nothing special really. It's just that he's the Van Winkle's CEO now. So if he signs it, it's a Van Winkle signed Van Winkle bottle.
Yes, like that.
Yeah, but
he's probably most famous for being anti-secondary.
But
by the way, have you ever seen Nancy Fraley's background?
Oh yeah, she's like freaking. She came from an industry, the wine industry, as like one of their top fucking people, and this.
No. You haven't seen her full background then. So she got her bachelor's from the University of Tennessee in religious studies. She then got her master's in Indo-Tibetan Buddhism / religions of the world from Harvard.
How the fuck did she end up in bourbon then?
She then worked for a few years and went back to school where she got her JD. She started off in like legal marketing, like brand ambassador stuff in like craft distilleries, and then became a distiller with a master's from Harvard and a JD from some school in San Francisco, but still.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's got number one, she's smart as shit. Number two, she's freaking really huge into freaking music. She's a drummer. She's actually like a freaking drummer. She's there's a whole thing if you watched her interview with the Mash and Drum at Jason Calori, where they talk about the fact that she's a drummer, that she's really heavy into music, and her musical influences and stuff. It's really freaking cool shit. But
was that the recent? Is that recent?
Yeah, this was
a few months ago.
Yeah, it's like 6 to 7 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks ago or so, somewhere around there.
Okay. He had a woman a couple of days ago on.
Yeah, well, he had Nancy Fraley. He had the freaking Jackie's Icon on today. So far this week, there's been some really cool interviews. Jackie's Icon with the Mash and Drum. If you go to Hood Sommelier, he interviewed Elizabeth McCall, the from Woodford Reserve, the person who designed or who basically she's the person who came up with the whole very very rare 16. She's like they're basically saying she's the next, that her and Jackie's Icon are the next like big thing to take over as like the head of Old Forester / also Woodford Reserve. She just did an interview with so Elizabeth McCall just did an interview with Hood Sommelier within the last few weeks. Emily, some people know her as Emmy Rhodes on Instagram. She's like the brand ambassador for 291. She's done some recent interviews with Single Barrel Snob and Hood Sommelier over on Instagram, and there's just like a lot of really cool stuff that's come over like the last 3 or 4 weeks with women involved in whiskey and stuff. That's been really, really cool. Ken's off because I think somebody decided to stick their hand in front of his camera.
Yeah. I was wondering what the fuck that was.
It looked like maybe his wife or somebody was fucking with him and stuck a freaking hand in front of the camera. So probably interrupting him to say, "Hey, why the fuck are you still awake?" Or "Why the hell are you? It's dinner time. Get the fuck off," or whatever the situation. What time is it?
5:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, so it's probably getting close to dinner, and his wife,
yeah,
or his son. His son might be freaking hyping out on him.
Oh yeah,
but
there's a lot of these thumbnails people are doing these days, man. They're getting just insane. Like you try to like looking for like an old video from a while ago. It's just like, oh my god! Like look at all the text. I can't deal with this. Like I was trying to find that Nancy Fraley interview. Like I cannot find it.
Okay, so if you go on Mash and Drum, for let's see, if you go to Mash and Drum and you go down to, I want to say, what's this? This is March. I want to say it's going to be.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, it should be
The
sometime
problem
in
is like,
January.
yeah, I tried doing like a search, like a Control F for Nancy Fraley, and it doesn't show up because it's past thing. I'm like, I mean, like, God, I swear everybody's getting so noisy. Like,
Yeah,
there's a book written on every thumbnail anymore.
Yeah, well, see, luckily for me, my thumbnails are. I mean, they might look like they're intricate and stuff, but it takes me literally less than 15 minutes to do my thumbnails because I use Reface to get whatever I'm going to use, and I usually take a screenshot of it because it's a meme or something, or a GIF or something like that, GIF, whatever I fucking call it.
Yeah.
So I take a really quick screenshot and then I move it over to a thumbnail. And this is all done on my phone, a thumbnail app, and then I manipulate it to whatever I want, put up my text, and boom, it's done. And then I just put it out on Instagram and freaking Facebook and Instagram and YouTube, and then I'm done with it. The thing is everybody keeps on telling me how they like my freaking thumbnails because I just take my face and put it onto all the characters or whatever I'm putting in there, whether it be George Clooney, Leo DiCaprio, Three Stooges tonight, Dio, Ronnie James Dio, or whoever.
Yeah, man, your stuff's funny looking.
Yeah, so I just throw it up there. I throw it up there because, so like I put sometimes in my chats I put out, hey, this is what I'm thinking of. People vote for it. And then last time I put up Twisted Sister and something else. And this guy, Edward Fulmer, says, how about Ronnie James Dio? So I threw up Ronnie James. I found a Ronnie James Dio to mess with, and I did it. And it worked. People liked it. So I was like, okay, cool. And people were always commenting on that my thumbnails are freaking great. And I'm like, dude, it takes me like less. I mean, and people that are commenting, like, say, Hot Buttery Rolls, hey, I love your freaking last thumbnail. How'd you do that? It took me like 9 minutes on a freaking app on my phone to freaking do it. And he's like, well, I just spent like 2.5 hours doing mine.
Yeah.
Like, I don't use Photoshop. I just freaking do the easiest thing I could possibly do, throw it up there, get a freaking theme out of it, and okay, I'm good to go. I mean,
I'm looking at like Mash and Drum here, and I mean, so this is just a random one. Triple threat match, 3 different colors. Find the Horsey, 9 p.m. Eastern, live on Mash and Drum's logo. Special guest Dusty Dan and Prime Time Klein of Destination Bourbon, featuring a blind tasting, and then I can't read it because like there's like the timestamp there, so I can't even actually read the whole thing. A tasting of something, Will Hendo, and then he something. I'm like, dude, that's a lot of words on a freaking thumbnail.
But at the same time, like, okay, so tonight
it's working.
So tonight's thumbnail with freaking Firebird Bow from the Wild Turkey, former guitarist for Montgomery Gentry. He's the tour guide at Wild Turkey. Yep. So the thumbnail was awesome. There's a lot of shit written on there, and then you notice, oh, wait a second, Rarebird 101 is going to be on there because there's his symbols in the corner, and it says, oh, and by, they didn't say and by the way, but featuring freaking Rarebird 101.
Yeah.
And it works because the fact that he's got this guy that is sitting there, just rocking on a freaking guitar. He's got the good freaking the picture, and then it doesn't matter. He could have wrote freaking whatever he wanted to in it. The picture is what got people to freaking look at it to begin with, and he just says,
"Oh yeah,
this is the time I'm going to be talking to this guy," and his name could have been freaking, freaking whatever, Shaggy from freaking Scooby Doo or whatever. Tonight at 6 p.m., they looked at the picture and said, "Hey, this interests me." So therefore, they started, so they looked at it,
Oh yeah, the problem is when you go to YouTube and you click, you're not getting like little thumbnails like when you're on the home screen. But you actually go to like the mash and drum, and you click on videos, and you're just like, holy crap! All of these videos have so much text. I don't even know what to do now.
Okay, so that's what happened to freaking Ken. It says
really?
his computer just took a massive dump because I don't know if anybody else is watching the screen when it looked like there was some freaking like fingers blacking out his camera for a second. Then it showed him, and then all of a sudden, boom, it went dead. So it says that his computer just took a massive dump, which that would be the second time in the last freaking month and a half that's happened. Let's see.
I feel his pain. My work computer's been out of action on and off for like the last month, and I'm just ready to shoot somebody.
Yeah. Then it says a few minutes later that all is all good. Okay. So I don't know.
I was gonna say, Dustin, when you're talking, there's like a vibration sound. Do you get it, Stan?
What's that?
Well, it shouldn't, because this is where everything
Dustin's
should be coming from.
it's like sounds like someone's using a electric razor.
Well, I mean, I don't think I said I don't think it's. I hear it every once in a while, but it could be. I mean, it's like literally something that could be just like the minimal, like just some little tiny noise can freaking make so much. Like right now, it's not there.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden,
Ken,
you hear that.
Ken just said, yeah, sounds like a razor, yeah.
Well, earlier I was off of the headset and I was using the laptop, so you were hearing a fan, but it should have gone away because I switched back over to the headset. So if you're still getting it, that's confusing to me, but that could be, for some reason, maybe this thing's not used. Maybe it's still using the, maybe it's still using the laptop for the speaker and it's using this just for the audio, which would be a problem.
Must just be down our end.
Okay, so JD, Mr. Bourbon Approach, he's like, the mash bill, when I get back to the U.S., I will come over and we will pop Yamazaki 12-year together. Okay, we'll get hooked up. I don't know if you want to come over to my little freaking shitty apartment, but we'll meet up somewhere. Actually, I'm really looking forward to going into catch a freaking brunch in. I haven't done it in over a year now because of COVID, so I'm really looking forward to going into Palm Springs and catching a brunch or something somewhere, so we can definitely hook up. I don't know where you're at in the world. Yeah, I don't know where you're at in the world right now there, Bourbon Approach, but I appreciate the fact that you took the time and effort to have whoever send something for me from here. I mean, I know where it's coming from, but I appreciate the fact that you went online and ordered it from a local place to have it delivered to me. That's really freaking awesome. I appreciate you. I really hope that freaking when you're getting close to heading back this way, that you reach out prior to getting back here. So hell, I'll pick you up at the airport. Well, you're probably going to fly into Palm Springs, but hell, I'll pick you up at the airport if you want me to. Whatever, dude. I owe you. Sounds like a razor.
Just shaved my balls over here. No, so it's still going on even now. It's interesting. I just changed the setting.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's been there as long as it has been. It hasn't. I mean, hasn't bothered. It's just freaking.
It's good, yeah.
So so Cohen says we know Mashville is all Cali with his brunch desires. No, dude, it's just like there's some really really cool breakfast brunch places in Palm Springs that I haven't been to in like a really really long time that I'm missing. Going and getting an eggs Benedict and a freaking, a shot of something, or, I'm not a mimosa guy, so I kind of like to drink like a beer sometimes with a freaking nice freaking eggs Benedict, a nice little light beer or whatever. I wouldn't mind freaking having a scotch or a freaking light, some sort of lighter, low proof whiskey with a freaking a good brunch. So Cohen, Okay, maybe I am a little bougie for fucking whatever. Got some hair, fucking Dustin. Longest shave ever. Got some hairy balls or hair balls. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Need a lawnmower. Okay.
They're like tumbleweeds just rolling around here afterwards.
All right, JD. I'll take you up on that. So what time we got?
I'm like 40 minutes past when I said I was going to get off, but I ordered some food here on Uber, and it's taking its sweet ass time. So
Still early. It's still early. You are only dipping your waters into Ken's stream.
Okay, so it's
Ken's
time.
a maniac.
People are calling me out. Cohen's calling me out yet again, talking shit. So therefore, JD, I'm going to say this to you. We need, since we're all in the general area. I mean, I'm closer to you than Cohen is. Cohen's like freaking I'm going to say the Valley, but he's not. Well, he probably is the Valley, but freaking the three of us need to get together in Palm Springs and freaking just chill out and freaking have a couple drinks and freaking eat some food and stuff like that. Because he's sitting there going, Mashbill needs an acai bowl to go with his brunch. He's talking mad shit now. But
I've never heard that word actually said out loud.
What, acai?
Yeah, that's not how I would have guessed it was said.
Well, fortunately, I live in Southern California, and like everybody has like some sort of. Some people say acai. They're saying like 12 different ways, but I always get told it's pronounced acai. So now I've gotten used to saying it. So
I would have guessed Akia, but it would have been a pure guess because I've never heard that word said.
And I'm sure that in a second, Cohen's going to say, oh, see, he can pronounce acai, so therefore he is fucking bougie. So I'm just getting ahead of him before he posts it. He's gonna
just get your avocado toast out and ready.
Hey, if you've never had freaking a really good avocado toast, you're missing out on freaking life. I'm sorry.
I don't think I've ever had an avocado in general. So.
Oh, really?
Never. It does not look appealing to me in the slightest.
I'm lucky. I've got actually an avocado tree just outside.
It's one of the greatest non-saturated fats you could possibly freaking eat. It's freaking awesome.
Okay, I'll stick with olive oil.
Okay, stick with olive oil. I like olive oil too. I don't use olive oil that much anymore. I use avocado oil now because it's freaking actually cheaper than olive oil.
Really?
Yeah, it's about. I can buy a liter of avocado oil for about $3 or $4 cheaper than a liter of olive oil right now.
That's weird.
I'm in the Valley for sure, totally. Anybody that doesn't know the reference of the Valley Girl, freaking that's hilarious, Cohen. For sure, totally. Oh man. See, I told you Mashbill was a snobby Cali kid. I knew freaking Cohen was gonna. He's still gonna tell me to drink. He's still gonna freaking tell me to drink water before he freaking gets off the anyway. So, I mean, he doesn't hate me that. He doesn't hate me that much.
He likes Valley Girls.
Oh yes, Ken saying that we got to stream the brunch meetup. Yeah. Well, okay, Ken. Unfortunately, I have a really weird feeling that both of those myself, I don't give a shit about being on live, obviously, because I can't shut the fuck up. But Cohen and JD just seem to be people that. Well, I know Cohen is someone that doesn't want to be seen because we've already discussed this at length before. But I don't. I just have a feeling that JD's not a person that's really going to be. If you check out his Instagram, there's no pictures of him.
No, JD has actually joined us on Ken's stream.
Who's that?
JD. He's actually joined us live on Ken's stream a few times.
Oh, he has joined you guys live? I'm going to have to go back and look.
I'm always shocked when anybody over the age of 25 has an Instagram. So, like, it just doesn't register to me. I'm like, really? How many pictures of your butt do you need to put out there on the internet?
That's the thing that's funny to me is that, right? So on YouTube, I only have 157 followers, but on Instagram or the whiskey community on Instagram, I have almost 600 followers over there. I'll probably be at 600 within the next week or so. And what's really weird is that it took forever to get to 500, but for some reason I jumped on a couple of lives that people invited me to over the last week and a half, and I've gained almost 100 followers in like 6 days.
That's crazy to me. There's lives on Instagram. Like, it's just such a weird platform. Like, I don't understand it. Makes no sense to me.
Well, the thing is, too, is now with Instagram, what they did was they did some changes to it to where now, instead of just being me and one other person that I could talk to, you can have actually up to 3 other people beside yourself. So you can have 4 people on the screen, you and 3 other people at one time. So then it makes it more of not as interactive as, say, YouTube is, but more interactive than what it was. And now you're looking at it in a portrait mode on your phone. And not a landscape, but now freaking so Instagram is working on doing it to where you can do it in landscape. So once you can do it in landscape, then they'll be able to expand it to having more people on the screen. So they're trying to work their way towards a YouTube / freaking Facebook type situation, but there's like every day there's a new freaking app that I'm getting freaking asked to jump on that's the anti-YouTube, where like if you jump on this thing for free, that you can be monetized from the freaking very first video you put up and stuff like that. But I'm like, you know what? Right now I'm good on YouTube. I'm getting my feet, firmly planted, getting used to all this shit. And on Instagram, I'm doing rather well for only being up for a little bit over 3 months and having almost 600 freaking followers. That's a pretty good, decent freaking climb over there on Instagram. So, and then and I only do one normal show a week on freaking Instagram, and it's only for 2 hours, like on a Thursday night, but I get anywhere from 30 to 40 people watching, and at least 1 or 2 distilleries that are always jumping on, whether it be 1897 or what was the other one? St. Augustine had jumped on at one point in time. There's some, so I'm getting some people.
That's kind of crazy. Yeah. I had no idea. I don't know. Instagram just seems like I've never understood it. I set up an account once and I was like, this is dumb. And I just got off. I'm like, I don't know what the point of this is.
Yeah.
It didn't feel interactive. It just felt like a tool where you're like, oh, look, I see a bunch of pictures, stuff I don't care about. And here's some half-naked girls.
Cohen is freaking like really fucker. Yeah, it says JD's been saying on my stream multiple times, Scotch on it. Okay, well, I'll have to go back and go through the archives and look and see what see who JD is or whatever. So Cohen says, I don't know social media at all. I come here on here. Let's see what, hold on. I come on here is about all I do, and when Corona ends, goodbye. Cohen, I would hope that once the freaking coronavirus is over, that you at least freaking hang out with me every once in a while. I mean, you'll actually get back to more of what you do normally, acting and everything else. So obviously you're going to be more scarce, but don't leave me, Cohen. Don't leave me. And then, even though he's being then he goes, Mashville only eats wood-fired pizzas as well. Okay, talk shit.
I don't see the problem with that one, to be honest with you. If it's available.
Yeah, well, he's just trying to make me freaking sound like a bougie freaking Cali kid because I grew up here. He knows my history in general, that I grew up in Southern California, that freaking all this other shit. So then I bring up like acai and avocados, and now he's all freaking, now I'm a wood-fired pizza. Next thing you know, he's going to tell me freaking I only drink freaking wines from the Napa Valley, but I don't drink wine. So you don't have to go that far there, Cohen. I'm sure he'll come up with something else.
I mean, let's be honest. If you're in California, you're not drinking craft beer, you're just doing yourself a disservice. God, you guys have a lot of good stuff.
Well, I mean, the thing is that even where I'm at living, where I live right now, I can, within 5 minutes, I can be at a freaking craft brewery, and within 15 minutes, I could be in 10 of them.
Yeah,
and
I've
that's
got
just
like
where.
I've got a good 10-minute walk to a craft brewery from where I'm at, so I get it. But you guys have better craft breweries.
Well, okay, so for anybody that doesn't know, the area I live in, the biggest craft brewery out here is Hangar 24. Within
I don't know
45
that
minutes,
one.
yeah, within 45 minutes to an hour from where I'm at, you have a Refuge brewery. You have freaking Stone is only
I'd
an
love to
hour.
go to Stone's Brewery.
Yeah, Stone is only an hour to an hour and 15 minutes away from where I live. Um, there's like 6 or 7 different really small freaking distillery breweries. We got like Brew Kaipa, which is right here where I live. And then within 15 minutes, there's like 6 or 7 others really, really small level, almost like family owned little freaking breweries and stuff. Hangar 24 is only 20 minutes away from where I'm at right now. So it's like there's a lot of really cool like craft brewery stuff. Then Southern California is also becoming bigger and bigger in craft distilleries with like Blinking Owl, Pacific Distilling, freaking shit. What's the other one? There's one that's Pierside. Pierside is another one. Freaking an hour away from me, brewery wise, is freaking what's the Stone Cold, the one that does Stone Cold IPA. San Onofre, trying to think of what it is off the top of my head, but well, yeah, like California's like the land of freaking like craft distillery, craft freaking brewery type situation. Kind of
Bougie
like the
douche
way,
stuff, yeah.
kind of like the way Austin is right now too, where Austin, Texas has a lot of craft breweries, has a lot of craft distilling places and stuff like
Yep.
that. Same kind of situation, just on a slightly larger scale. Then you don't even want to get down to San Diego because San Diego has like what 11 distilleries and almost I want to say 30 freaking breweries just within 30 minutes of downtown San Diego.
And San Diego's definitely the place to be for all that stuff, for sure.
Yeah. And the thing is too is like Anaheim, California, out here, where Disneyland and all that other shit's at. They have old town Anaheim or Old Town Orange, which is like craft breweries like by the freaking dozens, and it's just really awesome. It's an awesome place for like great food, great beer. There's a couple little tiny craft distilleries that have like they have the little bar and then a freaking big ass restaurant, and they only serve their own shit type of situation. But it's packed. Even during COVID, every time they would open up to an outside freaking venue, they whatever the maximum capacity was, they were always at maximum capacity for what they could do legally and stuff. So it's not.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting out here how that goes.
All right, man. It is almost 6 a.m. I am going to have to hop off here and get ready to start working. So,
all right. Well, I appreciate the fact that you came on there to Top Shelf, Dustin. It's great to meet you. I hope that in the future that you won't be a stranger.
I'll have to do it again, although I got to make sure I don't get myself caught up into a 6-hour stream.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
Have myself passing out dead on here at some point.
Anybody there's only 5 of us, 3 of us are here, so it means Cohen and JD are the other 2, or maybe Ken also. So check out Top Shelf Dustin. Go ahead and follow him. And I'm going to go ahead and say goodbye to you. Thank you very much for stopping by, and I hope to see you again.
Later, guys.
Night. Have a good one. Oh, no. Ken can't say that freaking Simon pulled a Simon maneuver because Ken disappeared way before Simon did. But, hey, Cohen, don't talk shit about Orange Wit beer. obviously you've seen me talk about the fact that I love Blood Orange Wit from Refuge Brewery. That's one of my favorite beers. It's just that it's kind of expensive to spend $10 for a 4-pack. And I do love avocado toast. So Cohen, you can stop. But it is at 6 hour, just short of 6.5 hours of a 2-hour stream that I've initially planned. I do need to get some sleep. I am starting to feel I need to really get some water and some freaking Tylenol in me because I can feel that this is the first time in a long time I'm probably going to have a hangover in the morning. Or when I wake up, whether it be morning or early afternoon. But I do appreciate the fact that y'all hung out with me as long as you did. JD, hope that freaking you get back here safely. I filmed the Stone Brewer behind the scenes with the brewer and made a documentary about them before they got huge. Okay, so obviously JD is okay. So we really need to talk JD and freaking Cohen because it just seems like you guys might be kind of sort of in the same. There's some same vein situation there, industry type situation. So. Computer shitting it doesn't count. Hey, Ken, you can make up all the excuses you wanted. You left the stream before freaking Simon did, so you can't freaking claim that freaking Simon that there was a Simon maneuver because he's still right here next to me. Your computer took a shit. Is that Simon's fault? No. Is it my fault? No. Is it your fault? Well, who knows? No, I would, truthfully, if I was ever, and I know Cohen, you're fucking with me. I'm literally the furthest away from fucking stop. Anybody who knows me knows that, but I appreciate the fact that you like to mess with me. That keeps me on my toes, and you're always really good about even messing with me, being freaking at least a good person and treating me as an equal, even though I might not be. So, Simon, I'm going to go ahead and get off and go get a few hours of sleep. I'll leave you to your evening of, I'm sure that at some point in time, Ken's going to find a way of getting on a computer and getting it to work. And now he's mad because his computer took a shit. So as soon as we're off of this, he's going to break it down, try to get it back up. And even though he doesn't do Thursday freaking lives, there's no way. If you know Ken Ken, he wants to be ready to go for Friday morning. So therefore, Thursday turns into his experimental day with his computer after he figures it out. So I'm sure you'll be on there at some point in time. Yeah, Cohen, drink some alkaline water. Okay. The Mashville, okay, mate, try to get some sleep now. Yeah, so again, I appreciate everybody that was here. Simon, I'm glad that you came on here. Ken, I'm glad that you were on here till your computer took a shit, that you didn't pull a Simon maneuver on me. But I will see everybody later, and good night, Simon. Cheers. I don't have anything poured because I'm getting ready to go to sleep. But cheers to you. Empty glass. Cheers to you. Good night. And as always, I'll see you on the other side, everybody. Good night.